Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. That, my friends, is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. My name is Alec Medford. We got Ruben Portillo back on the ones and twos together. We are in for the Sean and RJ morning show right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for joining the 6 a.m. club with us. It's a new gig for me. I will say, after that anxious win against the New York Football Giants yesterday by the Dallas Cowboys, the energy is high, CA.
Man, you're coming in on a win. In fact, we like it like that. Alec Medford hosting for the very first time. And we are, by the way, so live and local. If you go across the board right now in the North Texas area, you'll be trying to find somebody talking about the Cowboys or the Mavericks or the Stars or the Rangers or TCU, SMU, whatever, Texas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M. You're like, where can I find this? Well, you're home with the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We are here for you. 877-881-1053. That is the truckwreck.com text line. And we encourage everybody to give us a shout. Text us in. Let us know what you got going on today. We're so glad you're letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you on a, was it Black Friday? Everybody's doing some shopping, or some people doing it online, but people are out and about. It's a gig economy. We ain't mad at you. And by the way, be careful out there. I know half of you still on that tryptophan, a.k.a. turkey.
Yeah, the food comas are going strong. It was real hard to wake up this morning. Ate real good last night. Yeah, let us know how your Thanksgiving was, what the good food was, and tell me that, please, you agree with me that turkey is the superior Thanksgiving meat of choice. Text that in 877-881-1053. Let us know how you are doing this morning. If you're out waiting in line to go do some shopping, drove down 67 past that Best Buy in Cedar Hill. Saw some people camped out outside.
Look out.
You know, people already getting that grind on here. And just like we are right here early in the morning, 6 a.m. club. We got a loaded show today after the Cowboys win. They beat the New York Football Giants 28-20 yesterday. Could have been a lot wider margin of victory. Cowboys were favored by 10.5. And that spread was killed in the last few seconds by the Giants. So thank you, Giants, for all the Will Chambers out there, all the RJ Choppies out there, all the degenerates putting money on that game.
Yeah.
Not too happy. Not too happy.
You can blame that on the Giants. You can blame that on the Cowboys defense letting it up, so to speak. But bottom line is that the Cowboys took out another NFC foe. You can say what you want about the Giants being all banged up and injured, and the Cowboys should have won the game. Well, they did win the game. They overcame themselves in the first half, but second half, they showed you Cowboys football. And the bottom line is this is a victory, and the Dallas Cowboys are now 8-3, while the Giants are 7-4.
Now the Cowboys are a game and a half back of the division lead, with the Philadelphia Eagles still sitting high atop the NFC East. And there's a lot of things that we can get into. And how about we get into some of those things with your head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. He will be joining us live at 6:30 this morning, like he does every week with Sean and RJ. This time we'll get to chat with him, talk about everything that went down yesterday.
One of the things I want to ask him about is, I think I saw a stat where he has not won a game on Thanksgiving, or at least he had not won in years. Think about it. How many times has he played on Thanksgiving? You say, oh, well, with the Cowboys, it's only a couple of times. Yeah, but guess what? He was coaching the Green Bay Packers, and they would play Detroit all the time. How many times did they play Detroit? I think he was 0-4 versus Detroit on Thanksgiving, crazily, with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback. And then the last couple of years, he's lost on Thanksgiving with the Cowboys. Cowboys, by the way, had lost 4 straight Thanksgiving games. And I think over their last 10, they were like 3-7 or 4-6. The bottom line is Thanksgiving, the Cowboys weren't coming through like they normally had during the Tony Romo days and the Troy Aikman days. And look at it like this as well. The Cowboys played the Giants for the first time in 30 years on Thanksgiving. They hadn't played the Giants on Thanksgiving since 1992. And Ruben, you and Alex weren't even alive. This was even before a lot of those Super Bowl wins, right? So They beat the Giants then 30-3. They beat the Giants yesterday 28-20. Bottom line is they own the Giants on Thanksgiving. And Dak Prescott personally owns the Giants because he beat them for the 10th consecutive time, joining Roger Staubach as the only Cowboys quarterback to beat the Giants 10 consecutive times. He owns them. In fact, he owns part of the franchise. He's kind of like a Green Bay Packer fan who owns a chunk of the team. He owns the New York Giants. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And by the way, if OBJ was watching the game, guess what? He knows who's the better team. His old team was the Giants, but they ain't looking too good. And can he help them to the Super Bowl? I don't think so. He's got visits set up with the Giants and the Cowboys. For those who are wondering when he visits the Cowboys, scheduled for a week from Monday, December the 5th. And the Giants don't know when he's going to visit them yet, but a week from Monday is when he's going to visit the Cowboys. Jerry Jones said after the game, I was at the game, Jerry Jones saying after the game, oh, I've been in touch with him. I talked to him today. And then when we were talking to Dak after the game, somebody brought up to Dak, it was Chill, Clarence Hill Jr. from the Sports Star Telegram, beat writer. He said, really? Oh, my. Jerry's just relentless. And he is.
Jerry's been on the hot pursuit of Odell Beckham Jr., as Chris noted. He will be visiting the Dallas Cowboys on December 5th. We'll get into more of that at 7 o'clock when we give you some of your headlines at 7 o'clock. There's a lot to break down. Von Miller getting carted off of the field yesterday.
DeSoto's own.
Yeah, DeSoto's own. Got some World Cup updates to give you here at the top of the hour. During the Expressway, we're going to do some Cowboys over and under reactions. Talk about the Dallas Mavericks a little bit. CA Stories Confidential at 8:20.
Let me tell you this. On the Dallas Maverick fronts, there are indications that Christian Wood is going to start tomorrow night. We got details. And we got audio from Jason Kidd.
Hello, Bobby Bell. I know he's going to be happy about that. He is insufferable on Twitter whenever Christian Wood doesn't get his minutes.
He loves to troll.
Yeah.
Let me say this about Christian Wood real quick. He's a very good guy. All right, he's a good guy. But over 6 years on losing teams in the NBA, as skilled as he is, he's got bad habits, and he does not play defense. He doesn't really know how. The Mavericks play a synchronized defense, and that is the only reason you hadn't seen more of him. To put it in football terms, for those who haven't heard me say this before, in the NBA, if you're the weak link on a zone defense, you're like a rookie cornerback in the NFL. They will target you. In the NBA, they put you in a pick and roll blender and barbecue chicken your ass. So that's what happens. If you've watched the Mavericks in the playoffs over the years, when they would play the Clippers in the playoffs, the Mavericks would target Zubac from the Clippers, the center, and Luka would fry him up in a deep fryer, like a turkey in a deep fryer, and they would relentlessly go after him until the coach for the Clippers sat his ass on the bench. And that's what would happen to Christian Wood. And Jason Kidd's like, we're not going to ruin him. Even though he's a 6-year veteran, defense is a buy-in, and we don't want him to say, well, I just can't do it. And we don't want to lose that way. We want to maximize his ability. And so literally, one of the reasons they've been waiting is the coach is looking at rotations.
Get into more of that during the Expressway at 7:20.
Oh, you're getting some reviews already. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. 214 says, CA and Alec. Okay, Alec, congratulations on your first show.
Thank you.
He says, it's buffering on me because people are texting in. He says, still full from Thanksgiving, about to start some grocery deliveries. Instacart John, the Tolo in Flower Mound, getting it done. A lot. Like I said, it's a gig economy. People are working this morning. 817 says, headed to Austin to watch the Horns play. 254 says, good to hear y'all. CA, go Cowboys. Alec Medford, what's going on? AC here listening to y'all. Getting off on overnight stuff in the oil field. Man, never underestimate those guys working on those oil fields, getting it done. And 817 says, good morning, fellas. It's your local gas guy here. Glad y'all are on the air. Hope you're having a good Thanksgiving weekend. Just slinging that fuel. That's right. Putting it in, slinging that fuel.
Everybody getting their grind on here on this Black Friday morning. Thank you for joining us in the 6 a.m. club. And also, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. He's going to join us at 9:20. And if you're out and about today, there's something cool you could get into. If you want to head out to McKinney, or if you're in the McKinney area, the KNC Masterpiece, they're going to be at RJ Duke's Card Shop.
Yeah, live in person.
Live in person. They will be on remote streaming from there from 10 to 2 today. Looking forward to chatting with them and Crosstalk at 9:40. Go visit them. Go give Kevin a hug after doing 13 and a half hours of radio for the Masterpiece-a-thon, the 9th annual. Doing great work as always.
I want to find out how much money they actually raised, because it was just under they wanted $50,000 and the totals were coming through. I think it was just under $50,000 as we heard yesterday, but you never know. We were begging for big time money people like you and Ruben to just send all of your what UTA students don't have that kind of money.
Yeah, you're funny, CA. Yeah.
Between you guys, Sean Sharif and Gavin Dawson, y'all make the most money out of any radio personalities in Dallas-Fort Worth. Not just at this station, in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Let's pull up my studentaid.gov account, and I will beg to differ. Coming up next, we will get into the Thanksgiving slate of NFL games. Had a triple header yesterday. We'll get you the scores and all the big happenings in those games. Coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankel, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. You can visit them at truckwreck.com.
Thank you very much, Ruben.
Third and goal from the 2. Handoff coming to the left side. Hendershot on a handoff to the tight end. And all of the tight ends are going to jump into the Salvation Army kettle. And they're playing whack-a-mole.
You think I would listen to my producer? That's Ruben Portillo on the ones and twos. Chris Arnold, the 3-time Hall of Famer.
Got
Alec
you down.
Medford in for Sean and RJ. That whack-a-mole celebration might have been the highlight of the night.
I think so. And that's why I asked Ezekiel Elliott afterwards, and he said, it was better than my celebrations. We asked Dak at the press conference when he was at the podium, and he said, you know what? We told them ahead of time, at least have a 2-touchdown lead, and we got a lot of guys in this room that can pay the fine. So they did a great job. And then I asked, we're going to hear some of this audio later in the show, but I asked Jake Ferguson, that is a tight end room. And everybody knows 3 of them, but there's another 4th tight end that plays special teams all the time. And those 4 guys are thick as thieves. They call themselves the 4 Horsemen. So if you're a Tolo listening right now who is a Cowboys fan, 877-881-1053, that's the truckwreck.com. You're hearing it first because a lot of the other beat writers don't even know that they have named themselves the 4 Horsemen, because literally, even though you don't really see that 4th tight end in a lot of like tight end formations for the Cowboys on the offense, he plays all the special teams.
Yeah.
And they carry 4 of them on road trips, and they're all 4 activated for home games, and they have a 13 package. Traditionally, a 12 package on offense is 2 tight ends. They do a 3 tight end package on the regular, and those 3 tight ends accounted for 3 touchdowns in the game.
That tight end room has been so dominant. Such a surprise this year, honestly. You had the debacle with Dalton Schultz in the offseason and the franchise tag. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? Is he going to get tagged? Ultimately gets tagged. They take Jake Ferguson.
He's gone, by the way.
Yeah.
Saying Stephen Jones is not going to pay him. But go ahead.
That hurdle by Jake Ferguson yesterday.
Reminiscence of Zeke.
Yeah, man. He's been hanging out with Zeke a lot. You could tell that team is real tight. They're starting to take notes. And Peyton Hendershot has been a really nice surprise, too. That's an athletic tight end there.
Mm-hmm.
And
he scored the last touchdown that started the whack-a-mole.
Yeah, no, I was taking notes during the game. That was a really creative play call there at the goal line. Mm-hmm. I was really just expecting 21 up the middle.
Yeah,
and
that close.
They do some sort of, fake handoff sweep going to the left with Peyton Hendershot. He gets into the end zone. They do the whack-a-mole. All is good in the world. Really, really fun tight end group to watch. I'm really excited for their future. But there was a lot going on in the NFL. Thanksgiving had a triple header yesterday, and the Sunday night football crew had the New England Patriots and the Minnesota Vikings, and then you had the Buffalo Bills and the Detroit Lions kicking things off on Thanksgiving Day. That game was a lot closer than it probably should have been. And
you talking about the Vikings?
The Bills and the Lions.
You know what? You say that, but the Lions, they had won 3 straight games.
Yeah.
And the Lions, by the way, have the Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles are only teams in the NFL who have a top 10 passing attack and a top 10 running attack. It's insane. It's like, wait a minute, the Lions aren't that good. They have been struggling, but they're so bought in to the coach. And you know this, Dan Campbell, former Cowboys tight end. You know how bought in they are because everybody's watched Hard Knocks. So to me, it wasn't surprising because they have a lot of confidence in themselves, especially having won 3 straight games. And Buffalo, they've been kind of struggling lately. But I was talking to Trayvon Diggs after the game, the Cowboys. I said, did you see your brother? Yes! He was watching the game at AT&T Stadium in the locker room about the Bills. It was Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs on that 40-yard rope that allowed them with 26 seconds left to play to kick the field goal to beat the Lions. And by the way, Buffalo now has won consecutive games in Detroit because remember the snow game? They had to move it to Detroit. That's their home away from home field.
Yeah, they. I heard a crazy stat. So back-to-back games in the course of 4 days had not been won at the Lions Stadium in, I think, 7 years.
Isn't that something?
Until yesterday, and it wasn't even by the Lions.
It
was by the Buffalo Bills. You never hear of stats like that. That is the dumbest thing. That's why I love the NFL so much. The weirdest things can happen. Josh Allen has been fighting through an elbow injury, a UCL-type injury, which, if you're a big baseball fan, you've heard that a lot because that's akin to Tommy John surgery. That's usually the injury that invokes that kind of procedure. But he's been fighting through it, and you can tell on some of those passes, they just aren't reaching receivers the way they used to. That you expect Josh Allen to see. He goes 24 42, 253 passing and a couple touchdowns. But really the story of the game for me was Josh Allen with his legs. Sean McDermott and all of their play callers over there in Buffalo, they have really taken on the identity of in crunch time, we're going to put the ball in our best player's hand.
There you go.
And that's Josh Allen. And, it feels so simple. It feels so easy to say, yeah, just give it to your best guy. Teams don't do that. You saw the New York Giants yesterday against the Cowboys using Saquon Barkley as a decoy.
They overthink it. That's what happens with
They
a lot of these coaches. We know what we know what they think we're going to do, so we're not going to do that. It's stupid.
It really is. And Josh Allen is just such a big guy that, especially when his arm isn't working the way it's supposed to, just let him run. He's 6'5", 250. He's a big boy. He can run. He can run, as Deion Sanders would say.
Yes.
He
Coach
can move.
Prime.
He had 10 carries for 78 yards and a rushing touchdown. It is so crazy to think that such an elite passer like Josh Allen is the best rusher on their team too.
That's why he's such a dangerous weapon. That's why when he came out of college, a lot of coaches said, "Oh, I want this guy," and a lot of people said, "No, he's inaccurate with his arm. He's not. He's going to be a bust." No. If you straighten out the arm, and Tony Romo helped straighten out his arm, believe it or not, that's the story. You have a complete player, and that's why he is the leading candidate to be the MVP. I don't know if he wins it, because sometimes when you start the season as the leading candidate, they always give it to the surprise guy that came out of nowhere, like a Geno Smith.
Geno Smith, you bring up a great comeback story there. Is he comeback player of the year?
Probably.
Going off topic here?
Probably.
He deserves it. He's
Why
been
not?
good.
Why not?
Yeah. Shout out to Reg Atatula for absolutely predicting that earlier in the preseason because nobody else on maybe a total of 12 people on the planet, and it's all 12 Seattle Seahawks fans that are out there running around.
Yeah, the
thought
12 men.
And then Reggie Atatula was like, nope, nobody does it like Geno Smith, and here we are.
I'll give Reg one more prop. He was the one saying that Carmelo Anthony wasn't washed, and then Carmelo wound up accepting a role coming off the bench in Portland, and boom, doing things. So I was like, nah, Carmelo's washed. Reg's like, no, he's not.
You know one thing that I miss about the nosebleed seats in the night show? Reggie's Carmelo Anthony update.
Yes, exactly.
That was one of my favorite bits at the entire station before I worked here. It was so good. But
and by the way, those guys will be live. If you missed this earlier, they're going to be live this afternoon. You can join them.
Yeah, so the KNC Masterpiece will be at RJ Duke's Card Shop in McKinney. Go check them out. And then Waiting to hear what the lineup will be this afternoon from 2 to 7. We got Bobby Belt and hopefully Will Chambers. Shout out to our boy who was feeling a little under the weather yesterday.
Man, Will Chambers got rushed to the hospital. He thought he had COVID. Or excuse me, they call it protocols now. Nobody says the word COVID.
Health and safety protocols.
He did protocol. He got rushed to the hospital because he thought he had COVID. He said, I felt like I had an elephant on my chest. It was acute bronchitis. And Kevin Graves got full-blown flu. And he said he got it from his daughter who went to school. So you know what happened there. Kids don't wash their hands enough. I'm just saying. I got 3 kids when they were little. 5-year-old and 4-year-olds, they like to eat candy and they just keep their hands all sticky. So parents, you know this, 877-881-1053, especially now that the holidays are here. Any little kid under the age of 10 got dirty hands and somebody's going to get sick this week. I'm just saying, get ready for it. It's going to be the flu. It might be a cold, but they got dirty hands. They got sticky little dirty hands.
And it doesn't get any better in college. I can tell you that. Speaking from experience, it does not get any easier there. But the Buffalo Bills are going to get the win 28-25. And then you had the Sunday night game on a Thursday night, 26-33, go the Minnesota Vikings.
So they regrouped after losing to the Cowboys, basically getting destroyed by the Cowboys. They're an amazing 9-2. The Buffalo Bills, 9-2, the team that the Cowboys absolutely destroyed, have the second best record in the entire NFL, right behind those Philadelphia Eagles, who the Cowboys play on Christmas Eve.
The NFC
is crazy.
It is so
We got to talk
weird.
about that a little later. We've got to.
We definitely have to get it. Maybe we'll get into it here in just a matter of minutes. But the Minnesota Vikings are 9-2. Dare I say paper tiger?
That's because they've had so many close games, and you can't. And the Cowboys stomping them out like that makes you not even trust it. And nobody's ever trusted Kirk Cousins, right? So, yeah, it's like I have more faith in the Philadelphia Eagles. I would have more faith in the Tampa Bay Bucks with the GOAT, Tom Brady, than I would assuming that the Vikings are going to go anywhere in the playoffs. But again, that's the way a lot of people feel about the Cowboys. Shots fired.
Ooh,
they
boy.
do.
Oh, boy.
They do. They don't trust them. How many playoff games have the Cowboys won this century? 3, and not 3 in one season. So that's why there's doubt, and that's why, ironically, even though the Cowboys are having a really nice run this season, a surprising run, and I'm like, wow, I'm very impressed with Mike McCarthy because they could have fallen off the cliff with Dak's thumb injury. But nobody wants to believe the Cowboys are going to do anything in the playoffs until they do it.
Yeah, I mean, guilty until proven innocent, I guess, kind of flipping the table there.
Yeah, and even the Cowboy players are like, they're not going to believe anything. Like, yeah, we haven't done, their whole mantra is, we haven't done anything yet. We just haven't. Yeah.
And I bet Kirk Cousins is feeling real thankful today because he finally won a primetime game. It's been, maybe 20 years since he's done that, but he goes 30 of 37 for just under 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. Kirk Cousins was really good yesterday.
Yeah, he was, and that's the tease. I mean, he's really good, but some big games he does not show up, and that's why nobody really trusts him, even though, you just look at his record, it's like, oh, okay, but then you break it down a little bit further. Ironically, again, I'm not mad at the Minnesota Vikings for doing what they're doing, because until they play the Cowboys, and the Cowboys played them and they beat them down, it's like, let the Viking fans enjoy their fun. You follow me?
Yeah.
It's like they're an underdog team. They had zero expectations. They fired the coach, right? Mike Zimmer. They brought in the new coach, or the offensive coordinator elevated him. It's like, okay, enjoy your ride. Not every team is going to be a dominant team. Not every team, the expectation, you're supposed to be good from start to finish. Let those fans who are not expecting anything have a nice run. It's kind of like Miami. Miami, it's like, they're not supposed to be that good. Oh, yeah. Wow, they're pretty good. Buffalo was supposed to be good. Kansas City is supposed to be good. The Cowboys, because of their tradition, their rich tradition, they're supposed to be good. All these other fan bases, like Seattle, let Seattle enjoy this. You follow what I'm saying? Everybody, the Seattle Seahawks were supposed to be the worst team in the NFC. They were supposed to be, and like, look at Seattle.
Got to give them their props, man.
They're not going anywhere, but let them go as far as they can.
Yeah.
There's something to be said. America loves the underdog. Let an underdog be an underdog. I don't want to go to college football, but I was trying to tell Kevin Gray. Let the TCU Horned Frogs beat TCU.
Preach.
He kept saying, they're not going to be UT. I'm just kidding because KG's my guy. But I was like, KG, they're not Alabama. Stop talking about the holes in the team. Because I was saying, watch TCU. TCU always comes back in the second half. They just do. That's why I'm picking them to be. And I said, that's just the way they're built. Nobody expected anything out of TCU. And he was like, they're not going to go very far with that. Let them play. I should have told him because he's a Missouri Tiger. If Missouri Tiger went on a run, you just enjoy the ride. Let the TCU Horned Frog fans enjoy the ride. When they face Georgia, we know what's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what's probably going to happen. But until they face Georgia, let them enjoy the ride. Stop nitpicking TCU. We know what they do. They're not supposed to. Okay? I'm not mad at TCU. I said, Kevin, why are you mad at TCU for winning games? You put money on these games. It makes no sense. So let the underdogs like Seattle, Minnesota, let them enjoy their little run. They're not going anywhere. And when you face them, when your favorite team faces them, they're supposed to lose.
Parity and variance is such a nice thing in sports. That's why I'm such a sucker for the underdog stories and such a sucker for the upsets. You know, I just love shifting things and, the culture and the identity of these leagues and conferences changing. And I mean, New England Patriots are even like changing the perception, at least in my mind. They keep on putting up a fight each and every week. I mean, they're 6-5 now. It's not a crazy record, but I expected them to have a losing record at this point in the season. Mac Jones was unstoppable last night.
Let me tell you something.
For a good while.
I've been saying this all season. But Kevin Gray, give him his props. He did pick the Giants to win the division. I picked Philadelphia. I thought the Cowboys retooling in the offseason would do them in, and they wouldn't win more than 8 games. Props to Mike McCarthy for keeping the wheels on the boat or the ship or the car or the truck, whatever. But as far as the New York Giants are concerned, they are well coached. They've always had decent talent, not talent that sucked. They've had decent talent. And I said, if Saquon Barkley can stay healthy, they can win some games. Well, guess what? Saquon Barkley's been healthy. Saquon Barkley is the best running back I've seen since when he's healthy, since Barry Sanders. I mean, now, guess who's entered in that conversation? He's not the go-to back on the goal line, but Tony Pollard's got some Barry Sanders in him because he's very shifty. And by the way, props to Ezekiel Elliott yesterday. Zeke gave us some vintage. Ezekiel Elliott had 92 yards rushing, and in the first half, he was just unstoppable, running in from the, he was with thunder and lightning, whatever you want to call this group. Tony Pollard, he showed what he can do because he's got that extra gear, but on the goal line, he tried and he tried. He can't get the dirty yards. That's the only flaw in his game, and the fact that, they got him on a pitch count because they know his But here's the thing about the durability thing. Tony Dorsett's in the Hall of Fame. Way back in the day, that's how old I am. Tony used to always talk to me about Landry's not giving him enough carries, that he could handle the. Tony Dorsett weighed 175 pounds. And Tom Landry said, I want him to have a long career. So he kept Tony Dorsett on a pitch count. And this was back when the NFL was a run-heavy league. Tony Dorsett winds up in the Hall of Fame anyway. He has a 99-yard touchdown run, which was tied by plays for the Tennessee Titans, just moved. Derrick Henry, yeah. Trying to let you fill in the blank.
Yeah.
But he's a Hall of Famer. But Tom Landry told, and Tony Dorsett figured out later on, you know what? I have to thank Coach Landry because I might not have lasted this long if it wasn't for him. But he would never give him more than 22 carries.
Man.
In a run-driven league.
It's crazy to think how the league is really starting to shift this year back into that run-first league.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Think about it. Dawson even said quarterback touchdown passes are down this year all across the league. Not just with the Cowboys, all across the league. And what does Mike McCarthy like to call it? Complimentary football. Complimentary
football is winning football right now. And, I mean, you see it with Ezekiel Elliott yesterday. He had 92 yards, a touchdown on 16 carries. He's your leading rusher for the Cowboys. And
Tony Pollard had 60, by the way.
Yeah, and that's a good day. That's a good rushing day, if you ask me.
Yes, and by the way, complimentary football on the passing side of it, here's Dak Prescott overcoming 2 interceptions in one half for the second week in a row. But at the same time, CeeDee Lamb had over 100 yards receiving for the second time in 3 games. Mm-hmm. So it's like it's balancing all out. Now, we're not bringing up OBJ again until later in the show, but man, Tolo texted in and said, "Good morning. How about those one-handed catches CeeDee Lamb was doing with the OBJ?" And even Dak Prescott said, that should have been counted. I mean, they should have counted that. So I don't care where his feet was. And by the way, CD even said in the locker room after the game, he said, we're going to hear all this audio a little bit later in the show. So stay with us, Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on.
Mm-hmm.
CD even said after, man, I knew that catch was good. I took my helmet off.
That was the most bizarre announcement of a replay review. That referee teased us because
he teased that. You know what, Brad Sham? I'm listening to him in the first quarter. Brad broke it down. He said that referee crew throws more flags, and this is before the game was even good.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Be aware, they have thrown more flags on the Cowboys and the Giants this year than any other crew. You're going to see laundry all day long," and that's what happened. And like you said, he built up that hype. Everybody's thinking, it's good.
Yeah, no, and looking at it, it got to the point where his explanation was so weird that I had to pull up the rule book and start scrolling through it last night. But he goes up there, he says, the receiver had possession of the ball, maintained possession of 1 foot, had his heel inbounds, did this, that, and the other, but it's not a catch.
I mean, that crowd.
That crowd was roaring at the beginning of his announcement, and then he goes, the pass is incomplete.
And by the way, CD had another one where he caught on his ear like he's calling on the phone, right? And, he got shoved out of bounds. They were trying to call a PI if he hadn't caught it. Hell of a catch. In other words, OBJ, welcome to the club. This is what I do too.
Yeah, everyone's showing that they can have a little bit of OBJ somewhere inside of that mentality. We got a long way to go here in the 6 a.m. club. Alec Medford, Chris Arnold. And coming up next, let's get a little bit more into this Cowboy stuff. Play a little bit of that audio, get you a little bit set up for that 8 o'clock segment. Maybe do some Cowboys power rankings. Who had the best game yesterday? We'll get into that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ here for Diamond.
Going to hand the ball to Elliott, up the middle, smashing and dashing and walking the dog. Touchdown, Ezekiel Elliott.
Ah, yes, the resurgence of Ezekiel Elliott after his MCL injury is quite the beautiful thing to see. Cowboys get the win on Thanksgiving Day in honor of John Madden across the league, 28-20 over the New York Football Giants, as called by the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Alec Medford, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Ruben Portillo, and going to get into some Cowboys player power rankings here in just a sec.
And of course, you are in the 6 o'clock club
Yes,
on
sir.
a Black Friday. Tolos, this is a holiday weekend. I am shocked and impressed that all of you guys are letting us ride shotgun with you. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. Let us know what you got going on the rest of the day. Let us know how your Thursday Thanksgiving was. 817 says, good morning, fellas. It's your local gas guy here. Glad y'all are on. Hope you're having a good Thanksgiving, slinging that fuel. 940 says, UPS going strong. 254 says, trash man here. Been slinging trash since 2 o'clock this morning. You know what? I didn't leave my trash out yesterday. I think it was holiday. My trash is delivered on Mondays and Thursdays. So I'm assuming I'm going to have like all this Thanksgiving trash all the way through Monday or the weekend. Unfortunately, I keep it in the garage. I'm going to have to put it outside the house. I'm just going to have to because food gets old in the garage. The 804 in Virginia listening in says working all night in Richmond, Virginia. He sent that a whole bunch of times. The 817 says, listening from work here in Corpus Christi. Go Cowboys. Hashtag Tolo. 214 says, great to hear you, CA, on the radio this morning. Headed to work after working my 14th straight Cowboys game on Thanksgiving. And good luck, Alex, on your first day hosting a show on 105.3 The Fan.
I appreciate that.
Also, real quick, 903. Working tonight with body aches and a fever. I'm mass driving a truck. Call me Rock a lot. All right, Rock a lot. And Alex, appreciate you texting back to him. He said, I took a lot of vitamin C and I'm wearing, and he also took some horse medicine. Hope you feel better, dude. And by the way, one other quick shout out. Thank you to the 217 saying, I'm glad y'all talked about the CeeDee Lamb one-hand grabs. I think he was trying to recruit OBJ at that same time. Subconsciously, maybe, but just letting OBJ, you're not the only one that can do this one hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a whole crew of guys that are trying to show off and get the formerly known number 13 here in Dallas. We will get into his reported visit that is planned with the Dallas Cowboys here on the other side at the top of the hour.
Oh, by the way, we've got a whole lot more Tolos texting in.
Yeah, they are pouring in right now.
We are so impressed with y'all. We cannot thank you enough. And again, we will get more of your texts read on the other side, on the top of the hour, that particular segment, because we gotta show the love back, man.
Oh, yeah, we definitely do. We'll get into some of that here on the other side. And thank you for allowing me to be part of the 6 a.m. club. You guys are the true 6 a.m. club. I am invading in your space. Thanks for allowing me and CA to hop in for a day.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, RJ Choppy is probably asleep, getting that sleep in while he can. Sean Sharif is probably awake because his son is keeping him awake.
Oh, yeah.
And Peyton Russell is probably asleep because he can finally get some sleep in. And Bobby Belt, we're just going to wake his ass up later this morning.
Yeah.
And Bobby's probably awake anyway because Bobby never sleeps. He's always thinking about stuff. Look, I sat next to him in the press box yesterday, and he loves the Jonas Brothers. We might have to get into that in some CA stories. And by the way, I like the Jonas Brothers too. I got some CA stories confidential about the Jonas Brothers.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've met them a few times.
Ooh, that's going to come up at 8:20. See, I grew up on the Jonas Brothers
starting with Disney.
Yeah, being forced to listen to them because of my sister Brittany being obsessed with them when I was a little brother and had to go everywhere with the family. So I'm actually excited for that, but something's not adding up here. Bobby Belt hates on Taylor Swift, but
loves the Jonas Brothers.
Yeah, but he doesn't hate on the Jonas Brothers. Okay, we'll have to bully him about that later because I got questions, man. I got questions.
You got questions? Well, we're going to have to question Bobby about how he did not get his picture made with one of the Jonas Brothers because of an engineer.
That is disappointing.
It is. He was like, wait a minute. He's right here. Joe Jonas is right here.
And by the way, a great Owner's Box interview yesterday, Chrissy Scales with Joe Jonas on the official Dallas Cowboys
That was Bobby
pregame show.
Stalker's opportunity.
Yeah, opportunity, but hey, he did not swing, and I'm disappointed, Bobby. We're going to get into that later. But right here, we're going to do some Cowboys player power rankings. We're going to go over all of the best performances in yesterday's triumph over the New York Football Giants, a game that was a little bit closer than it should have been on the box score. The spread was ruined there in the last minute by the Giants. Thanks so much.
I don't worry about that. Take the win.
Hey, I just know that we have a degenerate that's usually on this show named RJ Choppy, so there are people in Tolos that are very invested in that.
RJ, make the donation to Peace-a-thon.
Just do it, man. Yeah, use that money the right way. And everyone listening,
match it. Do like when Mark Cuban gets fined, he matches it to charity. So RJ, when you lose money in Vegas, match it to the KNC Masterpiece Peace-a-thon.
Take your loss
and
match
get you an
it.
autographed picture or something.
Yeah, man. I don't know if you noticed this. We've got an autographed picture hanging in the studio now of Dan Orlovsky.
My God.
I don't know how that got there, but I love it. It's the most random thing in the studio here.
Well,
we got a lot of random
Sharif's
things
whipping
happening
boy.
here.
When he calls him in on the show, it's so funny. It's like, I cannot believe these takes from Dan Orlovsky. And by the way, I say whipping boy, they're friends. I mean, they all get along.
469, yeah, right. Blaming your sister for listening to the Jonas Brothers. I listened to their new album when it dropped in 2019. I'm not going to lie, and it was pretty solid. So I was glad they performed some new stuff yesterday.
I actually like Joe Jonas when he was with that one band and they did Cake by the Ocean.
Oh, yeah, DNCE, I think it was.
Yes, and I also like Nick Jonas when he was by himself in Jealous.
Yes, that song dominated for years.
So individually and together, they're pretty good.
Yeah,
and
very
the crowd went
group.
wild for it. We're going to get into that later in the show. I got some. Like I said, people say, Chris, you're 100 years old. How can you like the Jonas Brothers? Well, I just got a wide variety of taste. Sorry, I don't conveniently fit into your stereotype.
See, this fits into how young I am. I'm excited for that. That's at 8:20 if you're interested.
There'll be more too. I'm going to give you some Thanksgiving and Jonas Brothers.
Let's do it. Stories. Let's do it. So, Cowboys player power rankings. Who was the most impressive Cowboy on the field for you, Chris Arnold?
I'm going to say it was. It's so crazy because a lot of them had so many things to do. I'm going to say Micah Parsons.
Okay.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because he had double-digit sacks again. He had 2 sacks. And I think he now has 12 sacks for the entire season. And there's only he's like the 3rd NFL player to have at least 12 sacks his first 2 seasons. And I want to say one of them is Reggie White. And the other one is the 49er who came over here to the Cowboys on the defense when Mike McCarthy got the job during the pandemic. I forget his name. If you can think of it, 877-881-1053.
The coordinator or the player?
No, the player.
Oh.
He was a player, and he had been out of the league.
Alden Smith.
Alden Smith. It's Alden Smith and Reggie White, and
Yeah.
now Micah Parsons. And I think Micah Parsons kind of set the tone defensively. No, you're not going to scramble either. You're not going to run the ball because Danny Jones can run.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, you're not going to run, and we're going to kind of mess up your offensive scramble game plan. Now we know the Giants' offensive line was raggedy, banged up. Half of them didn't even start. You have backups there. But Micah kind of made sure everybody – and by the way, Micah's hurt too.
Yeah.
So I give Micah major props because I think a lot of people must have forgot.
I noticed yesterday he had one of those really large harnesses on his shoulder that he's rocking nowadays. So he's beat up. And I like your point about stopping the scramble and run game. The Giants' leading rusher, Saquon Barkley, 39 yards.
Yeah, that's telling you something.
Yeah, they shut down that run
This
game.
guy's the second leading rusher in the NFL.
Yeah. And, you talk about the run defense being the sore spot for the Dallas Cowboys. That's promising. Of course, the New York Giants might not be as good as their record. Say what you will. That's a good sign.
They're well coached.
They're very well coached, and that's why I thought they had a way to win. There was a path to victory for them yesterday because they were so well coached. The blitzes were well timed on the defense. The offensive play calling was good. They just weren't connecting.
Can we bring up this defensive blitzing by Wink Martindale real quick? Because Dak was talking about this on the podium. Bobby and I were watching the game with Broadus and Wooly Bully, Zach Wolchuk, in the press box. And Bobby kept saying, look at Dak. This is the first half, the second quarter. He keeps audibling. This whole drive, he is audibling down the field. Look at him. He's changing up his play. This is when they were dropping all these flags and stuff. It's like, what is Dak doing? He is not running the play that Kellen Moore is calling. After the game, Dak's on the podium, and he said, you would think, they were asking him about the blitz. He said that they don't have their regular defensive lineman. Wink Martindale keeps dialing up the blitz. And Dak said, that's why I kept audibling. We're like, I can't believe he's going to try to blitz. By the way, Dak is one of the best quarterbacks against the blitz. Yeah. You want to stymie Dak Prescott, just flood the secondary with 7 and 8 guys. That's when he won't throw the ball. But if you blitz him, he will make you pay. Well, he said, Wink Martindale, that's what he does. But he kept doing it with backup guys. So we had to take advantage of that.
Yeah, the Wink Martindale special is that zero blitz where he just has the pure secondary guarding man on man. Everyone else is rushing the quarterback. And it worked on a couple plays, but they got burned on a few. We're getting some texts in here about the best player on the field for the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. The 469 says Sam Williams is a man in all caps, and he is a grown man.
Let me tell you something. This rookie, I talked to him after the game in the locker room, and he was giving short answers because he was trying to catch up with his family, so we didn't ever run it. But I'm going to tell you something. He wants more snaps. He's not going to say it because he loves Dan Quinn, but he knows what he can do. And that's kind of a good sign. If you don't want a player, he knows his role. He knows, I'm just a rookie. I'm just here to do what I can do. He knows his spot on the totem pole. But this dude, I'm not going to say he's got Micah Parsons' skill set, but he wants to play because he knows what he can do. And it's not that he doesn't know the defense. He knows his role right now is, okay, I'm limited because just let me have it. I love football. Let me hit somebody.
And you mentioned the Micah Parsons comparison, not to mention they oddly look like they're brothers. If you've ever seen pictures of them side to side. I think my best player on the field, which actually, right as I say this, the 4-3 or 5-3-0, texting in, it was CeeDee Lamb.
Putting on a show.
He put on a show, and I think
100
honestly,
yards plus.
The numbers won't show it, but a close second for me, Michael Gallup. He is starting to finally come into his own.
63 yards first half.
63 yards in the first half, and they were aggressive catches. He was, dragging defenders with him after the catch. He's starting to look like the Michael Gallup that got paid in the offseason. He's starting to look like
even
what
Jerry
we love.
said that.
Yeah.
Even Jerry said, I'm glad we stuck with him and waited for him.
And it started in Minnesota because Dak is knowing, okay, he's got tight man coverage on him. I can put the ball up on the top shelf like I could with a tight end. He's going to extend and get it. And guess what? He's extending and making some circus catches that, they're not touchdown catches. They're not going to be on SportsCenter top 10 every morning, but they are imperative plays in the game.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And again, if people are saying, well, if OBJ can just get here, they can just sign him. He's coming to visit on a week from Monday, December the 5th. Those kind of grabs are showing you, yes, they've got talent to go with OBJ, but OBJ doesn't have to carry that room. Yeah. That wide receiver room is actually a little bit better than we thought. I will say this, the tight end room is a beast. All four of those guys, including the fourth one who plays, I can't even tell you his name off the top of my head because it's too early in the morning, but he plays special teams. They're all four always activated. They do a 3 tight end set called a 13 package all the time, and different Tolos are texting in. That's what remind me to say is 817 said, can we get a shout out for Hendershot and Ferguson, the Bash brothers? They're not the Bash brothers. Me and Ferguson become real tight. He did the Euro step touchdown a few weeks ago. And then he jumps over like Ezekiel Elliott. He hurdles a defender yesterday. Ferguson told me the name that they've named themselves are the 4 Horsemen. So if you're wondering about the tight end group and looking for a name, like the running back combo with Zeke and Pollard, they don't have a nickname. But the tight end group, they're calling themselves the 4 Horsemen. If you're a Tolo and you're awake and you're a Cowboys fan, you can be the first to say this because the beat writers don't even know this.
Dalton Schultz, Jake Ferguson, Peyton Hendershot, and Sean McEwen. Remember
there
the names. Remember
Number
the
84,
names.
Sean McEwen.
There are your Cowboys player power rankings. They're the best players on the field in yesterday's 28-20 victory over the New York Football Giants. And coming up next, we've got some of your 7 o'clock headlines here. We'll give some World Cup updates. Odell Beckham He's coming to town.
And we've got your text. Man, we cannot thank you enough for all these texts flying in. I'm just absolutely amazed. People are supposed to be off today, but you're not, and we're working too. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 10. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee.
That, my friends, is the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Alec Medford, Ruben Portillo on the ones and twos. We are in for Sean and RJ this morning on a Football Friday right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Dallas Cowboys football. Thank you for riding shotgun with us. The truckwreck.com text on 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and it is lighting up right now. Everyone showing us love here, showing up during the 6 a.m. club as we ride into the second hour of our program here. We are with you until 10 a.m., where we will give way to the K&C Masterpiece, who they're on location today. They are going to be at RJ Duke's card shop in McKinney.
Hey.
So go say hi to them if you're out and about doing your Black Friday shopping.
Most definitely. And by the way, appreciate all the Tolos. And we're going to get into all these different texts, people texting in. We're going to get into some more audio from the Cowboys game yesterday, talk about the other things in the world of sports. But also, yes, Alec and Ruben and I say, you know what, we're going to take some phone calls later in the show as well. So if you Tolo, please stick around because we're going to take some of your phone calls later in the show about the Dallas Cowboys as well. Right off the bat, let me just say this, 877-881-1053. I'm just impressed that people are out and about. It's rainy and drizzly, and it's cloudy. If you're headed to the airports, let us know if your flight's delayed. If you work at DFW or Love Field or wherever, because we got a lot of Tolos that like work at airports.
Yeah.
And we can't thank you enough for, Toloing while you work. Whistle while you work. Tolo while you work. We're going to go through these headlines, but the first headline we got to mention. Winston won the dog show.
Yeah, the annual dog show.
She said, what are you doing talking about the dog show? It only happens once a year.
Yeah.
And it was, what kind of dog is that?
It was a French bulldog.
I knew he looked familiar. It looked like a dog that Winston Churchill used to carry back in the 1940s or something. Those Frenchies are like real popular right now.
Yeah, it's the ultimate celebrity dog. And the crazy thing is, as popular as they are, that is the first time in the dog show's history that a French bulldog has won Best in Show.
How do you know so much about a French bulldog?
Because I own one.
Look at you.
Yeah, I adopted one. And
what's the dog's name?
His name is Finn.
Okay. Michael Finley?
I wish. He has kind of like a triple meaning. Finn from Star Wars, Finn from Adventure Time, because I watched cartoons growing up, and then Finn from, there's a wrestler named Finn Balor.
Oh, okay.
And, big wrestling fan growing up, still am. Shout out Kevin Gray, Kevin Hagelin, to all the boys that are marks like me. But, shout out to my dog Finn, because French Bulldogs are the ultimate celebrity dogs. Super popular, super expensive, by the way.
I heard a little bit about them because one of my kids wanted a French Bulldog. I heard they're not, they have to be artificially inseminated. That's how they're born.
And that's how we kick off your headlines right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Just saying.
Yeah, mark that, please.
They're not naturally created.
Oh boy, that woke me up. Okay,
make sure you're paying attention. By the way, this is Alex's first show quarterbacking. First time quarterbacking the show. I mean, he's been on shows before, board opping and co-host, but this is the Alec Medford show featuring Chris Arnold and Ruben Portillo and all the Tolos.
From the 702, super proud of you, LRM. If you were around when I was producing the Nosebleeds a lot in this past winter and whatnot, they dubbed me Little Red Medford. That's what LRM stands for. So 702, thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Keep those texts flowing in. Let us know what you're up to today, what shopping you're doing. Let us know how the Thanksgiving was, your thoughts on the Cowboy game, World Cup. If you got any thoughts on that, go ahead and send it in. USA trying to stay alive here, and a lot of crazy upsets going on, lots of unusual stuff. We'll get into that here in a minute. But starting off your headlines, Odell Beckham. He's been all over them. He's been all over the headlines for over a month now. He can't stay out of them. And, well, we're partly to blame because we keep talking about it, but for good reason. Odell Beckham, per Jay Glazer of Fox Sports, he's going to be visiting the Dallas Cowboys on December 5th, which is a week from Monday.
Yes, and the Cowboy players have been recruiting him. Stephen Jones has been recruiting him. Jerry Jones has been recruiting him. In fact, after the game, Dak Prescott's on the podium, and one of the reporters asked him, "Dak, are you still recruiting OBJ?"
He talked to him today?
Jerry Jones talked to him.
He's not stopping, which is good. I'm sure Jerry did a great job of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going to enjoy this bye weekend, maybe send a message or so, but I'm confident in the guys we have. As I've told you, it would help, obviously, having a guy like that, but we've got some great players in that locker room, some guys that are hungry, there's guys that want to make plays. Michael Gallup getting his feet back underneath him, Noah Brown, who's constantly reminding me, you know what I'm saying, his matchups, what he's got on the other side. I'm confident in the guys that we have in this locker room. Odell can definitely help us, but for me, it's about focusing on what I can control. I feel like I've let it be known that he could help, but I'm not going to sit here and, you know what I mean, continue my time. I'm focusing on what we have in this locker room and these guys and just making sure I control, and we continue to get better.
So that's the ultimate leader right there, keeping the locker room happy, making sure everybody knows we straight. We'd like to have him, but we straight.
Yeah.
We straight.
And, it's rare that you hear Dak freeze up at the podium.
Oh, yeah. He was like, what?
Yeah, he was like, yo.
He said Jerry was contacting him during the game?
Yeah, like, what are you doing? FaceTime
hilarious.
buddies now or something? But, yeah, to hear him freeze up, that's how you know he wasn't prepared for that. And Dak is Mr. Coach speak. He is he is team guy. So it's fun to hear him go, oh.
Yeah, now on Tuesday, I was up at the Star in the locker room. We were asking him about that again, and he actually elaborated more, saying that he has been texting OBJ over the last couple of weeks, both of them from Louisiana. But he also said, everybody in this locker room would love to have him here, and we want him here. He said, but there's business side of it too, and that's the part you can't control. So you can't just say, oh, we want him, and that's all it's going to take. Sometimes business gets in the way, which means Stephen Jones. You better be creative. You better come up with the package that OBJ will accept. And again, I was reminding this to Jared Sandler yesterday, and this is for Cowboy fans too, the ones that, team building is sport. You're not negotiating with another general manager. So it's not about his value. I was saying this to KG. I don't care where you say, well, I think he's only worth about $12 million at his age. You're talking about this man's ego to his face. He is the one deciding where he wants to go, not another general manager on a trade. So you have got to entice him. He's already thinking he's worth $20 million a year, like all these other wide receivers who don't have that glitz and repertoire and reputation, So he's seen the other receivers who are, in his mind, not as good as him. You can say all you want. He's coming off of 2 knee surgeries. He looked good against he looked good in the Super Bowl against Cincinnati, and he did, but we don't know what we're going to get. That has nothing to do with it. If you want him, you're negotiating with his ego. Keep that in mind. So if it doesn't happen, if Stephen Jones says, well, at the end of the day, he wanted too much and we got the salary cap, and that might be a fact because Stephen might be looking at it strictly as business. In OBJ's mind, this is about, okay, you stroke my ego. Not just recruit me, give me some cash. And for those who keep up with the salary cap, nowadays, it's a credit card swipe.
It's going to be such a tumultuous time and such an anxious time here the next few weeks as the Odell Beckham sweepstakes will eventually come to a close. Did see Ian Rappaport reporting yesterday that his likely next team was on the field yesterday at AT&T Stadium, Giants or Cowboys. But don't count out the Bills. According to multiple reports, they still have some contact with OBJ's camp, and that is absolutely a possibility should things fall through, you would think, in Dallas. And to your point, we've heard Brian Broaddus of the G-Bag Nation say for months now that if you want OBJ, you're going to have to recruit him. He's that kind of guy.
Exactly.
He's got, the ego, whether you think it's a positive or a negative thing, that's up for you to decide. But he's just a very emotional player. Mm-hmm. He wants that emotional commitment.
I think he married a field goal net one time.
Yeah.
On the sideline.
He fought one and then made up with one in the course of a few weeks. He's a very emotional guy. He wants that emotional commitment outside of financial commitment as well. It's not all about money. Of course, money is important, but he wants to go to a team that's gonna, appease him. He wants to go to a team that wants him, that's gonna use him, that's gonna show him this is home.
And so the Dallas Cowboys win the game against the Giants, which means they have a better chance of going to the Super Bowl than the Giants. But there's a couple other teams in the mix: San Francisco, Kansas City, and Buffalo. Even though Buffalo won yesterday against Detroit, the main guy that does the heavy recruiting to OBJ, he goes down. DeSoto's Von Miller got injured.
Yeah, Von Miller was carted off of the field early in the Buffalo Bills game yesterday, which, you know, like you said, DeSoto's own, really sad to see that. He's an easy guy to root for, but the Bills go over the Lions 28-25. He goes down with a knee injury.
Yeah, and he's going to do an MRI today. Right now they say at best it's a sprained knee. At worst, it could be any kind of knee damage you can think of. ACL. Just go down the list of knee injuries. It could be any of them, and we hope it's not, because Von Miller, he's become the heart and soul of that Buffalo defense, which was already good. He takes teams all the way to the Super Bowl. Ask Denver, ask the Rams, and he was heavily recruiting OBJ. No Von Miller, maybe no OBJ. I hope Von plays. In fact, I hope he's only out for a few weeks and comes back for the playoffs.
Yeah, Von has been integral in the recruiting of OBJ over there in Buffalo, so that not only a physical on the field loss, but maybe a moral loss there for the Bills. Ian Rappaport saying yesterday at Rap Sheet on Twitter, the initial diagnosis for Bill star Von Miller is a knee sprain. According to a source, it would be a good outcome, but no one has ruled out a more serious injury. There is some hope. As you said, he has an MRI today. So they're hopeful, but they're not ruling it out there for Von Miller. So hope that everything works out for him and the Bills. Obviously, very fun team to watch. Very great player to watch. So all the best going to Von Miller. And guess what, CA?
What's up?
It's time to open up the expressway. Why don't we do that? Coming up here on the other side, 35 minutes of commercial-free sports talk content for you on this Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into some Cowboys over and under reactions.
And a little college football and some Dallas Mavericks.
Some Dallas Mavericks, too. We're going to hear from the head coach of the Mavericks here coming up on the other side right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Looked like motion. Back goes Jones. Down goes Jones. Parsons beat the left tackle clean.
Oh, boy. Cowboys get the win 28-20 over the New York Football Giants. A very anxious game, it had you on the edge of your seat.
No,
you know?
I looked at it like this. And by the way, I'm Chris Arnold, Alec Medford, Ruben Portilla. We are in for the Sean Sharif, RJ, and Choppy show featuring Peyton Russell and Bobby Bell. Those boys will be back on Monday, and we might pop in Bobby a little bit later because Bobby's always working on Cowboy stuff. But you mentioned that game because it was kind of the first half. I was telling guys in the press box, this is a F around and find out game.
It really
Just keep
is.
on, because they're doing it to themselves.
Yeah,
I wasn't really that concerned because it wasn't like the Giants were doing stuff. They were taking advantage of Cowboys' mistakes.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, boy, the Giants are better than we thought they were. In other words, they weren't doing Green Bay stuff in the first half. We're like, wait a minute, Green Bay's acting tougher than we thought.
Yeah.
Even though the Cowboys went up by 14 in the fourth quarter against Green Bay. I wasn't worried about like that in the first half. I was like, the Cowboys need to just settle down.
See, and we were talking about this yesterday. It was you, Jared, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about it before we ended our show yesterday. You know, like Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and I said Cowboys lose because, Giants win because rather, nothing of their doing. It's what the Cowboys aren't doing.
Right.
And that first half was giving me flashbacks of the morning show yesterday where I was like, oh man, did I jinx this? Is it really going to be a loss because of your mistakes rather than the Giants stepping up to the competition? But nope, they pulled it out. 28-20 is the final. Cowboys are 8-3. Giants are 7-4. Cowboys are a game and a half back of the division lead now.
Look out the window. It is so foggy in North Texas, in
gross.
Dallas-Fort Worth. I don't know about the countryside, but in Dallas-Fort Worth, it is foggy and it is rainy, and the temperature's like mid-50s right now. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line. We're asking all the Tolos who've been with us all morning long. I've been shocked because this is like an off day for most people, but we got a whole lot of Tolos working. We got Tolos in line for Black Friday stuff. We got Tolos headed out to see the KNC Masterpiece. They're up in McKinney, right?
Yeah, they're going to be at RJ Duke's card shop in McKinney from 10 to 2. So go check them out while they are broadcasting live from 10 to 2. It'll be Kevin and Mike today. Corey is out enjoying a long weekend. So go say hi to the sports card nerds of the show at a sports card shop.
Yes. Now, we mentioned the Cowboys game, and the Cowboys game, the Giants had a bunch of injuries. The Cowboys had guys with a lot of the flu bug. Our lineups this weekend have been crazy because of health concerns, not protocols. But we're talking about Kevin Gray has the flu, full-blown flu. We don't know when he's going to be over that because he got it from his daughter, and she was out of school and the whole 9 yards, pre-K and all that. Will Chambers goes to the hospital because he has acute bronchitis.
Yeah.
He thought he had the C word. Basically protocols. That would be COVID. Nobody calls it COVID anymore. So who's coming on after KNC? Have you heard?
I've not heard. As of right now, it's Bobby Belt and Will Chambers. So maybe we'll get an update.
Maybe
during the
Will
show.
is out of the hospital with acute. No, you know what I heard? I'm sorry. Bobby told me this yesterday at the Cowboys game.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby's going to be on, and Will is going to Zoom it. Just like the COVID days, just during the pandemic, how different radio shows, not just at this station, but all over America, they were broadcasting from home, working from home. So Will be working from home this afternoon. So your lineups are me, you, and Ruben, followed by the KNC Masterpiece, Sans Corey. Then you've got the Will Chambers, Bobby Belt extravaganza.
It's a loaded day of sports here on a Football Friday right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And this is the Expressway.
And this is the Expressway. We're kicking off 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content right here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to start it off with some football talk because I have some Cowboys over and under reactions. You're going to tell me, and the Tolos out there, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Play along with us and let us know what you're thinking here. I have a few topics, some based off of yesterday's game, some kind of based off of the culmination of the whole season up to this point. You're going to tell me either overreaction or underreaction. So basically fact or fiction. What do you think? We're going to start off kind of based on yesterday, we talked about it in the previous segment. The run defense is starting to improve. So, overreaction, underreaction. The run defense is finally being fixed.
I know it's a work in process, so I'm not going to say it is fixed, but it is being fixed. If you hold Saquon Barkley to under 50 yards, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I think they're doing some things. Now, that might also have something to do with the New York Giants' raggedy offensive line with backups playing most of those starting positions. But at the same time, I'm not saying it's fixed permanently because they're not built that way. The Cowboys, they're just not built that way. They're built to sack quarterbacks. And until they have some guys that are run stoppers, now they got some guys in the middle there that can stop the run a little bit. Hankins.
Yeah, Jonathan Hankins, who they acquired from the Vegas Raiders.
He's big butt run stopper, but that's not where the guys have been running. These runs on these other teams have been around the edges. And Philadelphia on Christmas Eve is going to tell all. But at the same time, I would say they're doing better. I'm not going to say it's fixed. I'm going to say they're doing better.
Okay, yeah, I would say overreaction. I think it's small sample size so far. You really
stringing something together.
Yeah, you got to string a few of these things together. I mean, you saw early success against the Vikings, shutting down the run, but I think you could also point that towards the Vikings feeling like they had to do too much in the pass game. It felt like they were putting the ball in Kirk Cousins' hands a little bit too much. Feeling like they had to use their receivers when really Cowboys have one main weakness on defense, and it's the run game. They didn't attack that weakness. And then, we talked about it earlier that Daniel Jones is a dynamic threat. He's a dynamic athlete. He might not be the best passer in the world. He's got a good deep ball, but he can run. And Saquon Barkley, he's leading the league in rushing up to this point. So shutting him down is really a good start if you can string together some more success. And guess who you have coming up next?
The Colts.
You have the Colts. And guess who they have?
Jonathan
Taylor and the Fighting Jeff Saturdays are going to come to AT&T Stadium. But, that's a hopeless team, but they've got a really premium running back there that really doesn't matter what their record says. They got a good player that can go off at any time. So if you can shut him down, that's when I'm going to feel a little bit more better about this run defense.
What's your next one?
Next question, Cowboys overreaction, underreaction. Ezekiel Elliott had 93 rushing yards, 1 touchdown. Pretty solid game. Outperformed Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard definitely had those chunk plays, those juice plays, a couple first downs, imperative plays. But overreaction or not,
I'm going to say
the team is better with Zeke on the field.
I think they're better than with Tony Pollard. Is that what you're saying?
No, the team is just a better team when Zeke is playing.
When he's playing well.
When he's playing, period. I'm not going to say playing well. I think that's too easy.
Okay, you know what? Don't let me answer the question because I think they are, but nobody wants to hear my opinion of it. Dak Prescott, I asked him while he was on the podium yesterday about watching some vintage Zeke. We got some vintage Zeke with those 92 yards. Dak Prescott elaborated why Zeke is more important than just a 92-yard performance that reminded us of like Zeke from a couple of years ago.
I mean, that's Zeke, vintage or not. I mean, to me, that's Zeke every week. A guy that'll do anything that he needs to do to help this team win, whether it's pass protection, whether it's running, whether it's the dirty work, being physical. I saw a quote, Zach Martin said he's the epitome of this team, and I definitely believe that. Just with his physical play style, his willingness to do anything. He's a brother of mine, obviously blessed to come in and be with him these last 7 years. I joked with him later in the game and said, you got Ferg jumping over people, man. You're an inspiration to guys. And he laughed. I'm like, we're 7 deep. You know what I'm saying? You should take that as a compliment. So he's no surprise when Zeke does Zeke things.
See, this is what's wild. It's kind of like people are underestimating what Ezekiel Elliott brings to the team based on his carries, based upon how many yards he's getting, based on the fact that he doesn't have that same burst. It reminds me of back in the 90s. This is for reference because I cannot tell you enough how so many reporters and fans, because they would read what the reporters wrote or what they heard on the radio or saw on television, they would say, whose team is this? Is this Troy Aikman's team? No, it's Emmitt Smith's team. They go back and forth, Troy and Emmitt. And I said, this is Michael Irvin's team. They're like, there's no wide receiver that can be a dominant. No, it's Troy Aikman's team. He's the quarterback. No, it's Emmitt Smith. He's the greatest weapon in sports because running game back then. I was like, it's Michael Irvin's team. His personality. He's the go-to guy. He fires up the locker. See, now fans, they see Michael on TV talking all the time. So now you know how Michael's dominant personality, he made the whole thing go. So you don't know what Zeke does in that locker room. You don't know. All you know is, well, he carries the ball, and he seems like an engaging guy. He's a fun guy. You see on Hard Knocks, he's like a big puppy. This guy is the epitome. Zach Martin said it. Not Dak. Zach Martin, who everybody respects, right? He said Ezekiel Elliott is the epitome of this team. So my answer is no, that's not hyperbole. What's the question? Is it
overreaction or underreaction? Yeah, that the team is better while Zeke is playing.
They are better while Zeke is playing, and which is why he played with one leg most of the year last year.
Yeah, and
one leg is Zeke because they had to have it.
I think the balance that you're starting to see this offense, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy produce with Zeke and Tony Pollard. They're starting to find that healthy medium.
Hold on a second. We got a couple of Tolos here. Said, come on, CA. Of course, Dak said that on the podium. 817. Dak had to say that about Zeke. That wasn't Dak saying that about Zeke. He was quoting Zach Martin, who does not have to say a word, and generally doesn't.
Yeah, he usually doesn't.
What it is sometimes people they want to double down on their opinion, and what Dak is telling people are facts. What Zach Martin was saying was facts. Everybody else has an opinion, and they want to double down on their opinion, and they're not in that locker room. So, again, I gave the example of Michael Irvin because in the 1990s, nobody wanted to believe it, that a wide receiver could have that kind of a personality where he could dominate a team and fire them up and lift them even when Jimmy was gone.
Yeah, there's definitely an aura around Zeke.
Yes, and the 817 says, please don't overpay next year. I personally think that Zeke might, based on what I know about him, because I know him pretty good from the Ohio State days, he may take a pay cut. Just like a lot of people didn't think Sean Lee would take a pay cut. They just basically said, oh, Sean Lee's gone. He's not any good anymore, and he's not going to, because he's making too much money. Sean Lee shocked the world and took a pay cut. Ezekiel Elliott could do that because he knows at his age and how many miles on his body what he's bringing to the table. It has nothing to do with the salary cap. It's about, you know what, we love you to death. We still want you here. And wherever you go, you're not going to get paid that kind of money.
See, and that would set up a perfect opportunity for you to make a run at keeping Tony Pollard, which if you're interested in that number, what that would look like, I think your best avenue is going to be franchise tagging Tony Pollard. That's going to cost you about $12.6 million next year. So if you can maneuver that, if you can get Zeke to move some money, or if you can get him to take a pay cut, it's doable. You could keep that tandem going. And the 817 says Zeke has no breakaway speed. Tony Pollard does. And that's a fact at this point in their careers. And here's the other thing about it. Don't even go by what I'm saying about this. I'm going to quote Jimmy Johnson for you. Jimmy Johnson on these airways with Sean and RJ explained why you have Zeke and Tony Pollard together. Ezekiel Elliott wears the defenses down, and their bodies are preparing for Zeke, and then all of a sudden Tony Pollard comes in there with a different gear. And you saw in the game today, they're on the goal line. Tony Pollard couldn't punch it in. He doesn't get the dirty yards. Somebody has to do that part. What you're liking is, if you're a Cowboys fan, is you're smart enough to utilize both. You're not saying either or, and the fact that Ezekiel Elliott looks at Tony Pollard as his little brother, his buddy on the team, as opposed to, this guy's trying to take my job. Fans think that way. Not all fans, but the few who just insist on Tony Pollard or bust. Utilize both while you can. Not the expense of one or the other. And the fact that Ezekiel Elliott says, yeah, let Tony carry the ball. I understand the big picture. Let's win the damn Super Bowl if we can. See, and it goes to the 817's point. The starting running back doesn't matter at this point.
Doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. Who starts the game? You know, they're going to end up at this point in the season. They've found this sort of symmetry in their workload that is keeping both of them on the field, keeping both of them healthy, and you're getting production. You know, Tony Pollard getting you the chunk plays. He's helping you move downfield. He's helping you convert 2nd and 13s. He's helping you get those 3rd and 7s. And then when you get to the red zone, Zeke goes in and he finishes the job.
And Tony Pollard can do things catching the ball more. I mean, he's more of a weapon catching the ball than Zeke would ever be. And Zeke, when he was a rookie, caught the ball here and there. Bottom line is Tony Pollard can do a lot of different things, and he catches the ball so well. He told me back when he was in college, he was playing tight end. He's playing tight end at Memphis and in high school.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he played a lot of slot at Memphis too, so he's got to be respected as a receiver, as a threat out of the backfield, and he's starting to show that, and that's why you just keep rolling with, this split load. It's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Next, over or under reaction. Dallas Cowboys over under reaction. The Cowboys are 4-1 since Dak returned in Week 7. And Ed Werder, ESPN, says they're averaging an NFL best 33.8 points per game in that span. All the other teams under them, the next 3 teams in points per game since Week 7, are all AFC teams. Not a single NFC team is clearing them in points per game.
Can I break some hearts?
Go for it.
Shots fired to all the fans who want Cooper Rush.
Yeah. That was such a tired conversation already, but there you go. That's all you need.
I'm just trying to say.
That's
the backup quarterback always gets a lot of love. I'm going to give Cooper Rush for being a great backup quarterback. He's going to get paid Chase Daniels kind of money. Mm-hmm. Props to him for holding it down, but he didn't win those games. The Cowboys defense won those games. Cooper Rush didn't mess it up.
Yeah, he's
a solid backup quarterback. And you want a guy who can step in and keep things going for a couple of games. He's not going to finish a whole season and win a bunch of games in a row for you.
He's set for life now.
That's what I'm saying.
Good for him.
I ain't mad at it. I'm so happy for him because he's proven he's worth being paid as a great backup quarterback, and any team will pay him good money because he knows what he's supposed to do. He's not going to lift you, but he's not going to screw it up. And by the way, to show you that they kind of dumbed it down for him, not like dumbing it down, but made it uncomplicated for him. He had the second fastest release in the NFL behind Tom Brady because he was not going through his progressions. He was not going through his reads. This past Sunday, when Dak threw that 60-something yard pass to Tony Pollard and took it to the house, Jerry Jones even talked about it on this show, or maybe it was on KNC Masterpiece. They looked at the tape. Dak Prescott, that was his 5th choice, and he believed in it enough to do it. In other words, Dak went through his reads. The offensive line protected him enough, and Tony Pollard was able to make a big play because he could do that. Cooper Rush can't. So what was your overreaction, underreaction?
This will be the second to last one. The Cowboys are a top 3 team in the NFC. Over or under reaction?
The best one it'd be Philadelphia, and they've proven it. The second best one, they're better than Minnesota because they proved that it wasn't like the Buffalo-Minnesota game where it was whoever had the ball last one and it went into overtime. Mm-hmm. This was a resounding spanking in their building. So they're better than Minnesota. So forget the record. It's not about the best record. It's the best team. I'm going to say third, and I can believe that because quiet as it's kept, the most dangerous team in the NFC is not Tampa Bay with Tom Brady. It is San Francisco. Because they retooled San Francisco, who retooled when they got the running back from Carolina.
Christian McCaffrey.
Dude, don't let him get OBJ.
Oh,
dude, yeah. They were banged up defensively to start the year, which is why they started off kind of slow. And then, they also had Trey, the quarterback.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance. And then they brought back Jimmy G, who knows how to quarterback it. I'm not saying he's some great quarterback, but he knows the system. Yeah. And he handles it. That team's a dangerous team. You do not want nobody, not just the Cowboys, nobody wants to see that team in the playoffs. So I would say number 3. That's not an overreaction.
I think it's just so weird to me that it took a lot of people this long to realize the 49ers had it like that. It took them beating the Cardinals, for people to wake up. I noticed it a few weeks ago. As soon as they got McCaffrey, I was like, that's a dark horse team. If they're a wild card team, they're going to upset people. So that's a team that I'm definitely worried about. Final one here, Cowboys over underreaction. This is spurred actually from a text that we got. See the 817 making mention of Dak's play. And we saw some blemishes yesterday. So over or underreaction, Cowboys' offensive turnovers are going to be the death of them this season.
That is not an overreaction. They had 13 yesterday for 80-some yards, I think. 86 yards.
For turnovers, not penalties.
Oh, turnovers. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about penalties, too.
The penalties were an issue, though.
And they're number 2 in the league this year. Last year, they were number 1.
Yeah.
And I thought they kind of cleaned that up a little bit. But no, I think that's an overreaction on turnovers because they've overcome turnovers. Dak, 2 interceptions in each. And by the way, Dak hadn't thrown that many interceptions until these last couple of games.
Yeah.
And he's really turnover adverse, which is why he wasn't thrown into coverages last year. Because that's why Amari Cooper, even though he ran perfect routes, he wasn't thrown into coverages because he hates creating turnovers. So I don't think turnovers is going to be a problem. And Zeke and Tony Pollard are not known to fumble.
See, I do think it's an overreaction as well for now. I think once you get towards, the January part of the season, that's when you can start to worry about it because my only fear in the turnover department is that good teams, playoff teams, aren't going to let you overcome turnovers. They're going to capitalize on those mistakes like the Giants did yesterday. They scored off of a few turnovers, but obviously they didn't do anything on their own. Good teams are going to score on their own, and they're going to capitalize on those turnovers and just make that gap too big to overcome. So that is when I would start to worry. But right now, as we stand on November 25th, I think it is an overreaction. But some good interaction here on the truckwreck.com text line. Thanks for tuning in and getting involved on the conversation there.
Yeah, in fact, we want to give you all a couple of shout-outs here. Let me start with this one right here. 702, super proud of you, LMR. That was you again, right? What's
Yes,
this
sir.
LMR again?
LRM, Little
LRM.
Red Mid.
That's right, Little Red Mid. And also, let's see, we got a Tolo text. In all caps, this is CA. I got invited to a barbecue yesterday, but it was hot dogs and burgers.
Oh.
WTF. That was not a barbecue. Don't let me get started again, but that is a cookout. I have nothing against cookouts, but don't tell me you're having a barbecue and all you've got is stuff off the grill that's hot dogs and hamburgers. That's a cookout. Just tell me it's a cookout, and then surprise me if you actually have some brisket or you have, some ribs or something that's real barbecue. And by the way, shout out again. I got a turkey. The guy that does all the barbecue for the Cowboys out in Oxnard, his name is Kevin Bledsoe. He's Bledsoe's Barbecue in L.A. He's from Texas, moved to L.A., opened up some barbecue places, moved back to Cedar Hill. Thanks for the turkey. That turkey was moist. It was smoked. It was delicious. It was not dry. Thanks, Bledsoe's Barbecue out in California.
Smoked turkey has quickly climbed up my rankings and just favorite foods in general.
Mm-hmm. You know what's better than smoked turkey?
Fried
turkey, deep fried turkey, and they inject it with that seasoning with that big old needle. Looks like a Frankenstein movie. I don't know how to do it, but I love some fried turkey, and it's not like fried chicken. For anybody thinking fried chicken, no, it's not like that. It looks just like a regular old turkey, but it's just moist. It's like buttery moist, and it's got these seasonings in it. Oh, it's just delicious.
I've not been blessed by the graces of fried turkey yet, but maybe that'll be on the agenda for next holiday season because that does sound amazing.
Should we talk a little college football real quick?
Yeah, we got some college football action going on today, actually. The end of the college football season. The schedule always gets so weird, and I always forget about it. I never keep up with it the way I should. I totally forgot Texas was playing today. Texas Longhorns, number 24 in the country. They somehow they snuck back into the top 25. And they are holding on to it for dear life as they face the Baylor Bears. That is in Austin today. Actually, here in a few hours at 11 a.m., early kick.
You know what? They kind of replaced the A&M UT game, which was always the day after Thanksgiving. Of course, A&M went off to the Southeast Conference.
Yeah.
And now Texas and Oklahoma are following them. I can't wait for Texas and A&M to play again and resume their rivalry. But at the same time, Baylor and UT, Baylor has owned UT for quite a bit, and that rivalry up and down I-35 is also a good matchup. Always.
Yeah, and Baylor, no matter the record, it always seems like they're one of those sneaky teams that has a chance, and especially with how inconsistent Texas has been. The quarterback play there has been the story of the season for me. Quinn Ewers, after coming off an injury, just hadn't looked like himself. That's a game that's not a gimme. Obviously,
exactly.
If I had to put money on it, I'm taking Texas. But I'm not confident in that at all.
You shouldn't be, because Baylor gave TCU hell and feel like they should have won that game.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, I mean, they still want to go to a New Year's Eve bowl.
You know that field goal that TCU kicked, the fire drill?
The
That
bazooka.
replay,
The bazooka.
It replays in my head at least once a day. Just because watching that here in studio with Will, that was the craziest thing I've seen in a while.
Well, here's what's so wild. They practice that every Thursday, which is one of the reasons they were able to execute it like that. It was a miracle that it went in. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh, yeah, it was supposed to go in. You never know on a kick. Brett Maher on his last kick yesterday, he thought that was good. Everybody thought he's been having a hell of a year. He made a 60 in Minnesota, but he didn't make the gimme yesterday at AT&T Stadium in a closed dome. So anything can happen. But props to TCU and Sonny Dykes, because literally they had been working on that bazooka play every Thursday all season long, and they were able to execute.
It's amazing how much thought and preparation goes into these games for them to know exactly what to do and how to do it in that situation. And the fact that they executed it so perfectly, I would have caved under the pressure. So props to everyone involved. That was just beautiful to watch. More action today. You have Cincinnati and their fall from grace going against Tulane.
Not fall from grace, back to reality.
Yeah, back to reality.
Because they made it to the college football playoff, and that has never been done by that program or a team that's not one of the Power 5 schools, so to speak. And they did it, so now they're just back to reality. They're not having a losing record.
Yeah, so it's still a top 25 matchup there, number 19 versus number 21 in Cincinnati. Tulane, for my money, some of the best uniforms and some of the best logos and helmets and everything. The combinations that they put together. I just love watching Tulane games because the colors are wild.
Yeah.
That's why I watch Tulane football. I'm sorry that I'm such a casual when it comes to that, but oh well. UNC is hosting NC State today at 2:30. Yeah, Mac Brown action there, number 18 UNC. Looking to hold on into the top 25. That's a 2:30 kick. UCLA against Cal. Got some West Coast action there. 3:30. Yeah, number 17. I always forget that Chip Kelly is still coaching. He has fallen off of the face of relevancy
since
for me.
Since he left the Eagles.
Yeah.
Well, he's better in college football.
Oh, yeah. Like, he's got a number 17 ranked program over there.
They had a shootout against USC, but Lincoln Riley won. So Chip Kelly, UCLA is happy with Chip Kelly.
Yeah. No, his teams are always surprisingly fun to watch when I remember he exists. So that'll be a fun one. Florida State is hosting Florida at 6:30 tonight. And then we got a triple header right here on 105.3 The Fan tomorrow. It's a loaded day of college football for you on Saturday. It will be CA and to be announced, hopefully Kevin Gray.
It may be me and you again.
But it might be myself and CA tomorrow again from 9 to 10:30.
I hope Kevin Gray gets to feeling better. But
yes, sir.
If not, put it like this. It's either going to be me and you or me and you and Kevin Gray, because you'll be on the board.
Yeah, so I'll be here regardless. But 9 to 10:30, short show leading into Michigan at Ohio State. A gargantuan matchup, number 2 versus number 3. At Ohio State, should be a beat 'em down on, as Kevin Gray would say, on Michigan.
Beat 'em down.
Got to beat 'em down. Iron Bowl action. Yeah, we got at 2:30, we will be carrying the Iron Bowl Auburn at Alabama. So keep it locked on 105.3 The Fan, because guess what? At 6:30, following that game, LSU at Texas A&M, 6:30 pregame, and you will be off and running there a full slate of college football action on 105.3 The Fan.
Also tomorrow night, Dallas Mavericks back in action.
Oh, yeah.
After the beat them down
in
Boston against the Celtics. Celtics, the best team in the NBA, and they proved it. The Mavericks, by the way, went into that game winning 4 straight games, but Luka, he had his 4th 40-point game. He had 42 points, 44th this season. That's to show you how strong his start has been. Remember, if Luka had started off stronger last year, maybe he would have been the MVP. And he said, I'm going to make sure that I'm in the MVP conversation. So he started off strong. His 4th 40-point game this season, and it's not even December yet. He had 42 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds. And Christian Wood had 27 points and 13 rebounds. And after the game, Jason Kidd explained why you haven't seen more of Christian Wood. And we've been talking about this. He wanted him to learn the defense. He also, and he, was maddening for Maverick fans is, why have they been losing some of these games to teams that they're supposed to beat, like the Rockets, like the depleted Denver Nuggets? That's what's driving Maverick fans crazy. The Mavericks fans are right. in the Mavericks record, if they just played the games like they're supposed to, they should have a record. If they beat the teams that they're supposed to have beaten, they should have a record like the Boston Celtics. They really should. They were 7-3 at one point in their last 10 games. They should have easily been 10-0. Jason Kidd talked about after the game that they've been looking at rotations, that the coaching staff look at games in 10-game chunks and 25-game chunks, but more importantly, they look at the entire season as a dress rehearsal for the playoffs. In other words, the entire coaching staff has to know not only the analytics of their players, which combinations work best, which rotations work best, which matchups against various teams work best, and that's what they're doing. So unfortunately for the fans, this is not some veteran team. They're all set. They're locked and loaded like Boston that went through the finals. They got their starting five. They know who they've got. They're adding players. But he did mention this. What everybody's been waiting for is to see Christian Wood start. He said it could happen tomorrow night.
What I loved about Luka, tonight, he kept leading. He kept talking in the huddle, to keep believing, keep trusting one another. And those guys that are on the floor did that. It wasn't pretty, but Luka kept us in the game, and C. Wood did a great job too. His minutes and also just performing on both ends.
Well, and he and Luka were on the court virtually most of the fourth quarter. How effective do you think they were in tandem?
Well, they probably scored all the points. You look at what they did. They have a great connection. They did a good job against considered one of the best teams in the league. So hopefully we can grow from this, and we can have those two out there in Toronto.
In Toronto, that is tomorrow night. They will play the Milwaukee Bucks, who are like 12-5 on Sunday. And then they come back home to the American Airlines Center on Tuesday, where they take on the defending world champion Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. Of course, the Warriors knocked the Mavericks out of the Western Conference Finals in 5 games. So the Mavericks, again, they're not where they're going to be. And you hate to say the phrase trust the process, but I think Jason Kidd and his coaching staff have earned the right to be trusted until it falls apart. And what they're looking at now, just to give you some comparison here, a year ago, what do you think the Mavericks record was? A year ago in November at the same date.
I remember it wasn't amazing.
Exactly. And this was a coaching staff that a lot of people say, oh, Jason Kidd doesn't need to be the coach. He didn't know what he's doing. He's getting fired everywhere he goes. And then guess what? In January, everything clicked, and they wound up with the 7th best defense in the entire NBA, the number 2 best defense in the NBA since January, behind only the Boston Celtics. They make it to the Western Conference Finals. So you got to allow them the opportunity to do what they do, because at this time last year, they were actually 10-7. Right now, they're 9-8. But again, the Maverick fans have a right to be all upset because you've lost to Houston. Mm-hmm. Who only won 2 games at that point. You've lost to the depleted Denver Nuggets. You beat them 1 game, and then the second game, how the hell you lose that game? And I'm going to tell you the truth. What the hell was Luka doing jacking up a 3 when all you needed was a layup or a shot to win the game, down by 1 point? You should have beaten Washington without Porzingis and Beal. You should have beaten Orlando without the number 1 pick in the draft. You should have beaten New Orleans without Zion and Brandon Ingram. You should have beaten the Phoenix Suns. They were up by 22 points. Literally, the Mavericks should, if they beat the teams they're quote-unquote supposed to beat, they should have the same record as the Boston Celtics or the Milwaukee Bucks. But they haven't, because coaches are looking at stuff. At the same time, the West is wide open. Yeah. It is completely wide open. The Mavericks know that they need a third ball handler. Front office isn't playing dumb and saying, we're set. We like what we got. We're stuck. We can't do anything. Behind the scenes, they're looking under every rock to make it happen. And for those who don't know, you can blame Kevin Durant for why they did not get Goran Dragic signed. You say, what does Kevin Durant have to do with this? Everybody knew they were going to sign Goran Dragic. You saw him playing together with Luka in the summertime Eurobasket. They've been knowing each other forever. If you've been keeping up with Dragic in Chicago, you know he's still real good, even though he's 30-something years old, 35 years old. Kevin Durant said he wanted to be traded to Phoenix or Miami. It takes more than 2 teams to make a deal like that happen. It takes 3 or 4 teams. And the Mavericks were in the mix of teams to facilitate that trade. They weren't going to get KD, but to make things match up, they were going to get a third ball handler who was better than Goran Dragic. And they told Dragic, according to my sources, Dragic, if we get this guy, the best you could possibly be is just coming off the bench and basically getting, those Trey Burke minutes. And that's why he said, I got to go to Chicago. Because last year, Toronto held me hostage for half the season. I'm old. I want to play. And he went to Chicago. And that's why Luka wasn't mad. They share the same agent, Bill Duffy. The bottom line is KD, that deal didn't happen. And the Mavericks didn't get that third ball handler. And now they got Fuka.
This is why he is a 3-time Hall of Famer. He's got all the stories. He's got all the scoops for you on the Dallas Mavericks. They visit the Toronto Raptors tomorrow at 4 p.m. will be the tip-off. So if you're not locked on to 105.3 The Fan, listening to all the college football action, you got it running in the background, you need something to watch, the Mavericks will be in action. They got a tough stretch here. Got the Bucks afterwards on Sunday. So plenty to keep your eyes peeled for with the Dallas Mavericks.
But a lot of sports this weekend.
Yeah, but coming up next, we kick off the third hour of our program here by going inside the locker room with the Dallas Cowboys. We get all of the reaction and all the stories in their own words from the Cowboys locker room after their win over the Giants yesterday. That's coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee!
Yes, sir. 2 more hours to go right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
My name is Alec Medford. Ruben Portillo on the 1s and 2s. And you, the Tolo, turn it on, leave it on, listener right here on 105.3 The Fan, the truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, coming up at 8:20 right here on the other side. CA Stories Confidential. We're going to talk about some Thanksgiving stuff and some Jonas Brothers.
Yes, a little turkey and Jonas Brothers. Jonas Brothers performed at halftime yesterday. Got some Jonas Brothers encounters and more next.
Wow. All right. That's going to be a fun one because I grew up with them. So that's showing my age here or lack thereof.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then at 9:20, we will be joined by DallasCowboys.com's Nick Eatman. So we will chat with him about the Cowboys' victory yesterday. But how about we chat about it right now and hear in their own words as we go inside the Cowboys locker room. And the Cowboys get the 28-20 victory over the New York Football Giants. It was a tumultuous first half, but they get the job done. They kind of opened things up. Halftime adjustments came into play, started to look good in the second half, and it paid off.
In fact, it paid off so well. That's what everybody was asking Jerry Jones about when he was standing outside of the locker room, overcoming the adversity that the Giants let's keep it real, that they did to themselves.
Well, I think it's encouraging. It really is. Those are good teams we're playing, and so that is encouraging. And we should build on that. That should encourage us. And we've got a little time off here. Our food bug will kind of be hopefully taken care of during that time. But still, these 2 wins really, not to take anything away from the day, but these 2 past wins have really put some base under us to really go from here. I think we got out here pretty healthy, and that's going to be good as we go forward.
Yeah, it is encouraging to get 2 solid wins over, 2 solid teams there on paper.
Let's put it like this. Now, I'm going to keep it simple for Cowboy fans. The team went 12-5 last year, including the loss the Sunday before Thanksgiving at Kansas City and the loss on Thanksgiving against the Raiders. Same officiating crew. Brad Sham kept saying, watch these guys. They're going to throw a lot of laundry around. They throw a lot of laundry against the Cowboys and the Giants all season long, and they threw a lot of laundry too. So nobody blamed the referees on all these penalties. It was a very mistake game with a lot of injured players, backup players who had the flu out there playing. So it wasn't crisp, but you take these wins, especially against NFC teams who could wind up in the playoffs.
Absolutely. You look on paper, these teams are playoff teams.
Exactly.
Season ends right now. These teams are in the playoffs. They're, well established. Minnesota, their point differential after the Cowboy game was a +1. So they were narrowly getting out of these games, but you found a way to upset that point differential there and get a nice win. And then against the Giants, you get, the late touchdown by the Giants didn't really help, but on it, the box score is going to look a little bit. Yeah, the gamblers were mad. Vegas was mad, but box score is a little bit closer than it really was in the second half. Cowboys kind of pulled away there, just let up at the end when it didn't really matter in garbage time. But
you know what? The referees also took away a touchdown. How come CeeDee Lamb looking like OBJ yesterday? Not just 1, but 2 one-handed incredible grabs in the whole 9 yards. I think we got CeeDee Lamb and his ganger talking about the one-handed grabs and if he thought his catch was good.
To be honest, I've been getting held all night. They're holding one arm, and I understood that, and it was the same arm, the left one. So I only have my right hand. I just got to start using it.
Yeah, they were asking him, just going to catch everything with one hand now? And he was like, well, I had to because I was getting held every target. And it was true. He was getting hooked on it pretty much every pass.
Exactly. CeeDee also talked about this, cut number 9. CeeDee was also talking about winning 2 of 3, especially on a short week. In other words, they played like 3 games in 10 days, something like that. He talked about that.
Obviously, we'd rather go 3 for 3, but, and the reality is we're 2 for 3, and understanding that the short week was probably the most problematic, understanding that we were traveling at first, practice, bodies, and as you said, sick guys just dropping, but understanding that we're prepared for anything, we're ready for whatever, and guys has to step up. It's crucial.
Speaking of stepping up, y'all know good and well that was some vintage Ezekiel Elliott you saw yesterday. What do you have, 92 yards and a touchdown?
Yeah, that's the exact stat line. Zeke was great. He was averaging almost 6 yards a carry for people that love that stat, which I think really doesn't matter all that much. Hate me if you want. On 16 carries, he had a pretty efficient day.
Yeah, and Tony Pollard had 60 yards carrying. So they had that complementary football going with the passing and the running attack. I talked to Zeke after the game about all of that, including the guacamole game that the tight ends were playing in the kettle.
Zeke, I don't know if it was the offensive line or if it was your burst, but it seemed like the running game was on point from start to finish.
I think it's a combination of everything, man. We had a great plan. Kellen and Coach Philman put together a great plan. O-line did a hell of a job executing the plan. And, even on one of them plays, I got a little extra help from my quarterback, man. That's funny. He's been telling me the past couple of weeks, he's like, yeah, on that play, you bring it all the way back. There's you got a lead blocker in me. So I held him up to that today.
He's feeling good. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Dak has now beaten the Giants 10 straight times, tying Rodgers' stop out.
Wow. It make a lot of sense. We've had a lot of success in our division, in our career. But right now, we're a couple games behind the Eagles, so today definitely helped one step forward into trying to challenge for that division title. But we still got some work to do.
Real quick, the tight ends decided to do a Thanksgiving kettle celebration. Can you comment on their celebration in the kettle? In other words, you did it a few years ago, but they kind of did a multiple dance thing.
I definitely, I gotta give them their props, man. They taught me. They taught my kettle celebrations. I'm a little jealous. They didn't let me in on it, but love those tight ends. We got a hell of a tight end room. All four of them playing great ball, and yeah.
Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
Ezekiel Elliott.
So, I talked to Jake Ferguson, one of those tight ends. By the way, Jake Ferguson was feeling some Zeke because he literally hurdled over a defender on his day running down the field. Tight ends accounted for 3 of the touchdowns thrown by Dak Prescott in that game. Dalton Schultz with a couple and Hendershot with another one. And that touchdown celebration where they all jumped into the kettle, I had to ask Jake Ferguson about that.
Jake, let's talk about the touchdown celebration first, because you guys, Zeke actually said you outdid what he did in the kettle thing. Who came up with it, and were you ready for all of that?
That was the 4 horsemen, the tight ends right there. Something we know, we like to have a little fun in that room. So just something. We knew the kettle was there this week, and I think we kind of knew Peyton was going to get in the end zone, and with that play, all 4 of us were out there. So just getting all 4 horsemen in a celebration was really good this week. And yeah.
You made it memorable. It was a nice victory of the Giants. Can you talk about what it was like in this locker room after this game? Because, again, a lot of guys banged up, a lot of guys with the flu.
Great divisional win. And then on Thanksgiving, it's no better feeling, And then, we got the long weekend, so bodies are banged up, but a little rest will help for sure.
And finally, I got a trick question for you. Are you familiar with the work of John Madden and that turducken turkey?
Turducken.
Yes.
Yeah, turkey, duck,
Are you familiar with it?
I've had one before, yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What did it taste like?
I thought it was good, but I've had it twice. The first time it was good. The second time I ate it once, and I was not happy about it.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Jake.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you.
The man's had some turducken. And did you catch, for all the Tolos and Cowboy fans listening, did you catch that their nickname is the 4 horsemen? Because they activate 4 tight ends for every game, including the tight end that nobody talks about who does all the special teams work.
Yeah, this tight end group is so tight-knit, so it's nice to see them spread the success. And one thing that you're starting to see, especially with Dak running the offense again after taking over for Cooper Rush, returning from injury, you're starting to see Dak is really distributing the ball well. Yeah. You're starting to see everyone get involved, and that might be due in part to Kellen Moore also. Give him his credit there, and Mike McCarthy calling out those plays. But really getting the ball around is starting to show its success.
And defensively, a lot of those guys had the flu. Tank Lawrence out there They said he has refractured that foot. It's a fracture in the foot. Maybe not the same exact fracture, but it's the same foot, and it's got another fracture in it. He's out there. He was going to be questionable. He played through all of it. Remember, this happened before Minnesota, so he's played 2 games now with that bad foot. He had a hell of a game chasing down Danny Dimes as he was trying to run for some yardage and just wrecking havoc and stopping that run game. So I talked to Tank after the game.
Tank, the Giants put up a fight, but you guys got that victory again. Can you talk about today's game and how it feels in this locker room right now?
Yeah, man. Just thankful and, honored to have this opportunity to go out there with my brothers again and, play the game we love, man. Just thankful for the opportunity and, glad we came home with a win.
Was one of those keys to the victory slowing down their running game and trying to do something with Saquon?
Well, the key to the victory was we didn't even know who was going to play today, all honesty. And,
all the injuries and all the flu.
Right, and, it was really about, just coming out and stating our dominance, being who we are, and, just going out there and having fun, and, we did all that.
Congratulations and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother. Peace.
And, the quarterback with the green light on his helmet on the defense, J-Ron Curse, he expounded upon that. J-Ron Curse.
J-Ron Curse, happy Thanksgiving, man.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Thank you, man. Thank you.
It's always nice to get a victory. Can you talk about what it took to beat these Giants? Because it seemed like you guys were battling the flu. They were battling injuries. It was like we didn't know who was going to play tonight.
It just took resilience. The next man up, next man stepped up and was ready to play whenever we had to go that route. That's all it took, man. It just took us being one.
And can you say something about the offense? They got on track in the second half, but Zeke was flying out there.
Zeke looked like the old Zeke, man. The offense definitely got on track. That's the beauty about this game. When we're down, they pick us up. When they're down, we pick them up, and then we all come together as one. So that's just the beauty of this thing, man. The beauty of being around such great guys.
And what about this break? You guys gonna have a couple of days off to think about it and relax and get healed up?
Yeah, definitely. Just like a bye week. Take care of your body through these next 3 days. That we have off to just chill and relax and be around family. Be thankful for the opportunity that we had to come out here and play. And be ready for next week when we get in.
Thanks, J-Ron.
That's Inside the Locker Room. The Cowboys in their own words right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, CA Stories Confidential. Where are we going with that?
Jonas Brothers played halftime, and there's some turkey talk. We must get into some turkey and sides next on 105.3 The Fan.
The Cowboys to Marcus Lawrence.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin & Franklin. The consultation is always free. You can visit them at truckwreck.com.
Thank you very much, Ruben, Alec Medford, Chris Arnold, and you. Turn it on, leave it on the listener right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just want to remind you that the KNC Masterpiece, they will be on remote today at RJ Duke's Card Shop in McKinney. Go say what's up to the boys. It'll be Kevin and Mike out there from 10 to 2, going over all things Cowboys and what have you. We will have Nick Eatman here at 9:20 joining us to talk Cowboys versus Giants and everything in between. We'll take your phone calls at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. If you have any Cowboys opinions you need to let out, we'll be here for you. But right now it's time for another Hall of Fame edition of CA Stories Confidential.
Appreciate you, Alex. Appreciate you, Ruben. And more importantly, I appreciate all the Tolos for allowing me to share some of these crazy stories happening to me in the world of radio, sports, entertainment, just crazy stuff. And it is a holiday weekend. It is the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Black Friday for a lot of people. A lot of Tolos out there, 877-881-1053, lined up for some Black Friday specials. Have you ever done a Black Friday?
So I did it in person once in 2019. Only because a friend was like, hey, I'll drive. And I was like, good. I don't want to navigate those parking lots. And got some really good deals, man. I was actually impressed.
Yes. Now, sometimes it can get rough. You go to the wrong store, you're going to have to fight some people. There's a bunch of housewives out there. They've already plotted their strategy up, and they're fighting you over that TV set you're trying to get.
Yeah.
Just letting you know. I've only gone one time. I'm not a shopper anyway, okay? I'm the kind of guy, I'm like a traditional guy. It's like I just go in and I get what I'm going to get and I come out. I just don't browse.
Yeah.
And, nothing against browsing, but that's just not me. So when my wife, who loves to do stuff like that, my in-laws who love to do stuff like that, my father-in-law, RIP, he loved to do stuff like that. One time we were in San Antonio and we were like up at the crack of dawn on Black Friday. It was like 3:30. By the way, Bassick loves to do that. He really likes to do stuff like that. Me, I'm not that guy. We were up. I could not believe the lines around these buildings. And I'm like, I'm halfway asleep. I can't handle it. And so I just did it that one time. That was years and years ago. I also understand about Cyber Monday where people do a lot of shopping then. Me personally, when it comes to Thanksgiving, it's about the football and the food. It's real simple.
Yeah.
Cowboy games, been covering all these Cowboys games since 1980. So that's a whole lot of Thanksgiving games I've been at. First at Texas Stadium, then AT&T Stadium. But when I do eat the Thanksgiving dinner, whether it's at the stadium or whether it's with my family, I love turkey anyway. And that's my preferred meat on Thanksgiving. Some people like ham. Some people like chitlins. My grandpa liked chitlins. My grandma said, you better cook them in the garage. You're not going to stink up my house. Jerry Jones said he likes chitlins. He also likes duck. Me personally, I'm a turkey man. At the same time, I'm big on the sides. My favorite side, a lot of people like mac and cheese on the side with their turkey. I love dressing. Some people like stuffing. I'm a dressing guy. I could take either or. I'm not that picky. But my favorite side to go with turkey and dressing is candied yams. Do you eat candied yams? And by the way, 877-881-1053. Tolos, tell me what's your favorite side. Do you like candied yams? Or what is your favorite side? I shouldn't even say that. What's your favorite side?
Yeah, I like the candied yams, but my favorite one is actually something that my dad kind of created by, I want to say accident, but it was like, this sounds cool. He tried it and ended up being real good. I brought it up here to the station a couple Thanksgivings ago.
The peanut butter pie?
That is elite, but no. He tried, so it's stuffing. He would bunch it up into like a bar, and he would wrap it in candied bacon and then put a skewer through it.
Wow.
And I brought them up here when I was working the Cowboys broadcast like 2 years ago. We're all in studio. Those things were gone in a matter of 10 minutes.
Wow.
Everyone up here loved them, and they got the Brian Broaddus seal of approval. So that's take pride in those because he gave me the recipe and I cooked them up.
Ruben, you got a favorite side?
Go with the classic mac and cheese, but I also do love me some stuffing.
Yes, okay. I understand stuffing and dressing.
Simple man,
different.
respect.
And by the way, greens are also big. I love greens.
Yeah.
And I also like a green bean casserole. I like the mashed potatoes and gravy. When it comes to the dessert, There are some people who are pumpkin pie. I am sweet potato pie. Have you ever had sweet potato pie?
I don't think I have.
What about you, Ruben?
No.
Why do black people only eat sweet potato pie? I'm just saying that, just stereotyping. But I'm going to tell you something. Sweet potato pie is delicious. And sometimes if you have yams, followed by the candied yams, followed by the sweet potato pie, that's almost identical. Damn near. Pumpkin pie, I can take it or leave it. My favorite pie, though, is apple pie. So yesterday, threw down with some apple pie, some sweet potato pie. There was a pumpkin pie over there, and barely anybody touched it. And I will also say I will do some chocolate cake as well. 877-881-1053. We appreciate you talking about your sides as well. That's just part of this story. So the Jonas Brothers are doing halftime. And we're going to get Bobby Belt's. When we talk to Bobby Belt later on, I got to tell the story because Bobby's doing a podcast with Brian Broaddus right now, The Love of the Star, which is one of the biggest podcasts in Odyssey.
It's
all
booming.
over the country. It's booming. So Bobby likes the Jonas Brothers. I like the Jonas Brothers too. He said he didn't care for them when they were Disney, but he likes their hits the last few years. And I agree with him. We had a pregame interview with Joe Jonas with Christy Scales.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby was there in the press box when it happened, and he had a chance to get a picture with Joe Jonas, and he missed it. And we were talking about this press box, and he was kind of mad because one of the engineers asked him for a charger. While he was looking for a charger, extra charger, he missed his chance because Joe Jonas just did the interview and left the room. Well, the Jonas Brothers were entertaining. Not everybody's a Jonas Brothers fan. I don't love the Jonas Brothers, but I like the Jonas Brothers. They're good. And I've had a couple of encounters with them. First time I ever met the Jonas Brothers was in Arizona at a Cowboys-Cardinals game where Charlotte Jones had them before the game on the side of the field where they were announcing that they were going to play halftime at Thanksgiving. This was years and years ago. And the other writers, the beat writers that were down there on the side, they didn't know who they were. I knew who they were because my kids watched Disney. And I was like, okay, they're good. I like them. They're good. No big deal. And I talked to them, and their parents were with them. And they also had a younger brother. And they were all down there because they're Cowboy fans. And their dad was telling me that they lived in Westlake. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did actually.
Yeah, so they grew up, I guess, when they were little in New Jersey, and then they moved to Westlake. He was saying because it was convenient for them traveling all over the country, and they'd run down to do Disney stuff, but they lived in Westlake. And that's the same neighborhood that LaDainian Tomlinson and Dez and a bunch of other players live in. And so here's the Jonas Brothers over there. The next time, this is the crazy Jonas Brothers story. So my kids growing up, they're all watching Disney, and I like the Jonas Brothers. Their little friends like the Jonas Brothers too, watching Disney. How come the Jonas Brothers got so big that they sold out AT&T Stadium? Now, I can't remember, this like 10 years ago or something. They sold it out. I think they were doing a whole weekend, like 3 nights in a row. And it was all sold out. And opening up was Jordan Sparks. And she had Breathe Again with Chris Brown and all that. So how come, I could care less, right? I just thought they're all right on Disney and whatnot. How come my wife's talking to some of the other neighborhood wives and stuff, and they're like, can your husband get us some tickets to the Jonas Brothers? She says, oh, it's AT&T. I bet he could figure something out. So they're begging me for some Jonas Brothers. I said, I don't care about the Jonas. I said, I don't work at a music station. But you know, people at AT&T Stadium and Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, come on, it's only 14 tickets. 14?
Wow.
That's like asking for Taylor Swift tickets right now. You know, it's the big mess with Taylor Swift. I'm like, only. Because I can't just get tickets for my 3 kids and my wife. I can't just get 5 tickets because then the neighborhood's going to be mad. And I'm like, oh, no. I can't get you any tickets. I'm not going to lie. They said, no, try. You got to try. And I told her, okay, I'm going to try. But if I do, you will owe me the rest of your life. So I made a phone call. I called up Jerry's old bodyguard, Roosevelt Riley, my buddy. I've been knowing Roosevelt. I used to play pick up basketball with him before he even became Jerry's bodyguard. I said, Roosevelt, I got a huge favor. I don't ask you for much, but this is a big one. And I said, don't go out of your way. But ask Charlotte or Jerry or Steven or Jerry Jr. Ask one of them can they come up with like 14 tickets for the Jonas Brothers? It can be on the roof. I don't care. They just want to get in and go. He goes, let me see what I can do. He calls me back. He says, you won't believe it. I got you hooked up. I got you hooked up for 14 tickets and parking right next to the building. I went, what?
Wow.
He said, how many cars y'all got? I said, 14 tickets. I'm sure there's going to be 3 or 4 cars. 4 parking passes right next to the building. This is Jones. I said, how are you able to do this sold out? He said, they're having a sneak performance. I said, a sneak performance? He says, yes. They're going to have a dress rehearsal. They would just want to make sure that all the technology in the stadium works. And by the way, he said the Jonas Brothers were playing video games on the scoreboard while they were rehearsing. So they're the first and maybe the only people I know that play video games on that gigantic scoreboard. But he said they're going to have a sneak rehearsal the night before, like it's on a Thursday night. And they're going to have like 1,000 people there, 2,000 people. And you got floor seats on the... I said, what?
Wow.
Because there were nobody in the stands. They were all going to be on the field. So my kids and the neighborhood kids not only got floor seats, they got to run up to the stage, do the high fives, Jordan Sparks, Jonas Brothers, the whole 9 yards, took plenty of pictures and all that. They lost their minds. And then, then the Jonas Brothers broke up, right? And I'm like, okay, well, that's the end of them. Disney career is over. You know, these boy bands, they have a shelf life and it's over. Well, they broke up, and how come they got kind of good? Joe Jonas had his own band with the Cake by the Ocean.
Yeah, DNCE.
Yeah, I like that song because it had Niles Rodgers playing the guitar. Niles Rodgers, he played with Chic way back in the 70s, so I always liked Niles Rodgers. Oh, look at this. And then Nick Jonas, he came out with this song right here, and I was like, I'll be damned. Do you remember the song? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. He got a little something. Something. The song's called Jealous. I'm like, they done growed up. They might be all right. And then lo and behold, they buried the hatchet, started arguing with each other, and got back together and put out some more hits. So they played those hits yesterday. Crowd went wild. It might not have went that well on television. It's hard to say. But they did their job. They did 8 minutes, and they put the stage out there, had a nice little intro, and said hi to the crowd. The cheerleaders are always dancing, performing with whatever the artist they had up there. And so they did good. So that's my little Jonas Brothers story. And I threw in some Bobby Belt for you because Bobby, he wanted a picture with Joe Jonas. Anyway.
See, I will take shots at Bobby anytime.
Anytime.
That is my favorite pastime.
You know what? We got to get back to some Cowboys.
Yeah, we do.
Let's talk some Cowboys coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and great.
to you by Buyers Barricade. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size from start to finish, Buyers Barricade, they are the Texas Authority of Barricade Rental, buyersbarricade.com.
Thank you very much, Ruben. Alec Medford, Chris Arnold, the three-time Hall of Famer, here with you until 10 a.m. And want to remind you, even though it's a holiday, technically speaking, we are live on the fan cam, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, and on YouTube. So you can see our beautiful faces. Ryan Kuchar is working hard back there to make us look pretty and make us look good. So appreciate all of his hard work as well. Coming up on the other side, we will be taking your phone calls about the Cowboys. If you have any opinions that you need to voice, any grievances, any excitement you need to let out, 877-881-1053 is the number. We will take your calls the next segment as we go over this 28-20 victory, Dallas Cowboys over the New York Football Giants. And here momentarily, we are set to be joined by KD Drummond of the Cowboys Wire.
Yeah.
Always a good conversation with KD.
Didn't you work with him? Wasn't he your boss for a minute?
Yeah, for a hot minute. Did some contributing writing there, and it looks like he is ready to join us now on the Diamond Factory hotline. He is the managing editor of the Cowboys Wire for USA Today, KD Drummond. Good morning, and how are you?
Hey, KD.
I'm doing good, fellas. How goes it?
Oh, okay, wait a minute. We just got to break this down, KD, before we get started. Alec used to work for you doing some writing, right? How did you hire Alec Medford to do some part-time writing because he's so good at what he does? Please give us this insight because Alec is quarterbacking the show for the first time ever today.
Yeah, I actually miss Alec. He wrote for me for a little bit over there on Cowboys Wire, had some very interesting insights and a lot of talent. So I'm not surprised to see him climbing the ranks over there at 105.3 The Fan.
I appreciate that, KD. Good to catch up with you and good to be on this side of the glass talking to you. We had the Cowboys win 28-20 yesterday at AT&T Stadium, and we hear the word resilience used a lot by the head coach, by the players. That was kind of the term that was placed upon this team in the preseason before any of the injuries or anything happened. Do you think this game yesterday was the best personification of the term resilience so far this season?
Yeah, I think you have to combine this game along with what they did in Minnesota after the way that they collapsed against Green Bay, because resilience can be within a game. It can be 1 week to the next. But whatever way you want to define it, this Cowboys team absolutely has it. The way that they lost to Green Bay, being up 14 points going into the fourth quarter, losing that game, for them to bounce back and make that statement win against the Minnesota Vikings 40-3 the following week, that is resilience. The way that they started the first half, when the Giants had an absolute terrific game plan. All kudos goes to Brian DeBall and the way that he was attacking the Dan Quinn defense. The offense wasn't working. A couple turnovers, a failed fourth down conversion. And then when they came out in the second half, it was like they didn't care what happened in the first half.
Can you talk?
And we've seen that over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Can you talk about Dak Prescott and how, like you said, they had the adversity in the first half. They were basically shooting themselves in the foot, or as he was putting it after the game, they were stepping on each other's toes. They weren't doing well, but this man is resilient.
I saw a stat by the great Marcus Mosher. He indicated the difference between Dak Prescott in the first half and Dak Prescott in the second half. He has like 6 touchdowns, no interceptions in the second half of games this season. All of his interceptions have happened in the first half so far this year. Wow. But yeah, Dak makes tremendous adjustments. The entire team, I think, since Mike McCarthy took over, that was one of the things, one of the negatives about the Jason Garrett era was their inability to make halftime adjustments. They didn't really change anything that they were game planning for. They enrolled themselves in a game plan over the course of a week. They got to the game. If things weren't working, they didn't adjust well. That is the complete opposite to how things are functioning under Mike McCarthy. When they go into halftime, they literally take a look at what is and isn't working. They throw out what isn't. They hone in on the things that did. They have the ability to switch midstream exactly what their game plan is. And I think that bodes well. Now, it hasn't always been the case. In Dallas, as I said, during Jason Garrett's regime, we didn't see that. But I think you see it over and over again that the Cowboys are willing and able really is the most important part of it, but they're willing and able to make those adjustments in game, and it's paying off for them.
Katie Drummond of the Cowboys Wire joining us right here on 105.3 The Fan. CeeDee Lamb had his second game this season with over 100 receiving yards, and he had a couple ridiculous catches as well. Do you think something's just clicked with him over the past few weeks? Is the chemistry with Dak improving? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, I think what's clicked with him over the past few weeks is that Dak Prescott is back. He was working, no slight to Cooper Rush. We know what the offense looked like when Cooper Rush was under center. They were doing just enough to get by. They were keeping it very close to the vest. Kellen Moore only broke out the winning plays whenever the Cowboys desperately needed it. But overall, the offense was just a shell of itself compared to what it looks like with Dak Prescott. I think with his return, you've seen the elevation of CeeDee Lamb to what everybody expected it to be when they let Amari Cooper go. They didn't only let Amari Cooper go because he was disgruntled in the locker room or, whatever spin you want to put on that. They didn't only let him go because he was going to cost them $20 million a year and they weren't getting at what they thought was elite number one production out of that position. They wanted to save some money to pay CeeDee Lamb and other people eventually, but they knew what Lamb was capable of. And what you've seen in these last several weeks is that ceiling of what Lamb can be with Dak Prescott. Does he have some issues? Is he a complete receiver right now? No, he has some, momentary lapses of, mental lapses, not concentrating on things. But his ability to make plays on the ball and with the ball in his hand is just, it's surreal. I think he's 100% in the top 10 receivers in the league. He's going to climb that ladder. And I know easily, he's compared to Justin Jefferson, who is, by my account, either 1A or 1B with Devontae Adams right now as far as being, the top of the list, and they were in the same draft class. But on his own, Lamb is definitely one of those top 10 receivers, and he's proven it now that Dak Prescott is back and in rhythm.
Katie, sticking with the wide receiver room, word got out before the game that Odell Beckham Jr. will visit the Cowboys a week from Monday on December the 5th. Jerry Jones said he was in contact with OBJ during the game. Dak Prescott addressed it after the game saying, yeah, we're good. We'd love to have him, but, I'm only going to worry about the guys I got on this squad, and I have been in touch with him myself. What is your opinion of what OBJ would bring, and do you think it will get done?
First of all, shout out to Dak for finally saying what I've been waiting on somebody to say, that they're focused on the guys in the locker room in case that doesn't work. Right. I have been a vocal opponent of the public wooing of OBJ. And, I may be wrong. It looks like I may be wrong because it's down to Dallas and the Giants. And I don't see how anybody would choose to catch passes from Daniel Jones compared to Dak Prescott. But, he has familiarity with New York and with that organization. But, yeah, I think that he would add a ton to this team just simply because he has the knowledge and the experience. I am not a believer in recoveries from ACL in year one. I think it has taken a long time for Michael Gallup to get back to this point. OBJ's injury was later than what Gallup's is. I think that there's something to be said about, yes, you can come back from an ACL injury in 1 year, but you're never fully yourself until year two. I think that we've seen that kind of be the case with Gallup. I'm worried that's what's going to be the case with OBJ. But his knowledge, it's funny to say that compared to how he was painted in the early years of his career. Yeah. But I think there's some leadership aspect that OBJ can bring to this locker room that would be welcome. I don't like the public fawning. I don't like everybody asking about, answering questions about it throughout the week. And I know this week it's one of those things where a lot of people weren't talking about OBJ. And then Dak mentioned OBJ once, and it kind of made all the headlines because he talked about it again. But this is all based from Jerry making it a public conversation as opposed to being a private one. Mm-hmm. The rest of the teams that are interested in OBJ aren't talking about him publicly the way the Cowboys are. So it's interesting. We'll see if it works out for them. But I think that OBJ would be a boost to this receiving core, at least from wide receiver 3 on down, if you're still going to say Lamb and Gallup are your 1 and 2.
So you tweeted at Katie Drummond NFL on Twitter that the Cowboys played 2 teams in 4 days with a combined record of 15-4 and are plus 45. So tell me, are the Cowboys finally better than the Eagles?
I think we will see that once they play again. I guess it's about a month away. The Cowboys have the AFC South teams in between them and the rematch with the Eagles. But there's nothing that you can say about the first matchup to actually judge the Cowboys against the Eagles. I mean, that was with Cooper Rush. The Cinderella slipper had fallen off in that game. I can't wait to see what these teams look like matched up when they both have their starting quarterbacks. I think Dallas is the better team, but it'll have to come out in the wash. The Eagles have only played 2 teams that are in the current playoff picture. The Cowboys have played 6. They're now 4-2, the most wins against teams that are currently in the playoff picture across the NFL. And unless some seeds change, somebody slides in and somebody slides out, they're going to maintain that crown for at least another week because the Ravens, the Bills beat the Lions yesterday. They aren't a playoff team. The Ravens and I'm sorry, I'm losing track of who the fourth team was. But those teams, the Dolphins, the Ravens, the Dolphins don't play teams that are in the playoffs right now. So the Cowboys will maintain that crown for at least another week. But they're dominant. They've now, last week, they surpassed the Eagles for the highest point differential in the NFC. They are plus 84 in the season. Now they're plus 92, but they were plus 84 last week while the Eagles were plus 80. So they are doing a better job of what the true litmus test of a good team is. Can you blow out other teams? Because you can win you can have an off week. You can lose to an opponent. You can have a close game when it shouldn't be a close game. But over the course of the season, point differential is one of the best indicators of the quality of a team. And the Cowboys are blowing teams out in a fashion that is not seen in the NFC by any of these other squads. So, yeah, I think that they're definitely competitive. I think it's them, Philly, San Francisco, since they've gotten Jimmy Garoppolo under center. I think those are for me, the clear upper echelon of NFC teams. And we'll just have to see how it all shakes out down the stretch of the season and into the playoffs.
Dude, you are a beast.
He is the managing editor of the Cowboys Wire for USA Today. My former boss, he is awesome all around, pumping out incredible work over there. It was great to catch up with you, KD.
Thanks, KD.
Always a pleasure, fellas.
Happy Thanksgiving weekend, man.
Same to you and yours.
There he goes, KD Drummond of the Cowboys Wire. Coming up next, we are going to take your calls, 877-881-1053. We carry on the Cowboys conversation. If you have something you need to get off your chest about this team, we're going to let you. 877-881-1053. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
How about them Cowboys?
Whoa! That one got me going. That woke me up again. Alec Medford, that's the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Touchdown.
And you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are here for the final hour of our show here in for Sean and RJ as they get the holiday off. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line and the number to call if you want to call in right now to get your Cowboys opinions in. We will let you voice your thoughts, your grievances, everything in between. Coming up on the other side, we'll go back to the Diamond Factory hotline to talk with Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com. And then to end out the show, we're going to cross-talk with those guys from the KNC Masterpiece live from RJ Duke Sports in McKinney.
Some of the things we're talking about this morning about this Cowboys team, and we might want your opinion if you want to call in and text. Call in or text 877-881-1053. This Cowboys team is definitely different than last year's team. Are they better than last year's team? Last year's team went 12-5. They actually went 4-0 in December. Now, this year, the Cowboys won the Sunday before Thanksgiving, and they won on Thanksgiving. Last year, they lost in Kansas City the Sunday before Thanksgiving. They lost on Thanksgiving to the Raiders. But then they, quote-unquote, righted the ship and won 4 straight games in December and still wound up 12-5 and got smacked in the mouth by the 49ers in the playoffs. My question, again, for everybody else is your thoughts on the Cowboys this year. Are they better than last year's team? Do you believe in them? Or are you still just pumping the brakes and saying, I don't believe a damn thing until they win a playoff game?
I mean, I can't blame them. Can't blame them if you say you got to wait and see.
Some people feel it, though. They say, you know what? The eyeball test. This team looks like it's much better, especially defensively, than last year's team. They have a better shot. Because there were people last year, even though the Cowboys went 4-0 in December, after they lost to Arizona in January, it's like, wait a minute, how you lose to Arizona, who is reeling, even though Kyler Murray owns AT&T Stadium, when you're trying to make a statement? You could have been the number 2 seed in the NFC. So there were a lot of people that did not believe in last year's team. And when they lost to the 49ers, a hot 49ers team was like, I knew it. There were a lot of fans that were feeling that way. I wonder if some of those fans actually with an eyeball test are saying, you know what? They may be less talented, but this team got something. I'm just wondering, what do you think out there, Cowboy fans?
Let us know. You can call in or you can text in 877-881-1053, the 214 texting in, saying, I only see one loss remaining on the schedule for the Cowboys, and it's not the Eagles.
Who will it be?
I'd like for you to follow up on that. I think I know. I'd bet they're saying.
Name the last. Can you name the last remaining games? We got the Colts coming up next.
So we got the Colts.
I'm gonna look it up right here.
And then
right after the Colts,
you have the Texans.
The Texans
at home.
And then you have at Jacksonville. And then you've got those Philadelphia Eagles.
Filthy at home. And then this is the one that I think.
Oh, January?
Yep, or December 29th against the Titans.
The Titans.
Yeah.
You know what? Derrick Henry, who just moved to Dallas right after Shaq moved to Dallas. His wife's got family here in Dallas. Derrick Henry is a beast, and he is the running game of the NFL. Other teams have running attacks. He's the running game.
He is.
He's got a history, and he's a beast.
Yeah.
And Tennessee, quiet as it's kept, they're winning games, and nobody saw this coming. It's like Tennessee's under the radar. That's a possibility, especially if you got all your emotions locked in on the Eagles.
And when Ryan Tannehill is locked in, he's locked in. You know, when he can complement that running game. All right, time to go to the phones. We're going to start on line number 1, Cam in Arlington. Cam in Arlington, you're live on 105.3 The Fan with Chris Arnold and Alec Medford.
What's up, Cam?
What's going on?
What you thinking?
Man, I'm just thinking about Odell. I got 2 words for Jerry Jones, man. Sign Odell.
Sign Odell.
I think he's the missing link. We got everything as far as on the defensive side of the ball. We got both, got the pass rush, and, we got a lockdown corner. Only The other corner kind of worries me a little bit, you know. But other than that, man, Odell's the missing link. Let's get this done, and I think he got all the juice that we need, man, to get us through the playoffs.
All right, appreciate it, Cam.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. And I think there's a lot of, Tolos, a lot of Cowboys fans in agreement. I think a lot of people at this station in agreement, that Odell Beckham, he adds a vertical element to this offense that you might not have right now. You're kind of seeing Michael Gallup kind of return to form and kind of adding that vertical deep threat element and that aggressive element, go and get the football, don't wait for the football to come to you element. So I agree with Cam there that I think that there is a certain aura, a certain element that OBJ can bring to the team that they might not have.
Put it like this, and I was saying this earlier, even if he's not a 100%, even if he's not the Odell Beckham Jr. of his prime, so to speak, before these knee surgeries, he literally has to be accounted for. Defensive coordinators have to game plan for him, or they could get burned. It could be to their detriment. They cannot ignore the fact he's there. It's like saying, oh, this particular quarterback's washed, and all of a sudden he lights you up because you took him for granted. OBJ has to be accounted for until they don't have to account for him. With that being said, even if he's not vintage Odell Beckham Jr., his knowledge in that wide receivers room is going to be priceless. It's kind of like right now with Tyler Smith, the offensive lineman, who's playing a left guard right now. Left tackle right now.
Yeah.
You got Peters, who's going to the Hall of Fame. They got him in from the Eagles and the Bears, right? His knowledge, Peters hadn't been playing that much, but his knowledge with Tyler Smith was telling me about this. He's telling me how to play guard. Because when Tyron Smith comes back, Tyler Smith is going back to guard. So he's telling him all the things you need to know on that side of the ball. So, there's something to be said for having a veteran presence in that room.
Even if he's not vintage OBJ, that's a damn good wide receiver 3.
Thank you.
If he's your third receiver, I think you're in good shape. All right, back to the phones. We're going to go out to line number 2. It's David in Florida. David in Florida, you're live on 105.3 The Fan. What you got going on?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Hey, I want to talk. I got 2 things on the defense. I have a nickname we can do for the rookie, number 54.
Sam Williams.
Yeah, let's nickname him the reincarnation of the Manster.
Randy White, the original 54.
Love it, yeah.
Half man, half monster.
What I would like to see happen is maybe the Manster start a Manster club on the defensive line. That would be pretty cool, I think. But the reason why I'm calling is I had an observation on the defense yesterday, and it's the pass defense. When I saw 11 and I saw all the rest of them get to the quarterback, and they standing there and they just looked at him, and he threw the ball right over their head. They didn't go to tackle him. They just stood there and said, okay, if you're going to rush, you can pass. But every time they did that, if you notice, they always got a first down or great yardage. My thing is, I understand the coaching, but heck, if you're going to sit there and watch a guy pass over you, you're like 2 feet from him. Even Micah Parsons could have got him, but I think the coaching staff told him, just get in front of him. If you make the pass, that's fine, but we just don't want him scrambling.
Exactly. You just answered your own question. That's exactly what was going on because Daniel Jones is a weapon running the ball. He ran wild against the Cowboys when they played him back in September. Yeah. So appreciate the call, man. Thanks. And the master, I'll run this by Sam and see what he thinks.
I think he would approve. That's very good company.
I'll even ask Randy White, what does he think?
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point on the idea that the defense wasn't really coming home. It's a contained thing.
Yeah.
You have to realize that that's a mobile quarterback. He's got even their backup running back was breaking off some big runs out of the backfield and some wheel routes and stuff. Mm-hmm. So they were trying to contain the backfield from hurting the defense. That was the only threat to the defense last night at all was that backfield, whether it was Daniel Jones on his legs, whether it was Saquon Barkley, the backup running back was throwing off some big runs. So, I think it was part of the game plan. But back to the phones, line number 3 will be Jerry in New Mexico. Jerry in New Mexico, you're on 105.3 The Fan.
What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, first off, on that last call, let's hold off on any nicknames until we actually win something worthwhile.
I know what you're saying. You're talking about like the hot boys. Don't want to go there until you win something.
Yeah, we ain't messing with that, man. Once we get to a conference championship game, then you can start talking about nicknames. But just real quick, there's a lot of stuff they got to clean up from yesterday. And there's a lot of football left to be played, and a lot of stuff can happen. But what gives me hope and what makes it positive is how good Minnesota looked last night against New England.
Yeah.
And how much we controlled them on Sunday. See, Minnesota looked really good last night. New England's a well-coached football team. The Giants are a well-coached football team, and they're better than people give them credit for. And we just beat really two good football teams back-to-back, and that gives me hope. Our young tight ends that we have, our field goal kicker is a lot better than last year. These little things that we didn't have last year that we have this year give me hope that maybe this is the year that we turn it all around.
Great call, Jared. Thanks, man, and happy Thanksgiving weekend up there in New Mexico.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think we should avoid the Hot Boys situation again.
Yeah.
Because that left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Yeah, that's true. I will say this, though. He is right about another thing. Just back to his main point, there's a lot of things to clean up. Coaches love this. If you win the game and there's still stuff you can clean up. You follow me? They're looking for the perfection, which they had against Minnesota. Since they know they're capable of this, it's like, dude, all you have to do is just like this, and this is what we can do. And they know this. That game against Minnesota, for those who don't know, when they won 40-3, it was the most lopsided road victory in Dallas Cowboys franchise history. As for the game against the Giants yesterday, that was the 10th consecutive time that Dak Prescott has quarterbacked the Cowboys to a victory over the Giants. He matches Roger Staubach with the longest streak of any quarterback beating the Giants. And that was also Roger Staubach, Dak Prescott, and I want to say Sonny Jurgensen is also in the mix back in the day.
Back to the phones, line number 4, Billy in Atlanta. Billy, you are on 105.3 The Fan with Alec Medford and Chris Arnold. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I just want to talk about the game yesterday. We have to give credit to Kellen Moore. Green Bay, that game plan was awful. Minnesota, much better. The first half of that game, awful. Second half, better.
Yeah.
So we have to take that into account. That gives me hope because, like CA was saying, I was one of those guys last year. San Francisco, I was not on board. So let's give him credit. Go Cowboys. Let's keep it rolling.
I got you down, and I cannot disagree with you. Their second half adjustments have been absolutely amazing. I don't know if that's more Kellen Moore or if it's Mike McCarthy's fingerprints on it saying, easy, Kellen. Let's just make these small adjustments here, or let's make sure we have complementary football and not go crazy on just arm talent and the wide receivers.
Where are you on Kellen Moore right now?
I'm still up in the air. I think he's very imaginative, but at the same time, sometimes he doesn't take what the game is giving you. I'm never going to get over the fact that they had that 14-point lead in Green Bay. Yeah. You have 10 assistant coaches and the head coach who had time in Green Bay. The whole team wanted to win it for those guys, and you knew your enemy wasn't Aaron Rodgers and it wasn't Aaron Jones, the running attack for Green Bay. The enemy was the clock. All you had to do is continue to run the ball, which Tony Pollard was doing. Even Malik Davis was doing the ball, running the ball well. So I'm mad at Kellen Moore over, like, come on, dude. Sometimes don't be Shanahan. Yeah. Let the game dictate to you, if you've got the lead, what you do next. Not, okay, this is what we do and we're going to go down like that. No, I'm going to have to get over, but that Green Bay game just is making me shake my head because that means he's still capable of doing that.
See, and I feel like...
But I do think this team, quiet as it's kept, I actually have to say that I think this team, the way they're playing, and I have to give Steven credit a little bit, but more importantly, I'm giving Mike McCarthy his credit for keeping the wheels on, because literally, I think this team can actually win a playoff game or two. The way they're composed and the way they're playing together and the way the defense is so dominant, and Dak Prescott is playing very well. Pollard, I have a little bit more hope than last year going into the playoffs when it was like fool's gold.
Hopefully you don't get folded like a lawn chair this offseason like you did, or this postseason like you did last postseason. That would be quite the letdown. But coming up next, we're going to go back to the Diamond Factory hotline, and we're going to talk with Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com. That's coming up next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
One hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin and Franklin. The consultation is always free. You can visit them at truckwreck.com.
Thank you, Ruben. We are set to be joined by DallasCowboys.com's Nick Eatman here momentarily on the Diamond Factory Hotline.
Can I tell everybody, all the Tolos again, we can't thank y'all enough on a Black Friday, on a Friday where a lot of people are not working. You're up and you're Toloing. We appreciate y'all. 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line. It is a happy day. The day after Thanksgiving is happy because, especially in North Texas, if you're a Cowboys fan, you're happy. The Cowboys are 8-3. They win against the New York Giants. If you hate the Cowboys, guess what? You're happy because all these Cowboy fans around you, as you work and do the things you do, they're treating you nice. Hey, what's going on? What's happening? Every Cowboy fan is happy. So the world around you is happier because you're surrounded. You're outnumbered by Cowboy fans if you're not a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, man, it's a good day for everyone. You know, when the Cowboys win, it's just peace all around. And right now we're going to go to the Diamond Factory Hotline.
Pets are really happy because they don't get kicked.
Yeah, that is true. We're going to go out to the Diamond Factory Hotline where we are joined by DallasCowboys.com's Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Great.
Doing awesome, Nick. The Cowboys win 28-20 yesterday over the New York Giants. I asked Katie Drummond this earlier in the hour, and I want to get your opinion. The word that we've heard used by the head coach, by the players since the preseason, before any of the injuries or anything came about, is the word resilience. You know, it's a resilient team. Do you think yesterday's performance was one of the better personifications of that term, resilience?
I think so. I mean, that's what you gotta be in this league. I mean, it's not always going to be, easy 37-point wins. I mean, you've got to figure out, when the plan doesn't work like you think in the first half, you got to figure out like what are you going to do, and I thought that's what they did. I mean, I thought that was a really good performance in a game like that, and I said it in my column after the game. I said this was a better win than the Vikings game for the big picture, not for the fans, not for the bettors, which that was, I mean, there's people that probably lost money there at the end. Sorry.
Touchdown, yep.
The backdoor cover on them, but you want to see a blowout game and you have fun and all that stuff, but that's not what a playoff game is going to be. What you saw Thursday is what happens when it's a tough, grinded out game. How good are you at making adjustments on the fly? That's what the game was, and I thought that's the type of game that you're going to need to win when you get in the playoffs. And so I thought it was a really big win for that reason.
Hey, Nick, after the game, Jerry was talking about a lot of things, and I'm sure you were there in that gang. Or I saw you in the locker room, but I didn't see you over there by Jerry. I'm assuming you were. Was there any takeaways that he said of interest to you, especially his conversations, I guess, during the game with OBJ, whether it's a text or a call?
Yeah, I kind of go back and forth on the Jerry part. I listen a little bit. And I go in the locker room.
Right,
I
got you.
I'm like, still going, and I'll listen, a little bit here and there. I actually didn't hear the part about OBJ. I obviously saw, the quotes and stuff like that. So, this is kind of what we expected. He would be having conversations with him. The big question on all of it, or there's two, I guess, is the health. Like, how ready is he to play?
Right. That's
where it starts, and then the second question is the money, and I think they kind of go hand in hand. It sounds like OBJ wants more than a 1 year deal here. He doesn't want to just rent, to be rented out for this season. And it's kind of tough for the Cowboys because they don't have a lot of money to for this year or for the next few years. And so this is a tricky situation, and you don't really know until you kind of see him, see his knee, see what the rehab looks like. So I personally think this is kind of getting drawn out because I don't think OBJ is really ready to play. But I don't know. I don't know. I think everyone is kind of at that same point. Like, all right, guys, if we're going to do it, let's do it. Like this is going on for a while. This whole where there's smoke, there's fire. But the smoke's been going on for a while. Either we put it out or we just move on. So that's kind of what I feel about it right at this moment.
Well, you're onto something as far as it being drawn out because literally the Cowboys will play the Colts a week from Sunday before OBJ comes to the Star to work out. He's scheduled to come in on December the 5th. That's a week from Monday, so that's even more of a stretch out. Again, I'm with you.
He's not ready.
Yeah.
And that's I was just saying, like, if he was ready to play, you come in and you're like, let's go chomping at the bit to get paid and all that. And that's another guy that's trying to tell you that, he wants to get paid for what he's done and also get paid for the next 2-3 years. And, I think that's fine. Like this could be, a good signing for, for the Cowboys if it all works out. But the question that I've always said about OBJ is that I think it's going to make the Cowboys make decisions on other players probably quicker than you want to. You sign OBJ, whatever the number is, it's probably going to be a lot of money, and they'll get creative in the deal and all that. But immediately you're signaling to CeeDee Lamb and his agent, okay, this is what we're going over than this. You just paid OBJ this much money, this guarantee. Mm-hmm. Immediately, that's the floor for us because we know we're younger and we're going to be more productive. We're going to be here. So if you want to sign us, it's obviously more than this. And so, and then Tony Pollard and his agent get involved too. And like, okay, I got a deal next year too. And
Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, Diggs. I don't even get started about Diggs. So Diggs is going to be the highest paid corner in the league.
Micah Parsons.
I don't even want to think about that. I don't think the Cowboys.
There's some young talent they got to save up some money for.
Of course, and so it's just going to force their hand a little bit. But you know what? The Cowboys have always been creative in making deals, and I think that they'll be able to do this if they want. But it's going to have to work for all parties, and I think the reason why it's getting drawn out a little bit is because he's not just bouncing around the house, running routes, ready to make plays. It's going to be a little bit before he's able to contribute.
It's Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com joining us right here on 105.3 The Fan. Speaking of young talent, Tyler Smith had a pretty tough day yesterday in the penalty department. And past couple games, he's kind of gotten exposed. What's your evaluation of him so far at this point in his rookie season? And do you think any of those issues are going to kind of be appeased when Tyron Smith comes back and he moves inside?
I think that I like how you said that. I think Tyron Smith will come back, and just as Jerry said, and he will play left tackle. That's why he's working the way he is to get back from his injury, be ready to play, and he moves in and moves back to his position. After that, I don't know 100% if he's going to just replace Connor McGovern. He did not beat out Connor McGovern in training camp. Now, he's a first-round pick, and he's going to play, and that's all nice and good. But not if you don't put guys in situations that could hurt the team and hurt your quarterback. So if he's not the best option at left guard, I don't think we deal with feelings here. I don't think we're dealing with long-term future. I think you play the right guy. And if he's not better than Connor McGovern, I don't see the Cowboys making that move. Now, I'm not saying that he isn't, that we're going to just have to see how that goes, because it does move faster inside. I talked to Zach Martin. He said just when you're playing tackle to guard, things move a lot faster for you inside. And so that's going to, now he can rely on his strength, Tyler Smith can, but it's going to be an adjustment. And I'm not sure that that's the adjustment you want to make there in the last 3 or 4 or 5 games of the season. So it wouldn't surprise me if Tyler Smith does not start down the stretch, and he just has a backup role. And I think mentally he's strong enough, and he's got a good attitude that I think he could handle it. You're getting replaced by Tyron Smith, a future Hall of Famer.
Nick, before we let you get out of here, we got to talk about one of the highlights of the game, and that was after the last tight end touchdown celebration, they went to the kettle. They did the whack-a-mole, and I was talking with Jake Ferguson afterwards. He says they call themselves the Four Horsemen. Can you talk about that 13 package personnel group? They always have 4 tight ends active, including is it McEwen, the special teams tight end that does all that work there? Can you talk about that tight end room and how well they've been playing together?
Well, you said it. I mean, it's the room. It's the entire room. The guys are having a lot of fun, and I give credit to Dalton Schultz too, because think about the dynamics of his situation.
Yeah.
Here's a guy that's going to be he's the first player on the franchise tag. He got hurt, and then these young guys are coming in, and they're taking some reps away, and they're having success without Schultz. And Schultz is kind of trying to figure out his way again. And then when Dak came back, I think you're starting to see Schultz really get involved a lot more. But the best part about it is Schultz isn't the guy that's like, oh, you young kids have fun, I'll be over here studying. No, he's on the ground getting hog-tied, too. He jumps in the kettle. He's bouncing around. I mean, they have fun together and love him. Jason Witten, one of my favorite players of all time, but he didn't have that same mentality. His mentality was, I'll help you a little bit, but you're not taking my job. That's why I'm going to be the starting tight end for 17 seasons. And it was just a cutthroat mentality. It kind of kept people at a distance a little bit. Certainly wouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. So I do give credit, though, to Schultz for kind of not necessarily playing along, but just being a part of the group. Yeah. And then we'll see what happens next year and what happens. But what can't get lost in all this, they have fun, but they're really good. I mean, these guys are playing well. Like Hendershot, I mean, that is a really big surprise, but he's a guy that's played well at the position. And Ferguson, I mean, the athletic ability you saw there. I mean, that's how you run the hurdles. You just do one hurdle and then you just plow through the second one. But it was a fun game though for them. And McEwen is playing more like a fullback, but he's had a nice role on this team as well.
Nick, it was a treat, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
All right, see you. Happy holidays, guys.
Yeah, happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving
holidays.
weekend.
There he goes, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Good enough to join us right here on 105.3 The Fan as we head towards Crosstalk, where we'll wrap up shop, and Crosstalk is coming up next. We're going to talk with the KNC Masterpiece live from RJ Duke's Card Shop in McKinney, coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Chop.
Throw, good pickup block. McGovern into the end zone. It is caught by Schultz. Touchdown over McLeod, and that is saving the drive. Wow.
A touchdown party for the tight ends. It was yesterday, 28-20 go the Cowboys over the New York Football Giants. Alec Medford, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Ruben Portillo, thank you for all your hard work today, sir. One final time here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to thank KD Drummond and Nick Eatman for joining the program today, talking about this Cowboys win. Want to thank Chris Arnold for helping me drive the ship on this early morning.
You were great, man.
Yeah, navigating the 6 a.m. club for the first time. That was quite the adventure, but it was fun. And now it's time to crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. First, how are you guys? But also, where are you guys?
We're doing good. I hope Mike is okay because he's updating Zoom, and this is usually the crosstalk that he runs. And
Friday.
Because I don't know my password.
Mike, you don't know your password for anything. I'm going to get back to that. We are at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney, where, man, I might have an overload. I might just let somebody take over and do the show for me so I can just go do card stuff. But we have $2,000, at least $2,000 worth of product in front of us that we're going to be opening up live on air for a giveaway tomorrow. And then there are also other giveaways here in store. Everybody's getting free stuff. All kinds of stuff is on sale. And this is a great shop and a great person who helped donate a lot of stuff for Peace-a-thon. So if you want to come by and go ahead and traffic a business that is helpful, you should come out to McKinney, and you get to see us and Mike Bassick and ask him why he doesn't know his password to anything.
So Mark, are you going to do a Friday crosstalk like you normally do?
Well, I wasn't super prepared because I was trying to update Zoom, which has gone very bad, but I will do it. I can do it. And, guys, I listened to you guys coming up here, and I know I didn't get to listen to you guys super early this morning, but I'm just wondering from your perspective, why did the Giants start blitzing Dak Prescott? That is when he eats, and I thought in the second half, Dak Prescott had a great second half, and part of it was because the Giants decided, let's blitz a whole bunch.
You know, Dak said something after the game, and then Broadus was in the room here just a little while ago. It's perfect that you asked this question because we had 2 points of views on this. Dak was saying, well, there's some things. Now, remember, the Giants didn't even have all of their defensive linemen, so therefore a lot of people didn't think they would try to blitz.
Okay.
Wink Martindale, that's all he does is blitz. They thought, no, they wouldn't. What Broadus came in here this morning was saying that he was talking to – who was he talking to before the game? He said he was talking to
Babe Laufenberg.
He was talking to Babe Laufenberg, and they were talking about death quickly or death slowly.
Right.
And he was basically saying, if I'm Wink Martindale, I'm still going to die up the blitz because if I'm going to lose anywhere, if I'm going to possibly lose because we're not favored, I want to go after the quarterback because he said even in the game against Minnesota, the Cowboys pass rush forced them to do stuff even when they wanted to run. So he said, I'm not surprised. He said when Dak was saying things at the podium, he said he was disguising some things while we were watching the game in the press box. Bobby Belt and I were saying, why is he doing all these audibles? Because he's kind of like not doing Kellen Moore's game plan. And Broadus was saying, no. That blitz, Wink Martindale was doing that on purpose, and Dak Prescott was saying in the press conference, I was surprised he kept doing it, but we're just going to take advantage of it. And Broadus was saying they had a short work week. And so the Cowboys, Dak was like, I want to make sure these guys know that they're still blitzing and that they know they're on the same page. He said he's basically protecting his guys.
I like that answer. Now, my next question will
Especially since they did it and lost.
How smart was it when Zeke got hurt, and I'm talking about weeks ago, to have him sit out? Because that looks like the beginning of a year, Zeke, not near the end of the year, Zeke.
Yeah, I think it's paying dividends right now. I think that it was 2 games that really you could afford to miss him. You know, you have the bye week, the game against the Bears. There's, I think it made all the sense in the world to go without him in those games, and it's paying dividends right now because I feel like this tandem right now, they're finally finding that balance, and I like your point that this is looking like beginning of the year Zeke. And
fresh.
Yeah,
you
he's
saw
fresh.
acceleration too.
Yeah, you saw vintage Zeke yesterday, and I feel like this tandem right now, they're finally finding that balance. They're actually splitting carries, and Zeke almost had 100 yards yesterday. It's really nice to see that when this thing is working, when they're giving Tony Pollard the reps, when they're forcing defenses to respect Tony Pollard, they're kind of forgetting about Zeke in the process and not really respecting it. So, the dirty yards thing, I mean, it's all paying off right now. So I'm happy with it. I like where it's at.
Okay, Kevin.
Let's do it, Mike.
What are you most excited about today on the show?
Content-wise or cards-wise? Because I keep looking at the stack in front of us.
I have also a question about our show. Is Jerry Jones coming on today?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay,
yes,
he usually does.
He
usually does on a Friday.
If they would have lost, maybe it would have been a different deal. But now he's like, yes, let's do it. So he is scheduled for 10:30, and so obviously I'm excited about that. We will have World Cup for the United States, who caught a huge break this morning, coming up at 1 o'clock, as well as Cowboys thank you notes. And at noon, have the Cowboys quieted your concerns about the run defense. Those are content show-wise stuff. For everybody who comes out to RJ Duke's Sports in McKinney, I'm excited about that box of impeccable WWE. It costs $475, and it has 9 cards in it.
Oh
so
my
there are monsters in this. And I want to encourage everyone to come out, get their name into these drawings and everything, because all this stuff that we're opening up, there will be a giveaway for that tomorrow at 2 o'clock across RJ Duke's social media platforms. So if you're like, well, I can't afford any of that, yes, you can. It's free. You just got to come out and get involved in the giveaway.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you and Kevin one more question before you do another one?
Yes.
Real quick for Kevin. You guys did a hell of a job on Peace-a-thon, 15 and a half hours. And I know you damn near got your goal of $50,000, or did you get it? How close were you? Because the Tolos really stepped up. Kevin?
Okay, so here is my selfish thing that I'm just going to say for the day. First of all, non-selfish. Thank you to every single person who, and like if you didn't have the financial means to donate or bid, thank you as well, because I know we had so many people who listened, who shared the links, or who checked in with us. Like, that is all part of the process as well. My goal, which may or may not have been unreasonable, was to raise $50,000. Right now, we're at $48,000 even, which is the most money we have ever raised from My Possibilities. It now pushes us over $200,000 in the history of Peace-a-thon for My Possibilities. I will just say selfishly, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. That donation link is still up. And if you are like, you know what, I would love for that number to get to 50,000. I'm with you right there. We are 2,000 short, so if you know anybody who loves charity or is just super pumped about tax write-offs, then let's make this happen, and we can still get to $50,000. But you're right. Thank you to every single person who shared, who responded, who listened, who bid, who donated. Like, it's amazing. Up until 2 years ago, we had never raised more than $25,000 in a Peace-a-thon. The last 2 years combined, we've raised $93,000. So this thing has jumped incredibly over the last 2 years, and that's because of everyone who's listening and participating.
And a quick question for you, Mike. The quick question is, normally, like most Tolos, Black Friday is a big day for you in your household. You're always up early. What has your schedule been like so far, and will you do it?
Oh my God! I'm shopping online. I'll shout out the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm looking at the checkout screen. Sorry, Mike. I'm looking at a checkout screen right now.
Let me place order before I give this away, and then everybody gets all excited. On DallasCowboys.com right now, you can get jerseys for 25% off. So jerseys do cost a lot. So my kids are probably not listening. They're probably playing video games right now.
Fair.
But
cosign.
My kid really loved the throwback jerseys yesterday.
Yeah.
And so, like, the CeeDee Lamb youth throwback jersey is on sale for $65. Nice. That's a heck of a deal for a jersey. I mean, when you think about usually that jersey costs $90 with tax, $100, stuff like that. So, there's a lot of deals. I think the great thing, Chris, is I used to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning. Is now most stores have put everything online. You can go to the stores. Don't get me wrong, But a lot of things that I would do and get, you had to go to the stores. But after COVID happened, it's kind of like the company is like, look, we're not going to open on Thanksgiving afternoon or Thanksgiving night. And when we do open, we are opening early, but we're also going to have all of those products online. So you don't have to really go to the stores as much as you used to have to go.
Nice.
All right, so Chris, right back at you.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go, I put help us, Jaden Hardy. You're our only hope. If this keeps going on with the Mavs role players, and I know like not just tomorrow afternoon, but at what point do you think the Mavericks could go, you know what, we're going to give the 20-year-old 20 minutes a night and see if it helps?
I don't know if they're going to give him 20 minutes a night, but I will say this. Jason Kidd hinted at, and the word is he may be starting Christian Wood tomorrow night.
Yes, I did hear that.
And as far as Jaden Hardy, the crazy thing about it, yesterday I was on with Jared. Jared Sandler actually watched him play up in Frisco. He says he's a beast, but he doesn't have the handles down. That's the only thing he's kind of slow. So knowing that coaching staff, if that's what they're looking for, I don't know if it's going to be 20 minutes a night, but I think he's going to see some minutes because they do need some offense and they need a guy that can create his own shot and take it to the basket.
Okay. All right, guys. Hey, man, thanks for doing Friday with us. Thanks for doing Friday for the Tolos this morning and talking a lot of Dallas Cowboys. Really, if you want to hear great Cowboys coverage on yesterday's game, you're only going to get it from 105.3 The Fan. So stick with us. Come out and see us in McKinney. We're at RJ Duke Sports Cards and Collectibles right off of 75. If you're looking for a little bit of a landmark, it's in the same area that you will see those Golden Arches McDonald's. So if you are driving on 75, you just get into McKinney, you see a McDonald's, you're going to be really close to RJ Duke Sports.
I am excited. The shop is open. We're ready to give stuff away. Come on, listen to us.
All right, guys, it was good catching up with you guys. Kevin, I will be texting you during Survivor Series War Games, so be ready for that.
Let's go. And we just had Bianca Belair on, so clearly I'm rooting for their team.
Yes, and the 254, by the way, says they just donated $250. So
that'll work.
And you know what? I just looked. They 100% did. So, I mean, we're down to $17.50 to go, people. We can do this.
There we go. Let's keep it going. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you later. And there they go, the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan for Chris Arnold. Myself, Alec Medford, Ruben Portillo. Thank you guys for tuning in today here on 105.3 The Fan and allowing us here in the morning show slot. Until next time, tell somebody you love them, and we'll catch you next time on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, this is the 9th annual Peace-a-thon, benefiting My Possibilities on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap on third down. Back to throw. Good pickup block. McGovern into the end zone. It is caught by Schultz. Touchdown over McLeod. And that is saving the drive. Wow.
I'm really excited that the Cowboys won and that we're at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. However, we will not be doing another 14 and a half hours of radio today. It is the normal spot today, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and somebody already donated $250 this morning. That link is still open, 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. We are now above $48,000. If you do want to donate, the auctions are closed, but if you do want to donate, that would be fantastic. Mike, we're going to talk about the Cowboys real quick. Where are we at? And what all stuff do we have in front of us?
So I've posted on my Twitter everything that we are giving away, and we are at RJ Duke Sports Cards and Collectibles. It's in McKinney off of 75, and I don't have the address in front of me, but the best way to say it is we're at 400 North Central Expressway. If you're looking for a little bit of a landmark, you will see right off to the side the Golden Arches. We are in pretty much the same area as that McDonald's. So excited to be here. I mean, there are hundreds of dollars worth of boxes that you could get lucky enough to get. And I think it's a good time to get into the card world because prices have come down
to a more reasonable level, yes. We would say. This stuff in front of us that we are going to be opening for their giveaway tomorrow, all you got to do for the giveaway, and you're like, well, how much money do I have to spend? Look, the more money you spend, the better I would appreciate it for Ryan over here at RJ Dukes. But people get free stuff up here anyway, and you just need to sign up at the front counter. The boxes we have, more than $2,000 available. Wow. And we also have bobbleheads. We have autographed baseballs from Nick Solak and IKF and all kinds of cool stuff. And thank you very much to the person from the 214. I will thank you personally as well for going ahead and donating to My Possibilities. But just these boxes right here, more than $2,000. Now, we were talking about this before the show started, and I guess my question for everyone to start, for you, for all the texters, the Twolos, the YouTubers, 877-881-1053, when did you first think the Cowboys were in trouble, and then when did you realize it was going to be just fine? Because it was quite the best of time, or worst of times, then best of times extravaganza.
At halftime, I thought, my gosh, I can't believe
we're going to blow all the Vikings momentum.
So at 13-7, I just thought, this is human nature. I asked Stephen Jones this, and he just poo-pooed it. Didn't want to really answer the question. I totally get it. But usually when a team gets embarrassed or has a moment where, like, we lost, they didn't beat us, we gave away the game.
Yeah.
The Green Bay situation. Sometimes when you get embarrassed, like New York, and then all of a sudden the focus is different from when you win 40-3. Like, man, this is so easy. This is so great. And the Cowboys came out, and it looked like, especially offensively, this is so easy. This is so great after scoring 40 points, that there was definitely a lack of focus, a lack of execution. And I just thought, my gosh, we're going to be in a major battle right now.
I wasn't feeling good about the game early on, like, most people. But then I saw a stat that crystallized what I felt like I was seeing. Do you know all season Daniel Jones has thrown 2 passes in the air for more than 40 yards? Both of them were in that game early against Anthony Brown.
And that's when you got nervous?
Yes, and like, obviously, I was like, oh, no, they see the key. They're going to pick on him. We're already losing. If it weren't for a penalty that I'll take, I don't know, but I'll take, they should be up by more. And I was really nervous about that.
What a cool play, though, by the wide receiver. I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank, but the one that got down to the 1-yard line.
Darius Slayton, I think.
Slayton. He was covered, and what he did was this kind of veteran move, like a really coy move where Anthony Brown is there, but he kind of pushes him to go a little bit further so he cannot leap for the ball. So as much as, yes, Anthony Brown isn't having a great year. Anthony Brown at
and
times
he was
struggled.
there. That's why I got mad, because you're right. Anthony Brown was right there, and I was like, we can get a pick. And then it was a completion.
But I won't blame him on that, is that that was just – when you push a guy like that and now he's lost his balance, he can't jump. And so it was a great move where the ball was just a hair underthrown, where Anthony Brown gets kind of knocked off balance, gets pushed towards the end zone where he's like, crap, I'm going to put my hands up, but I can't leap right now. And so I'm not saying Anthony Brown had a good game. I'm just saying that was a really good move by the Giants wide receiver.
And then to go along with it, our weird sequence when they went for it on 4th down, when it was 3rd and 1.5, and we decided, let's take a deep shot and then run the ball on 4. And I was like, if you've already decided we don't want to just take 2 run plays, like if they weren't going to punt it, I'm like, take the deep shot, see what you can do. But when they were like, we're going to go for it on 4th down, I'm looking back before the play even happens, and I'm like, why the hell wouldn't you run the ball then on 3rd and 1.5? And some people are saying 1, the TV had it at 2, it looks like it's about 1.5. And then when they get stuffed right there, shockingly enough by Jalen Smith, I was like, oh God.
I know, the one play he's made in the last 3 years.
He won at the line of scrimmage,
That, and he did a back dive flop on a pile that had already been decided where the ball was. Everybody was done, and he's like, let me jump backwards on that one.
As long as we're shouting out for things that were never going to happen, props to Terrence Steele for that play getting stuffed and him pointing for the first down. I was like, I appreciate it, buddy. We probably lost a half a yard on that, but he was like, no, I think we got it.
I wasn't crazy about that decision. I know a lot of – and I know Corey's not here. He loves kind of going for it on 4th ground. He's kind of be aggressive a lot of times in a football game, and I totally get it. It's really fun to watch 4th down plays, but I thought, hey, they're not going to move the ball on you. Now they kind of did, but I just thought, just punt the ball, put him inside the 15 hopefully, and make Daniel Jones, dare him to go a long way to score points. It obviously didn't end up hurting the Dallas Cowboys overall in the game. They win 28-20, and it wasn't really that close in the end.
Tough backdoor cover there for a lot of folks. I know we might have to talk about.
But I'll tell you when I knew the Cowboys were in good shape. When the Giants decided to go for it on 4th down, and Daniel Jones can't hit a wide-open Saquon Barkley. Now, I heard a few people say, oh, Barkley has to catch that ball. That is a really tough catch going away from the ball and it being on your back hip.
Yeah.
I mean, that is – and you're asking a wide receiver. Maybe Chris Carter, maybe, Justin Jefferson. Yeah. Going with a recent wide receiver. But that is almost an impossible catch for most NFL wide receivers, let alone NFL running backs. That was a horrible pass, and I thought, all right, Daniel Jones ain't going to win this.
See, and that's what I felt like, especially when the Cowboys had taken the 14-13 lead, even though it was just because, man, social media was abuzz with this has shades of the Denver game last year. I saw that again and again. Denver. And I was thinking, oh, no, is this going to be that game? And so they took the lead, and when Saquon doesn't make that catch, and I'm with you, it was a bad throw. I'm sure Barkley would tell you he feels like he should have caught the ball anyway. But
I think if he does, though, he has to reverse his whole body and just fall down to catch it. So now it's not – so he caught it, and it's not a first down. So that's how – to me, how bad of a pass it was.
And then I do still see some people right now, and I get it from the 2-1-4. The Dak interceptions and these penalties are still a big concern. That'll get you in the penalties, in the playoffs. From the 9-4-0, same old inconsistencies will bite us in the playoffs. And I also have concerns about that. But what I know is right here, right now, your last 2 opponents were combined 15-4, and you beat both of them.
Yeah.
And if Philly can drop one more game, you have a chance to take this NFC East, and you have a chance to take the number 1 seed. There are problems, to be sure, but this was a game where a lot of people were expecting a letdown, and it only cost you for about most of the first half, but it didn't cost you the game.
I got nothing to say except you perfectly teased our next segment with the Philadelphia tease.
Exactly, because coming up next are the Eagles displaying new vulnerabilities. We'll do it next live from RJ Dukes in McKinney on 105.3 The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free Fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps even somebody that you know got hurt in an accident, that person could be me. We were driving down in Austin and somebody decided to look at their phone instead of look at the road. Hit me and a motorcyclist. Guess what? That person had to go to the hospital. We were luckier in terms of our health, but not.
shy of the 40. Now they're going to throw a flag. He went down, and then the Eagles merely touched him. The officials should show some common sense at a time like that.
They did show some common sense, and they called a penalty, and that's why the Eagles lost that game, in part of many other things. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, bringing you guys what you really want. Right here from RJ Dukes in McKinney. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. It is also a Shout-Out Friday, and I want to go ahead and jump ahead of this thing and shout out the multiple people who have already donated to My Possibilities this morning. I know Peace-a-thon is over. However, we have already gotten more than $300 in donations this morning for My Possibilities. If we get 2,000 for the day, we'll get to $50,000, and I'll be ready to celebrate. But we're also celebrating here today out in McKinney. We're going to be opening stuff. There are giveaways. There are sales. That might be the most important thing, is whatever money I make from doing a job, I'm going to end up losing money today because I'm going to spend more while I'm here than the amount of money that gets brought in. Also, we might need a couple of people from our staff to sit at this table with us because there's just about zero hair sitting at this table right here.
Yes.
And it is a little sad for all of us. But also, it's a little sad, or I guess I want to know, do you think things are trending in a sad direction for the Philadelphia Eagles? Because you're coming off 2 weeks ago, we just played the clip, the Eagles' first loss, and they had been the last undefeated team. They still have a staggeringly good record. And then they were on the precipice against the Colts until Jalen Hurts scored a touchdown in the last 2 minutes, but they overcame a 10-point deficit. And I got a couple of things for you that makes me wonder if the Eagles are moving in the wrong direction. First 8 games, 28 points per game their offense scored. Last 2 games, 18.5 points. And maybe even more scary for the Eagles, first 8 games, 3 turnovers total. Last 2 games, 6. And then for Jalen Hurts specifically, he threw for less than 200 yards 1 time in the first 8 games. These last 2, less than 200 yards both times. So you can look at these 2 games and discernibly see a difference with the Eagles. Do you think they're prepared to come back down to earth? I'm not saying and they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm just saying come back down to earth where they are catchable.
I think they're in a lull right now. I do think when a team isn't really pushing you, and they don't see the Cowboys as pushing them right now. Hey, I know as a Cowboy fan we can see it, but human nature is they're the team that has 1 loss. They're the team that
they beat us.
Right, and they beat Minnesota. They have the tiebreaker over them, so they have a 2-game lead on Minnesota if Minnesota were to try to get the 1 seed from them. So I think they're in a lull right now. I wish you were playing them right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I think they can get it back together and play the way they were playing kind of early on in the season. But they are beatable. They don't have, I know people disagree with me on this, they don't have Patrick Mahomes. They don't have Joe Burrow. They don't have a premium quarterback. They have a guy who was a below-average quarterback to start this year who has now become an above-average quarterback who's a little bit different. He's still just an average thrower, but he was below-average thrower. Now he's an average thrower. He is a great runner. He is a good decision maker.
Yeah.
But you're not going to go throughout a whole season. You shouldn't be able to go throughout a whole season where you're like, yeah, we played 17 games. We turned the ball over 4 times. That probably wasn't going to happen. So, yes, things aren't starting to go their way every time there's a loose ball, whether they recover it for defense or whether they keep it on offense. So, they're beatable. I do think the Cowboys, to your question, have to, I think, go undefeated the rest of the way.
I could see that. You definitely have to win your next 3. If you lose one of the next 3, I think that's probably a wrap, even if you beat Philly on Christmas Eve. One good thing about the matchup between Dallas and Philly, because obviously that's a must-win game for any of this to matter, is the Eagles' offense has started to struggle when they don't get big plays. And I know that might kind of feel like, well, sure, that's common sense. But the Eagles, so much of their offense has been built around the explosive plays because they do have some explosive wide receivers. And Jalen Hurts can be an explosive threat as well. Those have slowed down in the last 2 games, and that has slowed down Philadelphia. And so I wonder about how that fits with the Cowboys because the Cowboys have been pretty good at not giving up explosive plays. But then you look back at the first half yesterday and you're like, oh dear, the Giants are not good at this, and they're deciding to attack. So I have some concerns about that matchup.
It is a situation where everybody, after now 10 games or so, you start seeing the weaknesses in where you're going to attack. One, it looks like teams are going to keep attacking Brown.
Yeah.
They're going to find number 3, and they're going to go after him. They're going to see certain situations where we are going to go after him. Now, the one thing that is good, I know I'm going back to the Cowboys here and not on the Eagles because they play, Sunday. They're Sunday, right? They're not Monday. Pretty sure. They're Sunday. They're Sunday.
Yeah, they are Sunday.
Is that it's looking a little bit more difficult to run on the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, we're about to have Jerry Jones on. I think that
I have lots of thoughts about
after
that.
Green Bay crushed you and you were being pretty exposed throughout the season, the last 2 games, for the most part, you've looked pretty good against the run. I'm not saying awesome against it, but you can live with that. With what you're doing the last 2 games, you can still be a great defense if you're doing that against the run.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
And if you stop Philadelphia's run, you stop Philadelphia.
Yes, and because we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, Philadelphia still has the exact same issues. And because somebody was bringing up Dallas Goedert will be back by then. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not like, when you play Philadelphia, you're going to annihilate them. I'm just wondering if the matchup is more realistic than it seemed even 2 weeks ago when you're like, you have no chance of catching up in this division, no chance of not being a wild card. I'm wondering, because make no mistake about it, Philadelphia's run defense is terrible.
Right.
And so I think you can now make the argument after the last 2 weeks that Dallas's run defense is better than Philadelphia. I realize neither one is a strength unless we continue to move in the same direction. So I'm not discounting anything and saying Philadelphia is the number 1 seed. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC for a reason. But it now feels more achievable that they could potentially be caught. That is, of course, if the Cowboys get out of their own way sometimes as well. All right, coming up next, we are live at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. Come and see us. We're doing amazing giveaways all day long. We're going to start opening some of these cards so you can see what will be given away, and all you got to do is sign up. But coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you've been thinking about learning a new language, now is the time to start, because Rosetta Stone is offering the deal of a lifetime.
Cowboys, Mavericks, Rangers content.
105.3 The Fan.
Turn on, leave it on. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find your roads today at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton, are we good to go? All right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Is somebody else trying to call you in the background? Tell them we got an interview to do.
I'm going on around here for sure, but good morning. And, boy, when you said that Ford built tough, when I get a chance to talk to any of those Ford dealers or what have you, I said, you should be proud. If I were selling them, I'd put that hand in there, smell that leather, and I'd say, if you want to buy a truck that can get out of the ditch itself, you'd get a Ford. They're the only ones that didn't take a bailout in this country of all the automobiles. So when you get in a ditch with a Ford, you can come out on your own.
So, Jerry, I want you to remind me of this. I feel like today you guys have a big Thanksgiving get-together, correct?
We certainly do, and boy, does yesterday's game and yesterday's great celebration, Salvation Army makes it special. But that is correct today. And I'll go to Missouri here in just a little bit and go up there and have a great get-together with my family and where my parents live for most of their life. And so we'll be having a big time.
Do you start it off with, if I remember this right, is it corn dogs or hot dogs as an appetizer today?
Well, not today. Not today. We'll get in there. It'll be all the kinds of things that we traditionally eat on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
It'll be wild duck. It'll be venison. It'll be those kinds of dishes. And of course, you always got to have that turkey and sprinkle that in. But it'll be wild turkey. I've got a little daughter, a great granddaughter, that walked in up there, I think it was last year, and she'd shot her turkey.
Oh.
Her name is Chambers, but field dressed it right there, cleaned it and field dressed it right there. And
Now,
she shoots deer and field dresses it out in the field.
Wow, that is very impressive. Now, obviously, everyone in the family is rooting for the Cowboys anyway, but how much better does it make these family get-togethers when the Cowboys are coming off a victory?
Oh, it's just everybody is invested. My grandchildren have been a part of this since they opened their eyes, and everybody's invested. You can, as for instance, yesterday, that family, that picture of us putting money in the red kettle, that such an institutional part of our Thanksgiving Day. Well, those grandchildren have been there since they could barely reach the kettle, and so it's quite a tradition. They've all gone on, and a big part of some of the institutional things that Salvation Army does. It does with youth, and it does to help people. Well, my family's scattered throughout that, not just the adults, Gene or Charlotte, but my family have been very involved with the Salvation Army. We had all the top officers of the Salvation Army there yesterday for the kickoff to the nation.
Jerry, give me your thoughts and feelings at halftime as the Giants are leading 13-7.
Oh, I was really concerned, very concerned. That's their game. They hang around, boy, and they're a good team. And I was real concerned. We just were determined to really just make enough mistakes, just make enough miscues that we were going to keep this thing with it, reach for them, and that's almost being trite. Reach for them is not right. They're a team that could have reached right through us, and so I was very concerned.
Now, we're talking with Jerry Jones, as if people didn't already know, right here on 105.3 The Fan. In the past, whether it's mentally or physically, sometimes people would not use the word toughness to describe the Cowboys. J-Ron Curse dislocated his right shoulder yesterday, then went back in the game to finish in the fourth quarter and finish out the game. What do you think about the toughness mentally and physically of this team?
I think it's outstanding. I think, first of all, make no mistake about it, to play pro football, you got to think above the pain, and it's pain. And we have very few players that don't have some type of surgery after the season. Very few that don't have surgery.
Yeah.
And so these players play with pain, and they play with malfunction, so to speak, but they play through it. And it really is it's one of the things I admire the most about our players and the game. And so very seldom, only about the first day or two of training camp, do you walk out there feeling your very best. From that point forward, you're calling on it all the time. So I'm proud of these guys. I'm proud of the way that we responded yesterday. We could have let some of that. We could have let some of those miscues really set us back and come out of there with a big disappointment. But we didn't do it. That's a mark of a good team.
Jerry, you talked about a month ago about giving Zeke a little bit of rest with his injury and not pushing through it. And I think we saw yesterday the benefits of that because Zeke was just outstanding yesterday.
Yeah, he's so punishing. I can't emphasize enough the toll that he takes on the other team. And at the end of the day, this to be trite, is so physical. Well, if you out-physical them, then you have gained an edge. Zeke does that, and his reputation precedes him, but then nothing compares to meeting up with it on the field. And it's a shock to even get in his exhaust. And so he really provides an element to our team that lets us be physical on wearing them down, starting right off the bat, wearing them down. I thought the way we started that game yesterday, I was so impressed with the way we were running the ball, physically running the ball. And it really kind of distorted things for us because we went for it on fourth down. And had we not been running that ball and really gashing them early in that quarter, we probably wouldn't have gone for that fourth down. And so there's a case where we kind of overjudged what we were capable of doing there going for that.
In that case, then, are you surprised in retrospect that the team didn't go ahead and run the ball on third down as well? Like, if that decision had been made, hey, we'll probably go it on fourth down, it did seem a little odd that you wouldn't run the ball both of those plays.
Well, the way we were running the ball, now, I didn't make this call. But
right.
The way we were running
no, I know.
Ball,
you're right.
I would have thought, and I'm not denying the call, I'm just saying I didn't make it, so I let Coach speak for himself. But I'll assure you that the confidence that he had in our ability to make it on 4th and 2, 4th and 1, was emboldened by how strong and how well we were physically running in the initial plays of the game. And that misled us a little bit, and we got stopped.
Now, Zach Martin is in year number 9 of what will undoubtedly be a Hall of Fame career. When you heard his name called for holding, did you have to double take and think, that has to be a mistake?
I did, and it was a mistake. I looked at it straight on. He had him beat. You know, the call is initiated usually by the official when an offensive lineman gets beat. And once you get beat, then usually an infraction follows, a hold to make up for getting beat. He didn't get beat. And so that was an iffy one.
So, Jerry, when it comes to the other side of the ball and Micah Parsons, I'm sitting there at Thanksgiving with my family, and my father's 70 years old and a lifelong Cowboy fan. And I asked him this question, and I know you didn't own the Cowboys back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but I said, you know, for me, Micah Parsons is the best defensive player I've ever seen in a Dallas Cowboys uniform. And he said, Mike, I've seen Bob Lilly and I've seen Randy White, and those are probably the two best, and Micah Parsons is better. What are your thoughts
Holy
on
cow.
how great Micah Parsons is as a Dallas Cowboy defender in the history of the organization?
Well, that's pretty impressive. That's real impressive. He probably saw more of Bob Lilly and Randy than I have, for sure, assuredly. So that's pretty impressive. That's good enough for me because I know what Bob Lilly was. He was voted as the best defensive lineman in the history of the NFL, Bob Lilly, as a lineman. Randy White came in here as a linebacker and moved down to the ground, and he had such a unique perspective of how to get ready to play an opponent, and he invented preparation, and then of course he could execute. So for Micah to be mentioned by your father in those terms is quite a compliment.
And I have a question to kind of go along with that then. It doesn't have to be for Micah, it can be for whoever. Are you ever disappointed by the way the NFL has started to shift their MVP voting into almost exclusively quarterback? Like, we're going on 10 years since a non-quarterback has won it, and obviously it's even tougher for a defensive player to win the award. Are you surprised that the game has just shifted away from voting for anybody but quarterbacks for MVP?
No, because I'm so aware of how we've put the emphasis on quarterbacking. And it's not a frailty of our game, but it's certainly a look at what we're dealing with here. But we put so much on the excellence at that position. And when you don't have it, it hamstrings you and your ability to put the whole team together. And it's not fair because I'm sure those quarterbacks would be the first to tell you that the game that some of these guys play down in the interior, the game that is played by space hitters, that's almost a different world. And that's calling on skills, and that's calling on mental strengths and mental preparation that are not a part of what they do, quarterbacks I'm talking about. And so there's no lack of respect now for how good of football players these are. And I'll assure you that I've seen better football players, better at the nuances of the game. I have seen better players than quarterbacks.
Is there a possibility that Tyron Smith plays next week for the Dallas Cowboys?
That's unlikely, but I don't want to address it one way or the other. But it's not for competitive reasons alone. But still, I'm not so sure this morning to be right on top of it where we are. But let's just see how that goes. I don't want to necessarily comment on something that has an impact here.
I'd love to get your thoughts on what the organization and what fans should make of the development of CeeDee Lamb. He had another drop earlier, which remains troubling, but he also caught 6 passes, had a second 100-yard game, and made an incredible one-handed grab, and then another one that we all still think probably should have counted. What do you make of the development of CeeDee Lamb?
Well, the thing I see immediately when his name comes out my mouth is rack, run after catch. Once he gets the ball, what he can do with that ball. Therein lies, in my mind, in my assessment, some of the drops because of his impactfulness after he tucks it away or after with what he does with the ball. And so he obviously has some element of his being focused on what he's going to do with the next step. And to me, that shows up in concentrating. That's my explanation. He's outstanding. We're so fortunate to have him. He's just right before our eyes. He's evolving. positively. That you see Gallup really snatching that ball out there when it comes his way, see what he can do, and you couple that with what we've got going out of the backfield now with Zeke and with Pollard, and you put that with that bunch of tight ends out there, we've got us a passing game.
When you saw the replays, did you think CeeDee had that touchdown catch? Because, I mean, it was incredible nonetheless, but did you think he had that touchdown in the back of the end zone?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. And that's a nuance of the rule that you can debate all day long, but there's two. We actually have a rule here where it's interpreted with a different angle. But if you're dragging the toe, you're fine. If you're not, you're not. Both of them, the toe has to be in bounds, clear of the white line. That's it. And so Stephen is on that competition committee and very involved in this and has big issue with this interpretation before last night.
Oh, outstanding. We will talk with him on Monday. I look forward to that conversation. I got to know, when y'all did get in the end zone, did you like the tight end group's whack-a-mole touchdown celebration?
I was so proud of them. I just can't tell you what it means to all those 3 million volunteers and all of the people they serve, the millions of people that benefit from the Salvation Army. And to have that reminder that I'm not for sure, I don't have this, don't hold me to it, but this could be the second most watched event other than the Super Bowl we'll have this year. And to have that focused on and the emphasis of the Red Kettle, the Salvation Army, millions of people that they help and that are served by them. And to have our guys jump up there at the most visible time you could have in this country and show that and just remind what Salvation Army was you couldn't draw it up if you tried to draw it up for 1,000 years any better.
Jerry, I just want to thank you so much for coming on today and coming on weekly. I just think about, we're taking away time from your family, which I know is valuable to you, but every week you come on and you give us your thoughts and your feelings on what's happening with the Cowboys. And most owners, general managers don't do that on a weekly basis, and especially kind of a major holiday time for you. So I want to thank you so much for giving us your time.
Well, it's that time of year to thanks, and I want you to know it's so self-serving for the Cowboys. It's a wonderful opportunity to have you guys ask these questions and talk in a manner like this and to get to go directly to the fans that we get to. So I, on the other hand, are so appreciative, and thank you.
Do you ever talk to owners at owner meetings and say that, hey, if you guys go on radio more, this or that, maybe you can pump up your audience more?
Well, listen, they and I understand it. They, many cases, don't want to have that direct involvement, and I get it. And but I came here with a clear decision to not be involved for the rest of my life in certain areas and be involved in sport, and in this case, the Dallas Cowboys. And so we're just dancing to a little different music. That's all there is to it. But I will say this: you can't have, if you tried, you couldn't have as much enjoyment and as much interesting things that I've had since being involved with the Cowboys. And things like we're talking about right now, what we're doing right this minute. Here we are, day after Thanksgiving. That's what it's about. There's no place in the world I'd rather be than sitting there talking to you guys on the phone.
Well, we appreciate that very much. The last thing I got for you, we're actually at a baseball card shop today, RJ Dukes in McKinney. I got to know, were you a baseball, football? I know football cards not as prevalent at the time. Were you a card collector growing up or even now?
Just almost fanatical. Baseball was my game. I had to call on myself to play football. Baseball I loved. I played it every chance I could get it, and traveled all over the state playing it when in American Legion, and just hung on everything I could about baseball. And fortunately, Dad had a big work ethic mentality and wanted me to work every day, but he would let me step out there and play a little baseball.
Appreciate the time, like Mike said, as always, and thank you for how much y'all helped out our charity auction as well, and congratulations on another big victory.
Okay, let's count our blessings. Thank you, guys.
Sir.
There you go, Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're at RJ Dukes in McKinney, and we have about $2,000, maybe more, in products sitting in front of us. That product is not for us.
Right.
So we're
Dang it. Wait.
Yeah.
Really?
No, it is not for us, Mike. So we're about to start opening. We're going to get Mike in the picture here as his Zoom password is having issues. We're about to start opening some of this stuff. And what's going to happen is come out to the shop in McKinney, sign up across RJ Duke's social media platforms tomorrow at 2 o'clock. He's going to be giving this stuff away. So let's find out what we're getting. We're going to start with Panini Origins.
Yes.
That is something we auctioned one of those off yesterday. 7 cards, 1 pack. You get 2 autograph cards and a memorabilia card in every pack. So get excited. Come sign up. These are cards for you, assuming Mike doesn't try to steal them. I need you to be watching right now to make sure, hey, wait a second. Did we get all of the things that we opened?
And this is NFL football. So obviously they make basketball and football in this product.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have basketball. We have wrestling. We're going to be opening stuff all day long.
All right, so we start off with Keenan Allen. Really cool-looking cards.
Those base cards are incredible.
Mitch Trubisky, everybody's favorite pick in that draft there. Oh, look at this. I have a card upside, backwards, which is Ezekiel Elliott, really thick.
Oh.
I saved it with my legs.
I don't want to reach and grab that.
No. Ezekiel Elliott, very cool Origins card numbered to 99.
Woo! That is a Jersey Zeke card right there. Numbered to 99.
Another Mitch Trubisky, so I didn't save anything that good.
That's fine. It's a parallel, but that's fine that's the one you dropped. If you're
George Pickens, autograph rookie card. That is a very cool looking card. I love these Origin cards.
And
they
by
just
the way,
look awesome.
autograph on card.
Yes.
So not a sticker autograph. So autograph on card.
His autograph looks like MR. His name is George Pickens. So maybe he just signed it Mr.
You know what? I kind of like that, actually. And that's a rookie card right there.
And here we have 2 cards left. Tyron Davis Price, autographed jersey card.
To 49?
Yes, I don't know him. Do you know him?
I think it's Tyrion.
Tyrion, okay. And then Corey Major's favorite player,
Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin.
All right.
So, yeah, that's a decent. The George Pickens, good player.
You could say it, Mike. That might not have been your favorite box so far. It's okay to say that. We're going to build up.
And he wears 00.
He is Mr.
Okay.
100%. All right. Do you want to do...
You want me to open it or you open it?
No, I want you to open it. And if it doesn't work, then we're taking it away from you.
Okay, this is...
Panini Black.
Yes, NFL. So after interviewing Jerry Jones, we thought we'd do the 2 NFL cards. I can't promise. I won't drop these.
All right.
But it was a Mitch Trubisky.
5
It
cards.
makes sense I dropped Mitch Trubisky.
5 cards, 2 autograph, 1 memorabilia. Keep in mind, these can all be free. All you need to do, come out to RJ Dukes in McKinney. I found it, and I'm terrible at directions. You definitely can, off of North Central Expressway.
We have a Derrick Henry to start off. We have...
Oh, man, Romeo Doubs.
Romeo Doubs.
For the Packers.
Very cool jersey card right there.
I know he got hurt.
We have Ahmad Gardner autographed card right here.
Sauce? That's Sauce, baby.
Sauce Gardner.
Number to 25?
Ooh, that's a really good card.
Woo! That is your far and away leader for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Hey, hold on just 1 second. Sauce Gardner, autographed rookie card, 225.
Yes, and these are really cool.
So just make sure that's still in the giveaway.
Very
and Mike didn't grab it.
Very cool.
Okay. Oh, they're not backyard breaks. We actually give these things away.
Hassan Haskins. This is an autograph card numbered to 99.
Double jersey right there.
And then last card, James Robinson, numbered to 75.
All right.
What
Mike,
team did he get traded to?
I'm excited for you because you can still keep breaking. If this one wouldn't have been
Yes.
great, we might have had to take it away from you.
You know, it's
but
funny,
congratulations. That Sauce Gardner card is fire.
When I read that and I just read his first name, it didn't register as Gardner. When I go, oh, Ahmad Gardner, I didn't even know what his first name was.
Yes, and it is Sauce. What are the chances of getting a $500 card? With these products, very good. Also, we'll be opening a full-size NFL autograph helmet. That is part of the giveaway as well. We have baseball, basketball, wrestling. So the shop, for people asking, RJ Dukes in McKinney. It is a great shop. Ryan, by the way, the owner, is a great dude who donates every single year stuff, and apparently he bought something for My Possibilities. So thank you to him. Shout out to him, and thank you to all the people who 1053thefan.com/peaceathon have already been donating still this morning. Appreciate it. Hope to see you guys out here today. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 1053 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and if it's up to Mike, and sometimes it is, probably open some more cards. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation. Starting Thon benefiting my possibilities on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Peyton, we might want to swap out that intro because I don't have 14 and a half hours in me today.
No,
However,
you do. I know you do.
Yeah, you know what? My wife will yell at you for that because if you challenge me, I almost feel like Michael J. Fox in the Back to the Futures, and I'm like, the hell, I can't do that.
I was so surprised you went from 7 to 8 and missed the great the great Mavericks second quarter where they were down 70-49 at halftime.
Yeah, aren't you really glad you left for that? We're out at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. There are all kinds of, we already opened the first 2 boxes. We have a lot more stuff. We have more than $2,000 worth of stuff we're opening that will be given away tomorrow on RJ Duke's various social media platforms. I'm excited about that Star Wars one. All you have to do is come up to the shop and sign up. However, if you want to buy things while you're here, guess what? Pretty much everything is on sale. And
yes.
Or should I say or? Is that the or? Also, $20 off every purchase of more than $150, $75 off every purchase of more than $500. So if you want to come out and just come out to see us as well, that would all be fantastic. Right now.
Okay, tell me about it.
Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I almost thought that you guys had been on the air since Wednesday night when I heard that.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like that. We were scheduled to wrap up at 7, and due to some scheduling complications, we worked another hour.
Oh, boy, that away.
I know, but I will tell you, Mickey, people are still donating to My Possibilities this morning through our charity link, and that is super duper cool.
Way to go.
Also super cool, we own third down offensive efficiency now. We have talked about this numerous times, and I know the easy answer is going to be Dak, and I'm not discounting that. I want to know, if you look at the first 6 games versus the last 5 games, is there anything else you think the Cowboys are doing to go from just about worst to first in the NFL in third down offensive conversions?
Well, I think you mentioned the obvious, right?
Sure.
But that's number one.
Sure.
I think the other thing is just having played this offense together and understanding really how young they were on the offensive line. And then when you run the ball the way they've been running the ball of late, it sure makes third down a lot easier. Although I didn't do this yet, but I think if you go back and count up their third downs, there was a lot of third and longs they converted on.
Yes,
that's how good they were, right? And it was almost like, all right, it's 3rd and 13. You know what? Just throw the ball. You're hitting on all cylinders right now, and a little bit of that. At times, I think it gets too easy. And I heard you guys talking to Jerry about the 4th down, that what they should have done on 3rd down. You know what? I was thinking, just go for it on 3rd down. Like, throw it deep, because on 4th down, you're going to pick this up, right, the way they were running the ball.
And doesn't that kind of feel like what he thought as well, in terms of, he was like, we had just run the ball so well, I just kind of assumed we would make it. And I get that point of view. I always wonder, and I know it's tough to answer these questions like immediately after, I always wonder like when the decision in the drive or in that moment was to go for it on 4th down. Like, do you immediately know before that 3rd and 1.5 that you're like, all right, we're going to go for it no matter what, and the run game's been doing so well, we can take our shot at 3rd down? Like, I'm fascinated by those intricacies.
Yeah, absolutely. After 2nd down, if I'm the head coach, I'm telling Kellen Moore, you got 2 downs to pick this up. Do what you want.
Yeah.
And I think a little bit in that first half, I think they were so confident in what they could do offensively, they weren't patient enough. It was like, no, this is too easy. We're going to throw the ball 40 yards down the field and score a touchdown.
Yeah.
And a little of that got in their way. You know, some of the 2 picks that Dak threw, he didn't have to do that, but I think he could. He thought he could do it, so let's go for it, right? We're playing against 2 backup corners, and so let's not mess around. Let's go for the kill early, and it got themselves in trouble. And I thought the second half they showed a little bit more patience and said, okay, sometimes you just got to grind this thing out. You can't get it all in one play.
Systematically break them down.
Yeah, but that's the confidence they're playing with on offense. Yeah. And think about, sort of the stuff they overcame in this game. Not any team can get intercepted twice in a half and fail to get it on fourth down. That's like three turnovers to me, right? Oh, and you only trail 13-6 at halftime, or 13-7. Yeah, that was remarkable. But when you have that confidence in your defense, then you can overcome some of these things. There's not a lot of teams out there that are good enough to overcome 13 penalties.
Yeah.
13. It's a season high. And they have trouble with that crew, by the way. That crew has had them in double digits several times, all right?
Novak likes to be on camera. He certainly does.
And so does the little line judge over there on the Cowboys side that was yapping and arguing with the other referees on some of his calls. What's that about? I don't think I've ever seen that, right?
I know. Ask Tony Brothers in the NBA. He calls players names.
And think of the other stuff they overcame. You got 3 guys that couldn't play because of illness, which means they couldn't practice. It wasn't like, an injury and you knew the guy. You were just hoping. And McCarthy pointed out in his press conference when he said we went to 90, meaning an hour and a half before the game started when you got to set your 48-man game day roster. And they had guys that were sick coming in wondering, can they play? Can they not play? And I'll guarantee you 4 or 5 of those guys that had illnesses ended up playing, and they powered through that. So to me, this game, and I know it finished, an 8-point victory, but it was
Mickey.
It was much more than that, I guarantee you.
So, Mickey, I want to talk. I know I don't like talking tons about the referee, but I want to talk about the future of 2022 rule calls, because I just have this feeling, kind of like the Calvin Johnson when he caught the ball and 5 seconds later he put the ball on the ground. Like, well, he didn't complete the catch, and they had to really work on that rule after the Des Bryant situation. Yesterday we saw CeeDee Lamb catch the ball, first foot inbound, second foot, the toe gets down, but then the heel touches the back line. So now do we know if we see this in a playoff game? Because I just have this weird feeling it's going to happen against the Cowboys on the sideline or something. And now we know, if I'm correct, if your toe gets down, the second foot, but your heel touches down, we know that is an incomplete pass the rest of the season?
Sometimes I think they make it up as they go.
Well, I mean,
now think about the logic of this, right? So if that was on the sideline, that counts as a catch?
And that's the thing we're going to try to get some clarification from Steven on that on Monday, because Jerry said that Steven did not agree with that interpretation of the rule.
And think about this. Why in the end zone do you have to have 2 feet down, right? Because if you're running the ball, all you got to do is reach it over, right?
Yeah. That's an interesting point.
And you don't have to have any feet in the end zone. So why, when it's a pass, you got to have the foot all the way? I don't think I've ever heard that. And I think we've seen reviews where guys have toe tapped both feet for a touchdown. I guarantee you we've seen that.
Yeah.
So now the heel's got to be down, the toe doesn't count? That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. And you know what? It ruined the catch of the month, right?
It was, although CeeDee Lamb did have another candidate from that exact game that I might put in that category. I wonder if you're with where I am with CeeDee Lamb. I said this yesterday. I tweeted this out yesterday. I am very glad that CeeDee Lamb is on this team. But sometimes the juxtaposition of the amazing catches he makes and then the drops he makes continue to flummox me.
Yeah, but it was one drop.
No, it was.
And it was kind of a broken up pass, right? I mean, it was in his hands, and the guy got his.
You're the one all over CeeDee Lamb. You take it, Kevin. I'm happy with CeeDee Lamb. I think he might be a top 10 receiver.
I don't think there's a butt in there.
I started by saying I'm glad he's on the team.
No, I know.
I do sometimes wish we could eliminate the drops because it's early in his career, but that has been an issue throughout his career thus far.
Yeah, maybe one a game. I mean, it's not like he's dropping 3 balls in a game, right?
I mean, that is true. 1 game would be a staggering pace across the season, but I'm with you. I get your point. He does make some incredibly. I would like Dak to just throw him difficult passes.
Well, you know what? Part of his problem sometimes is that he's so intent on catching the ball and taking off, he forgets the catch part. And he's already taken off.
Yeah.
He's pretty good with the ball in his hands, by the way.
Absolutely. He is, in terms of when you were talking about top 10 receivers, I mean, if we're just talking about, like, ability after the catch, then I would love to look at that as well because I think he is very high.
Then the other thing that's starting to take place, you see the confidence that Michael Gallup's getting in his knee. I mean,
with those high point catches yesterday.
I talked to him on, it was either Tuesday or Wednesday, and I asked him, I said, it looks like you got more confidence now in your knee than you had. And he goes, you could see that? I go, absolutely. And he goes, you're right. And I don't think he's thinking about it anymore because he's snatching the ball, right? And he's getting open. And he made some spectacular catches, right?
Yeah.
Here's my question.
Okay.
Where does Odell Beckham Jr. fit in?
And the thing I've always felt about that is, and I definitely understand your question, is I'm like, I will always take more talent. But I think that I always love that problem to have when you're like, we have too many, like the Astros with their pitchers. We have too many good players. I will accept that problem. Let the Cowboys figure that out.
And my point on that is, how much do you want to pay for that? Because I don't think you're desperate.
Yeah,
right?
I do not want to pay the supposed agent number of 20 per year, prorated or full for next year.
Oh, hell
not
no.
interested. Yes,
I'm with you, Mick.
Right, and the more they play here, like yesterday, my thought was, well, the price is going down from the Cowboys' standpoint, right?
Right.
Because I'm not desperate. And when I can get my tight ends involved, along with Tony Pollard in the passing game and top 2 wide receivers, hey, the Cowboys won a Super Bowl in '95. Corey Fleming was the 3rd receiver, and he had 12 catches. Now, I know they had a Hall of Fame guy as the first guy, right?
Sure.
But still, I don't know that every team has 3 Pro Bowl-type wide receivers. And so, to me, and Jerry used this word, maybe it was last week, he called the Beckham thing an additive. He didn't call it a need. He called it an additive. Like, we can add another talent to this team. There's no problem with that. And I get it. But even if you do sign him, and you're not going to talk to him till December 5th, so say you get something done. Well, you're still 2 weeks away from him playing at the best. Right? So what's he going to play? 3 regular season games? Now, I know it could be like the Rams, and it's a playoff additive. But to me, the way this is going and the way Dak answered the question last night, I don't know if you guys heard it, but they asked him the question, and he answered it. I'll probably get a hold of him. And they said, well, Jerry said, he talked to him, and he said he talked to him. He goes, he won't give up, will he? Just like that.
No, he won't.
And he won't, right? But, I guess it's a great little talking point, and we'll see what happens. But this offense, the way it's functioning right now and what they overcame yesterday, I thought was pretty remarkable.
Agreed. Everything feels mostly good. I guess that was a confusing sentence right here in Cowboy Land. Thank you very much, good sir.
Okay, carry on with your trading cards, right?
Absolutely. We're about to open some Star Wars cards, Mickey. Get
Star
excited.
Wars. Oh yeah,
Who's
I got
your
a bunch of
Star Wars character?
I got a bunch of those. I don't think I've ever seen a Star Wars.
All right, get off the
What? What? All right, Mickey.
Darth Vader.
No
Just
Cowboys.
say Darth Vader.
Yeah, no Cowboys this weekend. Watch Star Wars movies. Let's talk on Monday. Thank you very much, good sir.
See ya.
Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, Mike, you are appealing to me right here with this box.
You want to do it now or after the break?
Let's do it now.
Right
We're
now.
going to do it now.
Star Wars Topps Chrome Black. I love this product. You might see more of it at some point in the next month or so. Just to give that as a hint.
4 cards in the box.
You want to do the big one first? Or
that's the encased autograph
I'll
card?
do this. Look.
Okay,
look.
don't show me
There. Okay, I'll open up the pack first,
Okay.
then show the encased card, okay?
Okay.
This is very cool. I see something numbered 48 out of something on the back. But I love these Topps Chrome
Now,
Black cards.
And this is what you have to watch out for me. I talked about Mike stealing things. This is the one that I will steal. So make sure you keep an eye on these for the giveaway.
Bib
Fortuna. Jabba the Hutt's like kind of second in command.
These are such cool-looking cards.
Those look amazing.
Okay. Oh, Saw Gerrera. Very, very big character in
the sequels.
Yes. And who's that actor? He's really famous.
That is Forrest Whitaker.
Yes. And the last one, Zam Wessel.
Oh, yeah. Is that one of the bounty hunters? That's right.
Yeah, she died.
She gets shot with a poisonous blow dart.
That's numbered.
Oh,
to
yeah.
50.
Sorry, Mickey. Spoiler alert. I know you just said you never seen any
All
of
right.
them. Or maybe she doesn't. And is she really a...
And here it is, the encased card. Congratulations. You have received an authentic Star Wars Chrome Black autograph card of...
I need you to turn that around.
Ezra Bridger.
Oh, from the animated series.
Jedi.
All right.
He's a Jedi.
I like it.
Very cool. I tell you what, I'm really...
Oh, and then soon. Yeah. Okay, spoiler alert, and it's about to become a more heavy player in the Star
Ahsoka
Wars
Taunt,
game.
I'm really interested in
that
her
new series?
story, yes. Which that'll be a whole Disney series. Who was, I know now Mickey and other people, I guess, is Anakin Skywalker / becomes Darth Vader Padawan, which means like the person he was training to be a Jedi.
Woo! There's some amazing stuff, and I know you might be thinking, I can't afford that stuff. Yes, you can. You come out to RJ Dukes in McKinney, sign up for free, and we'll be doing those giveaways across his social media feeds tomorrow at 2 p.m. And also, just about everything here I see with a mark through it and a new price. So there's all kinds of sales happening for Black Friday. Go ahead and come on out in McKinney, North Central Expressway. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll inevitably open more cards, I feel like. But also, NFL overreaction or not. We'll do that all next right here on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry Jones. Tom Son, Sean, and RJ. Tuesday.
WWFE cards. I like saying it that way.
You had me at the first one.
Or baseball.
I want to open the wrestling cards, obviously.
All right, we'll open up baseball
that is my
later
first
then.
choice. I feel like you had to know
No, I knew.
that was going to be the
wanted to
direction
see.
I would go. All right. So we'll see how long I can keep.
No Nuggets today.
Okay, yes, that actually is true. But I do have some NFL overreaction or reality for you. Now, Peyton, you said we've got the Jameis Winston audio?
Oh, we have it.
Okay. I want to hear Jameis Winston here. And so NFL overreaction or reality, you shouldn't lose your job due to injury. Let's hit the audio.
It hurts my soul. And that's all I can say. Well, no, I lost my job due to injury. Yeah. And the policy has always been you don't lose your job because of an injury.
What?
I like
policy? It's written in your contract? What the?
I like that the Saints
Does he not know he's been in professional football for 7 years now?
I do like the idea that the Saints have company policies, and one of them is you will never lose your job due to injury. All right, so what, NFL overreaction or not, you shouldn't lose your job due to injury.
No, sorry. You know what? And I know that he's a football guy and not a baseball guy, but there's a whole thing of
Getting
you got Wally
pipped.
Pipped
Yeah.
because he got hurt, and then Lou Gehrig played in a zillion games in a row afterwards. Like, that's life. That is not just sports. That's life. I mean, you hate saying it, and life isn't fair. Sports aren't fair. But, dude, if you get hurt and then the guy who comes in for you ends up outperforming what you were doing before you got hurt, you lose your job. Here's how you keep your job. First, if the person who replaces you does worse than what you did before. And then there's another way, too. I make so much money, I'm not replaceable.
Right.
And so that can happen, too. Like, I tell the story of Bobby Valentine took me back after the plane ride back from where we were coming from, a road trip, and he said, Mike, let me take you back to the hotel. And I said, all right. And he said, hey, I just got to explain to you why I'm taking you out of the rotation. And he said, it's not because of performance. It's because Pedro Estachio's contract. You're pitching better than Pedro Estachio. I want to keep you in the rotation, but we can't. The ownership, the general manager, because of contract, he stays in the rotation. And Pedro was a friend of mine, loved him. He was struggling a little bit at the end of the year. I was pitching pretty well at the end of 2002. But that's life. Yeah. So is it fair to me that I had outpitched a person, but there's like, guess what? He makes millions of dollars. You make at the time, I was making $30,000 a month, which was awesome. But, I mean, that's the lowest you could make back in 2002. But I think that's one of the, that's a really dumb thing Jameis Winston said.
We'll go overreaction on that. Overreaction or not, Justin Fields is not a clutch quarterback yet. Now, I saw something that was really fascinating to me about all this. Clearly, Justin Fields has been like a fantasy football revelation. However, in the fourth quarter and overtime, Justin Fields has completed 57% of his passes for 3 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. His fourth quarter and overtime passer rating is 33rd out of 34 qualified quarterbacks. I feel like that hammers it home that right now he ain't clutch.
No, and the thing is, you get experience right now in his second year. Look, we thought that Chicago put together one of the worst rosters in the NFL.
I still think that, yeah.
So he is improving. I think the great thing for Chicago is they can go into this draft going, we don't have to concentrate it all about quarterback. We can concentrate on building around our quarterback, which is really big because, let's face it, the Jets can't do that.
Yeah.
The Jets, who took the second overall pick, now have to go into this draft going, how committed are we to Zach Wilson? How much are we committed to trading picks, trading him to try to find the next quarterback? So I think it's great what Justin Fields has done. But then I also agree. He hasn't proven that he's going to win 10 games next year. He hasn't proven that he's going to be the franchise-changing quarterback that they drafted, but he's proving enough that they should stick with him into year 3.
And by the way, to your point, multiple people are like Alex Smith, Tony Romo. Like, people lose their job to injury all of the time. All right, I am fascinated by what you say about this.
Okay.
NFL overreaction or reality? Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
I don't think he is. I'm not the best person to ask. You know my bias.
Yeah. Where would you would you put him 8 right now? Like, where?
I would have to look it up, but Mahomes is 1 for me, and I don't even think it's close, even though my father and son were saying yesterday, Josh Allen, they think he might be better. But I was like, gosh, guys, have you not seen the mistakes he's made in this game?
The last 3 weeks, I mean, if we're just going off of what is happening right here, right now, Josh Allen has struggled mightily, and I do not think he should get a pass on that.
I will still put Josh Allen at number 2. For me, what Joe Burrow accomplished last year in his second year with getting drafted by the worst team, Cincinnati didn't trade up.
Yeah.
They were that bad. So he took what kind of Trevor Lawrence, I know it's a little bit different, but can you imagine right now if Trevor Lawrence was playing more at 500 or a little above and then took the Jaguars to the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
So to me, I think Joe Burrow is the third best quarterback. From there, it starts getting a little bit wonky for me because I have to really get into like numbers. I have to get into what they've done, this and that.
But you're not going top 5.
I get what he's done. I get he was probably the 20 to 25th best quarterback coming into this year. I mean, would you argue with that coming in?
Sounds about right.
Before the year started.
That sounds about right.
And I would say he's in that conversation for top 10. So when you said 8th, I think he's in that conversation right around the 10th number. But I can't put him in top 5. If he loses, let's just say he loses in the first round. And I know he probably won't, but let's just say he does. Doesn't he get a whole bunch of S for doing that? Think about what Lamar Jackson has gotten in the last couple years for not having playoff success, even though he's won a playoff game, if not 2 playoff games, if I'm right about Lamar Jackson. So if Jalen Hurts, all of a sudden he goes into this category where you're like, and I would rather have Lamar Jackson. My opinion, I would rather have Lamar Jackson than Hurts because I think he's way more dynamic running the ball.
Now, speaking of Lamar Jackson, this question I think came up via CBS. I was intrigued by NFL overreaction or reality. The Ravens end up as the number 1 seed in the AFC. Now, here's what I want you to know. I'm going to tell you the schedule going forward. At the Jags, host the Broncos. At the Steelers, at the Browns, host the Falcons, host the Steelers. That is a cupcake schedule. And then they finish against the Bengals.
Deshaun Watson will be the quarterback in that.
That is true. And that, rock on. I don't know how. I mean, that's going to make an impact, but I don't know, if that that takes Cleveland.
I'll tell you what.
That's a soft schedule.
It is super soft, and that makes me think. Thanks for making me say that. I would think that being here at RJ Dukes in McKinney here at the sports card shop, I almost said show, but
you
we're not
wanted
at
to
a
say
show.
sportatorium. I thought that's what you were going to say.
But that doesn't look like a bad buy. If you do think Lamar Jackson can run the table and end up 14-3 and have a bye in the first round, that all of a sudden
you get really good odds for that right now.
If Lamar Jackson, and I don't think they will, but if they were to win the Super Bowl this year, his cards would skyrocket because he would be the MVP of the Super Bowl, most likely. He'd have an MVP, and all of a sudden, Lamar Jackson, if they go 14-3.
He's 25, 26?
Yeah. Don't tell me, if you have Jalen Hurts as a top 3 MVP candidate this year, if Lamar Jackson runs the table and ends up with a 14-3 record, rushes for 1,200 yards, throws for over 2,000 or 2,500 yards, you can't tell me that he will the MVP. If you were all on Jalen Hurts being the MVP, if you're a listener right now, if Lamar Jackson goes 14-3 and has the best record in the NFL, then I guess he has to be the MVP.
Now, I have other questions, of course, but we have more pressing concerns. Now, if this was any other product, maybe I would try to push more questions, but this is WWE Impeccable.
Do you know I did that so fast, I almost sliced my thumb wide open with the box cutter.
Okay, Mike.
Luckily, I missed.
We need to
and
keep
that
this
would have
show
been the
going.
end of my show.
Can't have you bleeding all over the place. Yeah. And
well, it would be very WWE of me to start bleeding by intentionally cutting myself.
Oh, my God. He bladed. Yes, that was – okay. So this one pack, 9 cards per pack, 5 autograph cards, 5 autograph cards, and 1 insert card. Holy moly. I am excited. Let's go ahead and mark that as well.
You were talking over it.
I am very excited
2 packs
for this product.
1 small pack, 1 big pack.
Oh, do you think
we call these fat packs, right?
Yes, we do.
All right. So
the small one first?
You want to open that?
Right.
Well, I'm assuming this one has the
autographs in it. Yeah.
So this is, we're hoping for The Rock.
Yes, Stone Cold, Roman Reigns. I think are all viable.
Oh, it's one card.
Okay, that is the big. Holy cow!
That is super thick.
That is Rey Mysterio, or in some circles, Rey Mysterio Jr. The canvas card right there.
Jeez Louise.
What is that number to? 25?
Yes, 12 of 35.
35. All right, so Rey Mysterio Jr., who, by the way, is having his own little career
This is the
renaissance right
thickest
now.
card I think I've ever seen in my life.
You know, Peyton, what I want you to do is
Yeah, I said
save
card.
that
Too bad.
and bleep the word card, and then I really think we got something
All
going
right.
forward.
Now I open up the fat pack, which you said has 5 autographs in it.
That's what my sweet info sheet
If you
says
were to
right
want
here.
one autograph of a
Undertaker.
The Undertaker.
Not even close.
Okay.
But there are plenty of viable options right here.
All right, so there's a woman.
Oh, is that Bianca Belair? She was part of
That's not her
Peace-a-thon.
name. What was this person's
Oh,
name?
Xylee, darn it.
Do you like her or not like her?
No, I mean, she's just, Bianca Belair is at another level.
I know this person. Edge.
Also in U2, so that's pretty impressive work that he's
That
done
one's
right
numbered
there.
to 49. Is he's it looks like he's going to go sack the
He's going to go spear
quarterback.
them. Yeah, that's one
Okay.
of his finishing moves.
This one's upside
Okay.
down.
All right.
So we have
Before
an
we get into the
autograph
autographs
of
Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
That is very
Main
cool.
evented SummerSlam 89 because I'm a nerd and I instantaneously knew that information. These are all on card. That's a sweet one right there.
Ray Ripley.
Rhea. So Rhea Ripley. Rhea
Believe
Ripley,
it or not.
Rhea Ripley's coming up in the world. That lady is going to be a force. That is an excellent autograph. Number 2. Dude, that's number to 10?
Yeah, that's cool.
These are all on card number to 10. That is a banger right there.
This guy.
Oh, that's Sika. That is a Hall of Famer right there. I can't remember if it's how he is obviously in the Inoue family related to Roman Reigns. Sorry, my genealogy is not on right there. That's a solid one, but that Rhea Ripley one's the best one so far.
I'll let you read it because I don't know these people.
Oh, Drew Gulak. He's a very good wrestler. That is not my favorite card, but he's an excellent wrestler. He needs a personality transplant.
Dude.
A little bit.
Dude. Dude.
What do you got?
I think this is big.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, Goldberg
Dude.
autograph. Okay. Okay, that is
Goldberg. I know Goldberg.
Goldberg.
Number 28 of 98. 98.
Okay.
Interesting. I thought it was going to be 99, but it is 98. I have glasses on.
The one thing I can think about is 98 is when Goldberg won his first world title. I don't
that is
know if
super
that is
cool.
the selection. You know it's a big hit when Mike's like, ooh, I know this wrestler. And so I'm like, that's a good point. I still think the Rhea Ripley one is going to end up being the best one.
Really?
But that is a hell of a pool.
And the last one is not autographed.
Maurice.
But Maurice.
That's right.
really
Number
cool
to
card.
25.
13
She's married
of
to
25.
The Miz. You know the Miz, right?
Yeah. He married a good-looking lady, it looks like.
Yes.
Who can kick my butt.
Yes, I have no doubt about that. Man, that was
Goldberg.
a good box right there. That Goldberg
Championship.
autograph
It's
is
called
great.
Championship Debuts. That is a very cool card.
And by the
he
way,
didn't sign it Goldberg.
it's probably Bill Goldberg.
Oh.
Is
okay.
yes, and much like you, that is his first name.
I wonder if Darth Vader signs his card Darth Vader in
That
there.
I don't think so. You can buy those boxes. They're $475 up here, $475. I don't want to confuse anybody. Up here at RJ Dukes, and if you're like, I would love to get in on any of those autograph cards, come up here in McKinney, off of Central. You can sign up. The giveaway will be happening 2 p.m. tomorrow across RJ Dukes Sports social media platforms. Mike, every box now has gotten better. The first one wasn't my favorite. Second one was better. This is the best one so far.
Bill Goldberg.
You're doing a great job,
He
Mike.
spears.
He does spear.
And you said the other guy, Edge spears too?
Spears as well.
Come up with your own thing, Edge.
I mean, he has other moves as well, but I hear you.
All
I
right.
like that you think that Goldberg originated the spear. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you believe in the announcer's jinx? We'll do it next right here, live from RJ Dukes in McKinney on 105.3 The Fan.
If you've been thinking about learning a new language, now is the time to start. Because Rosetta Stone is offering the deal of a life.
A 45-yard field goal for Tyler Bass to put the Bills on top, 28-25 with 2 seconds remaining.
Bills radio right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that game still had a very dramatic ebbs and flows throughout. The Bills are, of course, victorious 28-25. But I want to get back to something that happened earlier in the game in just 1 second. As part of going around the entire NFL and dipping into some gridiron gravy.
With leftover turkey.
Gravy. And that is a good point. We start with, I'm going to give you a couple more Cowboys factoids. In case you missed it, is Odell Beckham is going to be visiting with the Dallas Cowboys a week from Monday, per Jay Glazer. And by the way, when we said we would clarify with Steven on Monday, we can certainly still do that. But Steven will be on with Will Chambers and Bobby Belt, who are comprising the G-Bag Nation today. So if you want to talk about Odell, you want to get more information about that rules committee, he will be on with those guys who will come up after us starting at 2 o'clock. So make sure to tune in for that. And then for Zach Martin, that was only the 6th time he's gotten a holding call in his career, and the last one was November 1st, 2020. So it had been more than 2 years since Zach Martin was flagged for holding. All right, let's go from that to, well, you played the highlight. Let's talk about the game yesterday. I do not believe
very entertaining.
Yes, it was. I do not believe in jinxes whatsoever. But Mike, do you believe? Because I know baseball players can be, if not superstitious, at least a little stitious. Do you believe in those jinxes and stuff?
I would love to say I don't, because that would make me sane. But yes, there are multiple things that, especially when I played, that I would do, because I was like, if I did it, if I was like, it doesn't matter, and then something started going wrong, I'm like, it does matter. Like, you do have to step over with your right foot and not touch the foul line or the fair line, whatever you would like to say. You do have to put on your right sock first. If you put on your left sock first, things do go wrong. So I know it's weird and it really doesn't matter, but then inside my head goes, oh yeah, just test me.
Well, this was a play that did end up mattering a lot. Here is Detroit, and I think this is Jim Nantz opining about how he does not think a jinx will be a problem going into this kick.
Do not talk to me about an announcer's jinx. Michael Badgley has not missed a kick all year, field goal or PAT.
Well, then I won't say
even talk about it. 29 yards.
About it.
Here's Badgley's kick. Oh, my gosh. No.
Lion fans, I apologize.
That is a great follow-up from Tony Romo right there. Like, that is top notch. He misses the field goal, and I know you can't just say they lost by 3, so they would have been fine. I know the flow of the game is dictated totally different, but that was a very big kick, and Jim Nantz is like, you can save it, and then misses the kick.
I understand old Jim Nantz, but he also covers a lot of golf. He should know things like this. Just when you think something's automatic, it's not automatic. So he was really testing the football jinx gods.
He was.
And he tested them way too much, and he lost.
Indeed he did. Now, how much, and I want to know from the Tolos as well, 877-881-1053, how much of the night Thanksgiving game did you take in? Because obviously this is still a newer tradition compared to Detroit. You always get the Lions first, then the Cowboys, but now they've clearly moved in the night game. I just felt a lot better that the Vikings offense was on, because I didn't want to see them score 7 points, and then you're like, maybe that defensive performance the week before wasn't that great. But they scored 33 points, and primetime Kirk Cousins was actually a good thing this go-around.
I didn't get to watch a lot of it. It was on in another room, but we went over to a family friend's house, which was great, and we played a game called Left, Right, Center.
Left, Center, Right, if you will. I need to know what order you put it in as well. 877-881-1053.
So we are sitting at the table, and 3 of the 4 Bassick family members won. I was the only one who didn't win, but both of my sons won and my wife won. So in the end, the Bassick family walked away with more money than we came into that household with.
Right.
Very proud of them. Not proud of myself. Rolled way too many centers. But that is a super fun game to play. I love that game. It kind of, once you get down to a few chips left, it really is fun. That being said, I didn't get to watch a lot of the football game because I was in a seat where it was behind me, and I intentionally did that because my wife says, which is correct, if the game is on in my eye view, I won't engage in what's going on at the table. I will then start watching the game.
No, that is an excellent point, and man, we got Forgiveness Friday coming up, and we're going to have to talk about those backdoor covers in the Cowboys-Giants game because that either won or lost a lot of people.
And the over-under was messed up
yes,
too, right?
a lot of money because of that. From the 4-6-9, I flipped back and forth because it was a good game. From the 6-1-9, I watched the entire game, and I'm with this person. This is the dumbest thing that exists in all of sport. All of sports.
Left,
from the
right,
3-2-1. No, not that. That game's super fun. And I always think if you're losing at the beginning, you're going to end up winning. Very rarely does the person who takes the lead at the beginning hold on. I watch the game, but I hate that they call it Sunday Night Football when it's on a different day. That drives me insane as well. They're like, a special edition of Sunday Night Football on Saturday. And I'm like, you can't call it something else? I know you have a brand, but it's not like people are going to go, hold on just a damn minute. I thought this was Sunday Night Football, and it's on a Saturday. I'm not watching. That is not going to happen. It's okay to change the name right there. So some things from that Vikings game. Justin Jefferson has the most receiving yards by any player through the first 3 seasons of their career already, and he still has a good chunk of games to go. And I know we make fun of Kirk Cousins in primetime. That is 100% fair. But last night, 30 of 37, 299 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 116.1 passer rating. And most importantly, they got the win, which is awesome. I also think it looks really good for the Cowboys. You had the Super Bowl favorites for a long time. I don't know if people still think they're the favorites or not in the first game. You had the Cowboys in the second, and you had the team that did have tied for the best record in the NFL that the Cowboys just beat. Well, the Cowboys can be like, we beat the Giants, we beat the Vikings, bring on the Bills. Because, look, if you're going to style point the Cowboys, I get it. You need to style point the Bills as well.
Yeah, as much as we want to, not we, but I think maybe not Cowboy fans, but we have a lot of people who listen who are Cowboy fans, and some that are Cowboy fans that aren't Cowboy fans that do listen too. It's like the Cowboys got lucky, or the Cowboys' schedule is weak, or this and that. But you just look at their last 2 victories, they beat a team that still only has 2 losses on the year.
Yeah.
And you are now through more than half of the season, and the Giants are 7-4. They're 7-2 in the NFL if they don't play the Cowboys.
Yes.
As much as I don't really buy into the Giants.
And the Vikings are 9-1.
Yeah. So you take out playing the Cowboys and you give them those records, and you're like, those are, like it or not, those are good teams in the NFL.
Think about it. Those 2 teams are 16-3 in all other games and 0-3 against the Cowboys. So you can save me with you barely beat this team, or you barely. By the way, Patrick Mahomes, you mentioned him. We might have to hold on to that baseball box for just a second for the next segment.
Yeah, and you notice when it's WWE, we can run it
100%. That is a 100% valid criticism. 100% is Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. He is playing at another level right now. He's thrown for at least 300 yards in 5 straight games and twice surpassed 400 yards. I told you he now has a 24 or 25 game win streak in November and December. So when you're talking about pulling away for MVP, we might be and it feels like we're in the midst of watching that right now. We're in the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I promise we will get to this Panini 2 and 3 baseball, which I've never seen before. I'm very excited about it. We will continue to open things up that will be for the giveaway tomorrow. All you got to do, come out to RJ Jukes in McKinney and get signed up. But also coming up next,
400 North Central Expressway, right off of 75.
Right. Good call. Have the Cowboys quieted your concerns about the run defense. We'll do that all next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This time we have taken the show on the road. We're at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney, and we're opening stuff all day long. And you might be like, that's great. That sounds exciting. How can that opening benefit me? Well, don't worry. I'm here for you. You come out to McKinney, you come out to RJ Duke's off of North Central Expressway, 400 North Central Expressway, Suite 109. For me, it's exit 40A when I was coming up 75, if that helps you out at all if you're bad at directions like I am. We're opening more than $2,000 worth of stuff that the shop has just given for us to open, with the idea of giving it to everyone who comes in here today and signs up and follows RJ Dukes across all of their social media platforms. They'll just be giving this stuff away just like they gave us lots of stuff for Peace-a-thon. Also, they're giving away things for people who walk through the door and check things out, make purchases, whatever. They're doing giveaways for that, too.
So I want to do this real quick because you're promoting this. This is called Panini 3-2 Baseball,
yes.
Okay? You can get a dual autograph. If you're a Texas Ranger fan, there is a dual autograph Vanderbilt card of Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker, both autographed on the same card. So can you imagine as a Ranger fan getting that card? Now, this is real. This happens really quick.
Let's switch it up. Let's start the segment while I ask everyone. All right, so here's my question. I got some numbers to pitch why I think maybe you should. Have the Cowboys quieted your concerns about the run defense, or at least quieted them some? Now, while we do that, there is one slabbed autograph, one slabbed memorabilia in each box, and then the 3-card pack has 3 serial numbered cards. So this is high end stuff.
I haven't looked at it, so you want me to get this? So this guy, I just saw the back, an autographed Hall of Famer Chipper Jones, numbered 8/49 right there.
Hall of Fame right out the gate.
It is a bat and a jersey. So a piece of bat, piece of jersey, autographed Chipper Jones, numbered 8. Yeah, 8/49. Okay, I won't look at this.
Will you guarantee me nothing but Hall of Famers in this box now?
No, because I want Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter, and they're both not in the Hall of Fame.
Good point.
Might be in the College Baseball Hall of Fame soon. All right, and the next one, Stephen Kwan. So he is a rookie. I think he finished 3rd in Rookie of the Year voting, number 39/75. That is a piece of his jersey.
And it's an oversized piece for sure. So that might cost me.
There is a pack in here. So this is the last one here. Could it be Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter?
Come on.
Dual autographed, numbered to 10.
What are you doing? I'm going to be too excited now.
Well, this is a good name.
Well, don't drop the card.
I won't drop the card.
Okay, but that one.
This is a Juan. Well, oh, wait, there's 2 cards. There's 3 cards in here. Here's the Juan Soto card right here that I saw on the back. Very cool. Numbered 143/150.
Holy smokes.
This is a Seiya Suzuki rookie card. This is a
Reggie tried to get him here.
He wanted him to be a Ranger. So that is numbered 86/99.
That last one's pretty nice too.
There's this guy called Baby Ruth, I think.
I think it's Babe Ruth.
So here's a Babe Ruth card right here, numbered 29/99. So you got a Babe Ruth. You got a Babe Ruth card.
Babe Ruth numbered to 99. Autograph Hall of Fame Chipper Jones.
The Chipper Jones was pretty
49.
Sweet.
And that's dual memorabilia autograph. So if you're like, I can't afford those cards, yes, you can. They're for free. If you sign up, you'll have the opportunity to try to win them. We do not get to take those with. I thought we did. That's why I came out here. I thought he's just going to give us all the cards.
If you want me to autograph the Babe Ruth card, Babe Ruth, I will.
Do not autograph that card, Mike.
I got in trouble in New Orleans because there was a jerk who was wanting autographs and really way too aggressive with it. So I grabbed his ball. I was like, all right, you want autographs? And I autographed it Babe Ruth, Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky. And that guy wasn't too pleased with me. And I was like, well, you wanted the best autographs. Here they are.
Yeah.
So there, take this ball. Leave me alone.
I could see how they would not be super pumped about that. All right.
They should be. I just autographed 3 unbelievable autographs on there for him.
From the 682, the Brightwell for the Giants had some solid 10-yard runs, so I would say there's still work to be done. Those are times when I wonder if people maybe have unreasonable expectations about never having a lengthy run or anything like that. But let's go to yesterday's game. Actually, let's go to the last 2 weeks, and that's why I think I do feel a lot better about the Cowboys' run defense. In the last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have faced two of the top at least 8 running backs in the game, would we say? In Dalvin Cook and Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, definitely top 10. Just say top 10.
Okay. So
unless you have yours all ranked already, and you know exactly 8.
Well, and here's the reason why I was going to say Saquon going into that is second in the league in rushing, and Dalvin Cook is 6th in the league in rushing. Those two teams, the Vikings and the Giants, obviously other people got carries as well. Over those 2 games, 38 carries for 163 yards. That is 4.3 yards per carry and 1 touchdown. That yards per carry, the Cowboys were 28th in the league. In the last 2 games, that would put them at 10th. That is a shocking ascent, but not as shocking as this one.
Okay.
Rushing yards per game, the Cowboys were 26th in the league. Based off of the last 2 games, that performance would have put them 2nd in the league.
I think you have to understand, Cowboy fans, we can live with this.
Oh, my God.
This puts you back into the great defensive category. The Green Bay game obviously comes to mind recently where that's just a good – at best, you're a good defense if you're just going to allow a team to run for 200 yards off of you. So I am pleased with what I saw the last 2 games from the Dallas Cowboys is that can turn you back into a great defense because then all of a sudden your pass rushers are still getting to the quarterback. Think about – if they are having lane integrity, and I know it wasn't great, you're not going to just stop the run completely, but if you contain the run like that and you're getting to the quarterback the way Micah Lawrence Taylor Parsons is, then you're in great shape. Because that one play where Daniel Jones hits his back foot and Micah Parsons is sacking him at the same time, like that's no human being. It doesn't matter who it is, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts in today's game. They can't avoid that if when you hit your back foot, the guy's sacking you at the same time. So I know that's not talking about the run, but if you can get teams, if you can stop them on 1st and 2nd down to where they get to 3rd and 3 or more, then it makes it a passing down on 3rd down. And then if Micah Parsons is healthy and unleashed, they're leaving the field and they're punting.
And somebody brought up the case of New England, and that is a run-stopping defense.
I understand,
and
right.
they're top 10 in both yards given up per game and yards given up per carry against the rush. And, yes, let's continue to move in that direction of run-stopping. But the reason why I'm encouraged by the Cowboys is, I said, based on the last 2 games, which I know, before that, they did not do well. In the last 2 games, they're giving up yards per carry that would put them at 10th in the league, and yards per game that would put them 2nd in the league. They won both games, and they went up against 2 top 10 running backs. That is a hell of a combination.
So what was nice about yesterday's game, and it wasn't nice that you were down 13-7, but the thing about the Minnesota game is you were up by 20 points at halftime, so that kind of eliminates a rushing game for the most part. Obviously, you're up by 14 against Green Bay, and it didn't eliminate it. But
yeah,
if you look at it from yesterday's standpoint, New York goes to halftime up by 6 points, and they're probably thinking, hey, we can really run out the clock on these guys and score by Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley running, and they couldn't.
Yeah.
Now, I know the Cowboys scored pretty quickly. They scored on their first possession to make it.
I believe that is correct.
And it took quite a bit of time. And I will say this. I wasn't pleased with the way the refs were reffing the game, but the one big pass interference where CeeDee Lamb is running down the hash mark from the slot, there probably wasn't pass interference on that. It wasn't just like a great pass. It was on the other hash mark.
Yeah.
And they gave you one there. And that was a big penalty there because I believe that was a situation where you were probably going to punt. But
you got a first down. Yeah, no, that is absolutely
But that
correct.
call gives you a first down. It ends up leading to a long series, a long touchdown. And you still think, though, if you're the Giants, all right, 1 point game. But they couldn't run the ball on you.
Yeah.
They couldn't just take the ball down the field and then retake the lead. So I am pleased with the running defense. At that, I still am worried about it. Don't get me wrong. I think if Cowboy fans are worried about it, I'm with you. But I think you have to be encouraged by the last 2 games.
I mean, especially since people were talking about the Saquon-assance if you will, and you were able to make him not matter in this game. I remember going into it, I said, if he hits 110 yards rushing in this game, you're cooked because the Giants are 4-0 in those games. What do you have, 39 yards, 38 yards, something along? Yeah, 39 yards on 11 carries. And maybe most importantly, you won the game. And here's the other thing, and this is the tough thing about statistics, because I know you can use statistics to work for you or work against you. Watching those two games, there's no part of me that thought this run defense is a problem. Whereas if you'd watched the games before, regardless of the score, it was easy to be like, this is a problem.
Yes.
So that is the biggest thing. If you want to take it outside of the world of statistics, watching the game, it did not look like a problem.
I agree with you, and I remember saying after the Green Bay game, Kevin, I think we might need to downgrade this defense from great to good.
And I argued with you then.
Yeah.
And we could be in a different spot in 2 weeks,
Right.
I will admit. But right now,
it's back to great for me.
Yeah, okay.
And you kept it at great.
I did.
Good job. I just thought, gosh, if you're going to do that, then
it was a bad performance.
Can I say you're kind of a top 3 or top 5 defense in the league? And I thought maybe you can't. Maybe they're just an above average good defense. But these last 2 weeks, to me, have proven they are back to a great defense. And they have the best defensive player in the league. And I don't think it's close. I think the way that Patrick Mahomes is separating from all 31 other starting quarterbacks in the NFL, I think Micah Parsons is separating from all the, if you want to put close to the line defensive players. I get if you want to talk about Sauce Gardner, if you want to talk about Jalen Ramsey's probably not a good example right now.
But Matthew Judon is having a good season, but even then, I feel like I'll tell you this. Tell me if you think this is a good description. I was reading this on NFL.com. They started a paragraph with Micah Parsons is inevitable. And that's what it feels like. I don't know when it's going to happen, but something is going to happen in the game where you're like, I really wish we had that player. If you're the opposing team.
Were you surprised at the end of the game that Dak got the turkey and Micah didn't?
A little bit, but that
was a debate in our house.
And that speaks to what Jerry said earlier is I feel like we're kind of, not some people. Some people have been with Dak no matter what. But I also feel like Micah gets congratulations in games where he has huge statistical impact, and even games when he doesn't, because they'll be like, take a look at how the double teams impacted DeMarcus Lawrence or Dorrance Armstrong and everything like that. It feels like Dak does not get that same level of acceptance in terms of, I think that you had a good game straight away. From the 571, that's a great question. My family has an Emmitt Smith autographed Super Bowl football. How do I find out how much it's worth? Now, if it's actually from the Super Bowl, you need to go find Heritage or Golden immediately, take it to nobody else, and we'll get it priced. Now, if it just has the Super Bowl logo, that's a different deal, and I would probably feel more comfortable in the $300 range or so.
Okay.
And somebody asked if they come up here, would you sign a card for them?
Yeah, I've signed an autograph ball for somebody already. Actually put the Barry Bonds inscription on it. So, yes, if you come up here 100%, I'll sign. Just make a donate. Well, I won't say just. It'd be really cool because it's still open.
It is.
You're hoping for your $50K?
Yes. So we finished. We've got more than $300 donated today. We finished the day for Peace-a-thon at $48,000, which means we are now less than $2,000 away from hitting the $50K. So if you want to donate, that's great. If you want to come up here to RJ Dukes and spend lots of money, I also support that for their purposes as well.
Yes, but I will sign whatever you bring up here for the most part. I'm not going to.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah,
Let's not answer what you won't sign, but I get the idea. I get the idea as well. All right. Coming up next, this is going to be a jam-packed segment, and I'm really excited about it. All right, we're going to do Mike Likes It. We're going to open more cards, but also the Detroit Lions, the World Cup again, and the Chargers head coach. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll discuss as we go into the lunch rush right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
variety of reasons, and I'm feeling really good about this. I have lots of amazing things to tell you, and if you think I'm overusing that word, just wait. We're out at RJ Duke's in McKinney, and there's a doings of transpiring, Mike. Here's what you need to know. You need to turn your microphone on first, and then we'll be good. You're doing a great job today, though, and I don't mean that in the sarcastic Corey way that he says that sometimes. You know, he does that. Corey does that to me more than anybody when we're at the paper. He goes, "You're doing a great job, buddy." And I was like, I know what that means. And we miss you, Corey. We'll see you on Monday. We're at RJ Duke's in McKinney. And there are sales galore here. That's probably the first thing you need to know. Second thing you need to know, there are giveaways galore in terms of when you walk through the door today, there are giveaways for you. And then tomorrow, 2 p.m., across their social media platforms at force of habit there, RJ Duke's Sports Cards, or RJ Duke's Sports, is at 2 o'clock tomorrow. They'll be giving away all the cards we're opening today. So more than
we got a Goldberg number to 99 on the WWE.
We did. Yes, we did. And a Chipper Jones autograph dual memorabilia to 49. Rhea Ripley to 10. Here's the other thing. I am almost giddy right now.
Okay, tell me.
Somebody has just donated an additional $1,000 to My Possibilities.
We are literally almost at 50K,
Today,
right?
we have raised more than $1,300. All right, look. You do what you got to do. You support the show by listening and spreading the word, and that's honestly all I can ask for. But also, we are $681 away from getting to $50,000. If you know anybody who loves charities or tax write-offs, pass it along, 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. I will find out as well who just donated $1,000 because that is amazing, and I appreciate you so very, very much. We're about to get into some Forgiveness Friday, so 877-881-1053. If you have something you need to ask for forgiveness for, something somebody else needs to ask you for forgiveness for, we will get to that. But also, Mike is on a mission and has started opening cards.
I'm ripping.
So, all right.
I'm ripping right now.
You're
Okay.
ripping and rock. And again, unlike some people, we will actually give these cards away no matter what the value is and be like,
okay.
ooh.
So this is really cool. You know, I want to go to the National one of these days, but we also go to
training camp like every year.
Oxnard all the time. But so I'm opening up the 2 silver packs from the 2022 National.
Okay.
As you can see this. And then I'm opening up the 2 VIP packs from the National 2021.
Is that the same VIP from where all these fancy photos are with all of these amazing people? Ryan is fancy as hell.
These are so fun. So the first one, we have a Julio Rodriguez rookie card. And then we have a Lamar Jackson.
My guy, Lamar Jackson.
Numbered to 99 right there.
He's 25 years old. Somebody goes, why do people think about him so highly? He's 25 and he has an MVP already. That is part of the reason.
The next one, we have a Chris Olave rookie
he might
card.
be offensive rookie of the year as we
And
go
then we
along.
have a Joe Burrow red, numbered to 99, 68 of 99. And now the big
Do you
dogs
wish it
right
would
here.
have been a different number?
That's Reggie.
Okay, okay. I don't know what that number is that we're talking about.
1 + 1.
Okay. that's 3.
Okay, so here we go. So this is big time here. David Beckham, 2021.
Okay.
So we're about ready to kick off
That'll
here.
work.
And, well, this guy's gone down probably a little bit because he might be going to prison.
Yeah.
It is a Brett Favre numbered card, 15 of 25. Woo! It's a very cool-looking card. He's going to be a Hall of Famer no matter what.
So here's my
And if
question.
they didn't take OJ out of the Hall of Fame, they're not taking Brett Favre.
You
know
said
what I'm
it's
saying?
numbered out of 15 out of 25. So which number is lower, the 15 or the number of laws that he broke when he stole all that money?
I think
from...
he probably broke less laws, and he'll probably get less years in prison than the 15.
Sure, you're probably
Okay,
right
so
about
here's
that.
the last one. On the back. My guy, not your guy. The first one.
Is it Tom Brady?
Mickey Mantle.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a
Okay.
very cool card right there. Mickey Mantle. And then the other one is a Tom Brady, national card here. And this one is is it numbered? Not numbered, unless it's on the front number. It's not, but it's very cool.
Look, I will tell you this. I know I talk S about Tom Brady, but as far as collecting, very savvy to get yourself into some Tom Brady cards. as Tom Brady.
So
We'll
that
see
was
what
fun.
he gets into.
Don't worry. At the end of it, I'm going to be opening up Bowman Sterling, where we are hoping for my guy, Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay, that is an excellent start right there. Now, on Forgiveness Friday, and by the way, people are asking 877-881-1053. Where do we go to donate? 1053thefan.com/peaceathon, or I might just send that person a direct link to the donation page as well. Mike, I want to start with you.
Tell me about it.
Because as we go into Forgiveness Friday, is there anything that happened yesterday that you need to ask for forgiveness for, or somebody needs to ask you forgiveness for?
Well, my wife was listening on Wednesday to our marathon 13 and a half hours, for you 14 and a half hours, and she said, at times you're way more blunt about just leaving the room and saying, I don't want to talk to you. So as I say, on Thanksgiving, sometimes I will be like, I'm just done with this conversation or don't want to be part of this conversation. She just said, well, sometimes you just seem to be a little bit more rude than you put it on the air about when you don't want to talk to people.
Did you tell her that permeates into all sections of your life?
Yeah, I guess I feel like at times I'm not so blunt, but I guess I am, right? It's just getting to know who you are.
Here's one of the things I learned. By the way, I was just informed, is that Hurtado's? That is
unbelievable.
Right here. So distractions are happening galore. And by the way, it's a happening out here right now with sales, with giveaways, with openings, with Hurtado's, and us. I guess I should probably have raised us in the hierarchy, but I did not. Somebody told me about this. If you believe in Enneagram, this is going to be for you. If you don't, it'll only take 30 seconds of your time.
Okay.
You and I are both 8s, and one of the things I read about that was whatever you think you're projecting, it's twice as much. And I looked at my wife and I was like, holy moly. I was like, I'm really sorry, because there are times when I'm like, that was kind of intense. And if it's twice as intense as what I thought it was, that is problematic. And I can see how people don't like that.
I might want to forgive myself too, because I might have made the best pumpkin and pecan pies.
Did you to bring any up?
Yeah, but no, I'm not. I'm just saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a good baker.
Uh-huh.
I will say this.
So humble.
Because I don't smoke meats.
Sure.
Sean's like, well, you're not a cook. You don't know how to cook anything. And I'm like, Sean, I'm like, first of all, I bake a lot. I also make really good casseroles. I make a lot of things. I'm just not a smoker of meats like Hurtado's is, right? There's things that Sean does, but I don't think Sean is baking. I don't think he's making, meatloaves or spaghetti and meatballs or, chicken and broccoli casseroles. I do a lot of things. I'm just not a huge meat smoker.
Yeah, no, it is interesting, but also he doesn't think that Dawson is a real smoker because he only does the one thing, or the two things that he beat Sean with, and he's like, yeah, but that doesn't want to count. That doesn't count. From the 972, I want to forgive England for thinking they are going to defeat us today. USA. I'm going to tell you this. I would have to go back and look at the numbers and statistics to be sure. But after Iran beat Wales this morning 2-0, if you were to beat England, you might already be into the knockout stage. But
we're in really big trouble because Wales was the worst team in our thing.
That would be a weird. But if you beat England, then I'd feel fine. But that would be a weird turn of events. The reason why I don't think Wales is the worst team is because their goalie got a red card in the 86th minute, and he was sent off. And then Iran scored 2 goals after that. And so the thought was Wales and United States were jockeying for a position for that other berth alongside England. If you play to a draw today, you're going to be looking good. If you lose by 1 goal, I still think you're going to be looking good. You just take care of business against Iran. But, that is a huge result for the United States right there. Do the Detroit Lions, Peyton, do you have the Family Guy clip I would like to hear?
I do.
All right. This is from a great episode of Family Guy about the Detroit Lions. They go into a zoo and end up in a pit with a lion, and this is what happens.
Easy there. Hey, it's Thanksgiving. Shouldn't you be in Detroit losing a football game right now?
That is a quality burn, and then you factor this in. The Buffalo Bills are the first team to win games at Ford Field in consecutive weeks since 2016. Keep in mind, of course, the Buffalo Bills do not play at Ford Field. That is the home field of the Detroit Lions. It has been 6 years since they have won games in consecutive weeks at Ford Field. Now, the Bills are the latest team to do so because they played there when the snow moved the previous game, and then they beat the Lions on Thanksgiving. So shout out to the Bills. Do you think that the Detroit Lions need to ask for forgiveness?
No.
Okay.
Because they're competing. And
Okay.
I think that's a good
and
sign.
And they had won 3 in a row.
And
they were competitive yesterday.
And I get they're not going to make the playoffs this year, but I think you look at the Detroit Lions and you see some good positives there. And the other thing, too, is you have to remember they have the Rams pick, too. So I think almost it's better that they lost yesterday in that overall you're like, no, we're competing. We're really close to beating some good teams, whether it was early in the year, Philadelphia, whether it was yesterday in Buffalo. It doesn't mean next year they're going to beat the good teams. But they look at
step in the right direction.
You still keep your pick, which it looks like trending towards top 10. I think the Rams pick might be top 5 at the end of this year. And so you have two picks in the top 10. They won't be picks 1, 2, or 3 most likely.
Yeah.
But you have, let's just say, the 5th pick and the 9th pick in this upcoming draft.
Right.
That's a lot to look forward to Detroit. Now, I know they'll probably screw it up somehow, some way, but I mean, they're in good shape there.
For Detroit.
Yeah.
And I also don't think Dan Campbell is automatically fired. Like, there was a time when I was like, dude, wrap it up. You know, kind of like Cliff Kingsbury right now. So I was like, you're done. Just, like, finish out the stretch. Do what you got to do. From the 469, please forgive me for taking so long to get Kevin his baby mobile. No need for forgiveness. We got the Star Wars baby mobile this past week from the Tolos. It's super cool. And baby Noah is just now sleeping in his crib more because we haven't been separating him with the sleep and everything like that. If you take the time to give a gift to us, you do not need to ask for forgiveness at all. That is amazing, and I appreciate it very much. From the 469, I need forgiveness for calling my boss an a-hole for not letting me off of work today so I can come see you guys. Forgiven. That might not have been the language that you needed to use unless you thought it in your head. If you thought it in your head, that's totally fine because things are hopping here at RJ Duke. So I will go ahead and absolutely grant you forgiveness for this. Now, Mike, I need your...
Okay. I don't know if, talking about bosses and stuff, because my wife is now a boss as she decided to start her own company. And she says that it is very tough because when you are a boss, it's tough to be also like great friends with your employees because at some point you're going to have to be their boss and not their friend. And usually employees are not going to like when bosses tell them what to do.
Agreed. Now, I need your culinary wisdom on this one.
Yes.
Brandon Staley, does he need forgiveness, the head coach for the Chargers? He said he doesn't like turkey, and the best Thanksgiving food is breaded cauliflower and green bean casserole.
Well, that's a little bit weird because I thought, wow, if he's going with breaded cauliflower, he's really kind of on a little bit of a Tom Brady health thing, even though it's Thanksgiving. But then he threw in green bean casserole, which is not healthy almost at all. Yes, the green beans are in there, but you're adding
it's
a
all
whole
the
bunch
other
of
stuff
cream
you put them,
into it. And so I don't want to say he needs major forgiveness there, maybe a little forgiveness, but I did ask my family as we were traveling to my parents yesterday that turkey lost to ham in the great battle of meats for Thanksgiving. And I had 3 of my 4 people in the car. I didn't vote. They said they would rather have ham than turkey, even though they don't dislike turkey. They all ate turkey on Thanksgiving and they like the turkey. I said, what would be your choice, honey baked ham or turkey? And they voted, they think they like ham better than turkey.
Absolutely. And honey baked ham compared to regular ham, that's a whole different level as well. And then we're going to start opening some more stuff here. I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
Does the World Cup, this is like the 3rd time they've already been on this, do they deserve forgiveness? They had to offer full refunds to people after the housing they set them up with didn't have toilets or bathtubs or anywhere to wash yourself.
Where's this at?
It is in Qatar. Some of the housing that they set people up with, they rented and got out this housing for their fan villages. They had to offer refunds because there was no toilets in the place they're living.
So this is a question that I don't know. Is it common to have toilets in Qatar in a home.
Yeah.
Do they still?
But also, and they don't have anywhere for you to wash yourself either, and they were
That's not the
charging
best.
at least $200 a night.
Yeah, that's not good. But I wonder if Qatar's like, wait, you people have bathrooms and sinks in your hotels or houses or whatever? Like, it could be a thing. I'm throwing it out there that it could be a thing where, like, no, like what we do here in our country is this, and the people that are traveling from all over the world are like, well, we don't do this in the majority of the world.
I don't know, because they built it out, these fan villages out. They look like storage places where they have the little lockers. Like, here's some pictures, Mike, is they have the little, like, lockers right, like, back to back to back. And I just don't understand how nobody at any point was like, hey, there's no toilets or bathtubs or wash basins or anything in any of these. Do you think that's going to be a problem? The other guy's like, Steve, you're a worrier. You're always worrying. It's going to be fine.
It happens. The Cowboys built $1 billion beautiful stadium, and at some point somebody's like, hey, I think we just built it the wrong way.
Go in the wrong direction? And they're like, don't worry about it. Hey, we have curtains. We put them up. Don't use them for the football games. Yeah, that is a weird thing.
I do know one of my favorite fields in baseball is San Francisco. I don't know, it's changed. I think it might be AT&T. I'm not exactly sure what it's called right now. Is Comerica, I think, at one point. Is they forgot the bullpens. Then they were building the stadium. You get to a certain point, you're like, hey, guys, where are we putting these bullpens at? And if you notice, now they've changed it now where bullpens are, they cut something out. But when I was there in 2007, the bullpens were pretty much almost on the field because they were like, we want the seats so close that it's just this great viewing audience, whether you're close to the field or even if you're further away, we still have you pretty close to the field. But they forgot to put bullpens in as they were building that stadium.
That is, somebody texted in from the 817. They're comparing the Fan Village to the Fire Festival. That's never a comparison that you want to have. From the 903, I need forgiveness for taking my kiddos to my parents' house so I can play Warzone on my day off. Okay, as long as they like it there and your parents like having them there. From another 903, they're out in force today. My wife needs forgiveness for being mad that I bet $762 on a 3-game Thanksgiving parlay. I won $2,000 to Black Friday shop for her. I mean, I think if she was mad before, hopefully she's not mad anymore.
He literally won and then gave her the money.
Yeah, to go shop for her. I mean,
congratulations, but that just feels like if you were sneakily betting $762, which is Barry Bonds' home run record, that's a weird number.
I think he's using the money to shop for her.
Oh, not like, hey, well, guess what? I won. Here's the money. Go shop.
No, from the 806, I need forgiveness for betting the house on the Giants. And then I've seen multiple people saying the Cowboys and Brett Maher need forgiveness for missing that field goal and setting in action the eventual touchdown that the Giants scored after yet more penalties were called against the Cowboys. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some Mike Likes It, which I feel like can turn into Mike opens some cards.
I'm going to open cards real quick here.
Okay.
Bowman Sterling, I really like this product.
I want this Pop Century thing, too.
Okay.
Oh, Bowman Sterling. All right,
so,
let's see.
So this is a MLB product, and you can get, to me, Bobby Witt Jr. numbered rookie cards is what I'd really hope. But I know a lot of people would be like Julio Rodriguez because he's the best, and I totally get it. So that's what you'd really want.
We've got the 2 mini packs, 1 pack per mini box, 6 cards per pack, 1 autograph per
Look at this
pack.
First card, Wander Franco rookie card.
And remember, that could be yours if you come out here.
They're not mine. I want them to be mine.
RJ Dukes in McKinney and sign up. They'll be doing the giveaway tomorrow. That could be yours, not ours.
Very cool start. Here we have, I don't know who this is, but Lopez is a rookie for the Cincinnati Reds. I'm sure he's great.
Tim's going to be really mad that you don't have that one dead to rights.
All right, here's a Brian De La Cruz.
That's a refractor.
Refractor rookie card numbered to 199. So we are hitting rookies right now. We have an autographed Yario Palmares card.
To 125 right there.
If you're a Giants fan, tell me about him.
And that's an on-card autograph
Very
as
cool.
well.
All right, here we go. Cutter Crawford.
That's a cool first name.
Or some people call it Qatar.
That's not.
No.
That's a different. That's a quality joke. That's different.
And Seth Beer. So pretty much all rookie cards and then a prospect autograph card, which this is always tough. I'm not huge on collecting tons of prospect cards, but I know a lot of people are. So probably the prospect seekers are probably like, hey, man, that was a really good card right there.
And plus you got the Wander Franco if you're already looking for somebody who's already hit and hit good.
All right, so first card, Sal Frelick here. This is Frelick. Then we got Jordan Lawler, Jesuit, local kid here.
All right.
So cool. Very cool looking card. Very good guy. He signed, I took my kids to one of his games at Jesuit, and he signed like 3 balls for my 2 boys and one of their friends out there.
Cool.
So very cool that they got that.
And by the way, shout out to Bobby Witt Jr. for signing stuff for a future Peace-a-thon.
Yes, and I got some of those and handed a 1 to you or 2 to you. And so, yes. So there's another prospect of a dude named Noel who plays for the Guardians. Oh, so this is a very great card.
Numbered to 5.
Numbered 1 of 5. Anthony Volpe, who is going to be probably the future Yankees.
Not Volpe? I was always curious about that.
Do you know him and Jack Leiter were high school teammates? They played on the same high school team.
Wow.
So this guy is I think he's a top 10, top 20 prospect in all of baseball. So future Yankees.
1 of 5.
Pedro Pineda autographed card right there, so prospect card. So these are kind of more prospects than rookies. And then Warming, you say his last name.
Bernabel.
At least I can pronounce Warming.
Yes, you can.
So that Volpe card is pretty awesome
and
right there.
The
Numbered
red,
to 5.
Numbered to 5.
I have no clue how much that card is worth, but I will guess at least $100 on this card, but it could be worth way more.
I could see that. Will you do the Pop Century? I kind of want to check that out.
You want to do it right now?
Yes, I do, if we can.
Okay.
It is in the mix over there. It might be in front of the...
What is your biggest... Right there, Pop Century right there.
There we go.
What is your biggest want for Christmas? Not need, want.
That is a good question. I hate doing this. Can I get back to you on that? I need to. I've just been so focused in Peace-a-thon mode that...
I'm really close. I'm going to slice my thumb open.
Please don't do that. And by the way, just a reminder, we are $681 away from hitting our goal. 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon.
We have so much great stuff to open, and you're going to get all this stuff. You just have to come to RJ Dukes out here in McKinney. Like, you have a great chance of getting this stuff here.
And it looks like we've gotten another $110 in donations, so I believe we are now down to $571. I'm feeling the momentum. I believe we're going to make it. So this product, Leaf Pop Century, one of one slabbed autograph proof, and then one of one slabbed non-autograph proof card, and this is in the entertainment space.
This is entertainment. I believe this is part of the Brady bunch. You help me out here. Susan Olsen, is that the the little, little Brady?
Cindy. That is Cindy Brady right there. I was like, it's not Jan. Her nose didn't get busted up. So the youngest one in curls. Thank you very much for the help out there.
I've just seen it. The audience hasn't seen it. You haven't seen it, but I'm going to get you excited here.
Don't mark that. Do not mark that, Peyton.
This is my favorite movie as a kid, and still a great movie, and they have a spinoff on Netflix. Does that give you any type of hint on...
Oh, Karate Kid?
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
What are we looking at?
Have we pulled a one of one? We just pulled a 1 of 1.
Is that Ralph Macchio?
Ralph Macchio, the Karate Kid.
Oh, let's go!
1 of 1 pop signatures right there.
Woo!
You can't put this one in a body bag.
Yeah, you cannot put that one in a body bag. And look, I know I sound like a broken record. I'm just trying to help people out. If they're trying to save money, come on out to RJ Dukes. Sign up. They will give that away tomorrow. This isn't some BS backyard break situation where we're like, we're going to keep the best cards. No, they're being given away because Ryan's a good dude.
1 of 1.
May I?
Yeah, you can hold it. All right, so
don't mark that either. We have Masterpiece of the Week coming up at about 1:30. Don't play any of these last few things that we've heard.
So I love cards, and we're at RJ Dukes here in McKinney, and here's what I've been thinking about doing, and this is me having way too many cards, is I collect a lot of different things. I obviously have tons of Dirk Nowitzki rookie cards.
Is that the best one so far then?
I think 1 of 1 of Ralph Macchio. I mean, Goldberg, we have an autograph of 99.
That one's pretty good. That
Anthony,
Volpe card,
I say Volpe, but it could be Volpe, but I say Volpe. 1 of 5 prospect card out of Bowman Sterling is I want to limit my card collection because I have so much. I'm almost running out of space. After getting all the cards stolen, I bought a safe. It's really weird because just to let you in on a little bit of my cards being stolen without giving away too much information is the reason that
Come on up to the shop. I'll tell you who it was.
The reason that I kept some of my best cards at a card shop that I trusted through my father is I thought, well, I don't have a safe at my house. If somebody were to break in, here is pretty much at the time maybe over $50K worth of cards in this box. And so I'm going to keep it at this shop. It's a trusted guy. He obviously has a lot of cards at his shop, so he's going to know how to keep them safe and make sure nothing happens to him. And so that's where I had some of my best cards with and lost those cards and really stinks. But as I look at all the stuff that I have, and I'm trying to get something out of it, but it's going to be very tough. I want to write down the 5 cards that I want the most out of football, the 5 cards I want the most out of basketball, and the 5 cards I want most out of baseball. So the 3 major sports I collect: basketball, baseball, and football, and not in any particular order. But I've been writing those down, and one of the cards that I've written down is actually here. It is the 2000 Bowman or Bowman Chrome. I know there's 2 different cards, but of Tom Brady, his rookie card.
Oh,
and so
we can get that on camera.
So it's kind of his most common collected rookie card. He has other rookie cards, but a very cool looking rookie card. So that's one that is actually here that I really want.
Can I tell you an insane story about the Bowman version of that card? And maybe we'll open one more thing right
But
here.
see, this is a Mike Likes It. We're talking cards.
Absolutely.
I really like it.
I found that rookie card in my common box.
That's amazing.
Because remember, he was a nobody. He was a backup at Michigan here and there, 6th-round pick. So it just slid into my common box. And so when we moved and started going through all the common boxes, me and Brandon, I was like, holy F.
Yeah.
And so I found the Bowman Tom Brady rookie card in there.
So one of the other, since we're talking football, Cowboys just went on Thanksgiving, one of the other cards that I really want, and I actually do have, is the 1972 rookie card of Roger Staubach. I think he is.
Oh, yeah.
I think he is one. So here's the card here that if you've never seen it before, this is his Bowman rookie card. It is graded PSA 8. It doesn't have to be PSA 10 for me either. I know a lot of people want that. The other card that is really cool that I'm looking at is a Giannis BGS 9.5 rookie card. But the 72 Topps Roger Staubach card, if you're like, hey, how do I get into cards? If you love the Cowboys and you're thinking about getting into cards, that card, which I don't understand, vintage football does not price as high as vintage baseball. I totally get it, because if you're an older person, you didn't really collect much football. Most people collected baseball for the most part. And that card you can get in a decent grade for under $200,
which is wild.
Which is crazy right now. If you get it into like a graded like a near mint or better, it starts getting into 4 figures, and I don't even know how many perfect grades there are of that, but it might get into 6 figures if you got like a PSA 10 of that Roger Staubach. So I'm not saying it's not an expensive card if it's graded at a 10, but you can get that rookie card in like a PSA 4 or 5, and I need to look up more pricing on it, but I feel like you can, for $200, you can get Roger Staubach's rookie card, who is an American hero.
Yes.
And I think the greatest Cowboy of all time, and I get that it could change over time, but the guy went to multiple Super Bowls. I know Troy Aikman won 3 and Roger won 2, but that's one of those cards where I'm like, that's a card I have to have. So for you, if you could have one card that is somewhat affordable, because I actually did have the Tom Brady card that was, I think it's down to $100K now. It was up to $150,000. I actually had that card in 2014 and sold it for $2,000 because that's how much it was worth at the time. But a realistic football card that you would really want.
I think I would go for a better version of my graded Joe Montana. I have a PSA 7 of the Joe Montana rookie card, 81 Topps. So I would wonder about an 8.5, maybe if we're going wild, the 9 right there, I think could be potentially achievable. And so, a better graded version of my Joe Montana rookie card I'd be pretty stoked about, because I already have a graded Gretzky rookie card. I had the graded Jordan before I sold it before the wedding. And so luckily we've been in a position where I've been able to pick up some of this stuff. But, a better version of that I'd be pretty stoked about.
Okay. Basketball-wise, the first two guys that I fell in love with in basketball were Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Remember, growing up in the 80s, they're in every NBA Finals, win or lose.
Yeah.
They did play each other in 84, 86, 87 in the Finals, but literally from 1980 to 1990, I believe, because then you had Portland versus Detroit.
Yeah.
That was the first one since 1979 that the Lakers or the Celtics weren't in the NBA Finals.
And then the Lakers bounce right back the next year.
Right. And then the Bulls obviously take over. And so here's the deal, though. I don't like the 3-card one. I'm not crazy about – I get it. I get that their rookie card. I have their next year card where they're on the card by themselves. I really like cards by themselves. So there's certain cards that Walter Payton's rookie card, I just wish it was a better looking card. That's my first ever favorite football player of all time. And I would love to have his rookie. But at the same time, that card, I don't love looking at that card. It looks like just a profile picture of him. He's not wearing a helmet. There's no Chicago Bears logo on it because Topps didn't have the rights to put Chicago Bears or Dallas Cowboys or whatever logos on it. So there are certain cards that I love. Is there a card that you love but you don't like the picture of the card?
The one
or the look of the card?
I was just talking about this with DJ earlier, is the fact that Nolan Ryan's is a combo one. That kind of drives me a little crazy.
To your point, almost all the rookie cards from like the late 60s through the mid 70s are all combo cards, whether it's Mike Schmidt, whether it's like Johnny Bench, you can keep going through it. And Nolan Ryan, his rookie card is like Joe Morgan's rookie card.
Yeah.
So I like getting their second year card, and a lot of those guys, because they were really good. Now Nolan Ryan wasn't, even though he's one of the. They also have the Topps trophy for all rookie team on their second card. So I have Rod Carew's second year card. I have Johnny Bench's second year card. So I would really recommend, my thing is that I really like the second year card because it's their first year by themselves on a card. And then they have a really cool all rookie Topps, all rookie trophy on that card too.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. Now, since we're talking about some baseball cards, I didn't know if you wanted that Leaf version. You get an autographed baseball in those two boxes we have. I don't know if that interests
let's stay on time so I don't get kicked where it hurts the most by you. And then coming up next, we'll open up and see if we get the autographed baseball of Nolan Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if
that would be great.
Not, but.
We are, by the way, $571 away from reaching our goal. People have donated now more than $1,400 today. Peace-a-thon finished up on Wednesday, but the donation page is still open, and y'all are donating. You're coming out and doing stuff. Somebody brought us food. It's all amazing, and my head might explode.
Come on out to RJ Dukes in McKinney, 400 North Central Expressway. If you're looking for a landmark, it's really close to the McDonald's. If you see the McDonald's off of 75, you're there. We'll be here for another hour. They'll be here a lot longer than that. And
8 to 8 today. They're extended hours today.
And you can get some really cool. This Bowman Sterling, I think opened up some good stuff out of here.
You did. Now, and you're also staying on time. It is a Thanksgiving miracle. Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Who deserves a tip of your cap for a job well done in the Thanksgiving victory? Plus, we'll open up these autographed baseballs. Maybe even that autograph helmet.
And, Kevin, it's the holiday season, and that means holiday deals for you with the Black Friday sales event happening all month long at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Yes, today is Black Friday. It's been happening all month. It'll continue through the month of November. Get ahead of it now on the purchase of your brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram with General Manager Mike Brown and his fantastic team. He's going to make you a customer for life. It's located just minutes from the Metroplex. It's worth the short drive to Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. You also get the Gilchrist Promise from owner Stephen Gilchrist. When you choose Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for your next vehicle, buyers get 2 years of the work service. This includes your oil and filter changes, your tire rotations, your multi-point inspections, and a whole bunch more. You can always go online to purchase. All the inventory is updated daily at southwestcdjrtexas.com. That's southwestcdjrtexas.com. The buying experience is so easy when you purchase from owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Mike Brown. Drive a little further and save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com.
This morning, people are getting deals. We've pulled autographs, one-of-ones, all of which, if you come up to McKinney, sign up at the shop, they will be doing a giveaway at 2 o'clock across all of their streaming platforms. All the stuff we've opened today is going to be given away. So if you've seen the Ralph Macchio 1-of-1, the Volpe rookie card, or 1-of-5 parallel, the Chipper Jones autograph, all that stuff is going to be given away tomorrow. And then today, there's all kinds of cool deals. Well, they'll also be doing a giveaway for Solak and IKF autograph baseballs. And then people have already donated more than $1,400 to My Possibilities this morning and now into this afternoon. And so 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. If you're interested, if you text in, I can send you a direct link as well if that is more helpful. We are $571 away from reaching 50,000. 2 years ago, the most we had ever raised was 25,000. Then last year, 45,000, and now this year, almost 50,000. So thank you guys all very, very much for that. So 877-881-1053 for your Cowboys thank you notes. And I have plenty of Cowboys thank you notes for myself that I want to throw out. But also, Mike,
yes,
the thank you notes, let's open some more stuff up and have some more stuff to give away.
Well, thank you to Leaf right here, and really thank you to RJ Dukes, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they're
Ryan's
the ones who
the
are
best.
providing this. We have an autographed Pete Rose baseball that I just opened up out of
So
Leaf Autograph.
we're starting out hot. So there's one Major League autograph baseball per box. By the way, sorry, one more thank you. Thank you to the good people at Hurtado's who are setting us up and makes me want to have a longer commercial break. I tried.
This autograph says, "Sorry, I bet on baseball."
Oh, my gosh.
And it's authenticated by Beckett. "Sorry, I bet on baseball, Pete Rose."
That is amazing.
That is
almost amazing as the rib I ate from Hurtado's.
That I just had one,
wish
too.
we didn't have to do broadcasting for just a minute.
So there, you got to keep talking.
Two of them, though. Okay, so we've got two of them. So we've got the Pete Rose autograph baseball. We have one more to go. And then don't forget, we're still going to open an autograph full-size authentic football helmet as well, as we're 5 minutes into the U.S. and England. And
have we scored yet?
No, it
What's
is
wrong?
scoreless. I will try to keep it spoiler-free unless somebody scores a goal. Oh, you like that one better, I'm sure.
Ronald Acuna Jr. It doesn't say Junior on there, so maybe it's his father, but I'm hoping it's really Ronald Acuna.
I feel confident it is the contemporary Ronald Acuna that is currently playing baseball. I feel very confident about that.
And he put just his autograph on there. He didn't put, "Sorry for 2022. I'll do much better in 2023."
Man, holy cow. Does he have to apologize for the year before, too, then? Well,
he got hurt. That was he should apologize. I'm sorry for getting hurt.
Sorry, y'all still won the World Series without me.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that is very amazing. All right.
They came back and they lost.
So, I'll tell you what. I'll start reading some of these.
Yes. Those were two great autographs.
Do you want to open?
That's huge.
Do you want to open the football helmet? Like, as long as we're rocking and rolling here, do you want to grab the football helmet?
First, I want to give a thank you, as this is the segment. Thank you to Micah Parsons. My gosh, is it amazing getting to watch you. Because that is he is so special. I mean, DeMarcus Ware was special and should be in the Hall of Fame, and hopefully very soon will get elected to the Hall of Fame. I can't imagine he doesn't make the Hall of Fame. I thought he was a for sure thing his first year. Hopefully he's a for sure thing his second year. But Micah Parsons is just on another level than DeMarcus Ware in his prime, and here's the deal. When does Micah Parsons hit his prime? This is only he's not even into game 30 of his career yet.
We're hopefully still 2-3 years away from that, possibly.
So I want to say thank you to that, and also thank you to Luka Doncic, because you're the only thing worth watching in 2022 on the Dallas Mavericks. My gosh, he was 9 of 13 at halftime for 22 points, and the rest of the team was 11 of 27.
Is this the Celtics game?
Yes, and they play tomorrow. And literally, Mike Breen starts saying, "Hey, I mean, I don't even know. This Luka, he needs to pass the ball more, right?" He literally throws an outlet pass to Tim Hardaway as he's speaking, and Tim Hardaway bounces it off his leg for a turnover on a fast break. And it's like, Wait, so you want him to pass it more to that guy who shoots 1 for 7 or then just dribbles it off of his leg? Like, so this is what we're asking Luka to do more of?
Yeah, no, I understand that. By the way, I wish I could help from the 817. How much can I donate to get the Pete Rose baseball? I wish, but that is not the promise that we set up. So those will be given away for free tomorrow off of RJ Duke's streams. Come up to the shop here in McKinney, 400 North Central Expressway, and sign up, and maybe you can win it for free. I wanted to say thank you to Dak Prescott for breaking statistical narratives yesterday. Going into that game yesterday, when Dak throws 2 interceptions or more, the Cowboys are 3-11. Well, guess what? Now they're 4-11. And also, this was the second time in 3 games Dak had multiple interceptions in the first half. He did that just twice in the first 6 seasons of his career. So think about it. He'd done it twice in the first 6 seasons, then twice in 3 games. He had 2 interceptions in 1 half. But guess what? He fired back and was awesome in the second half. And after losing their first 2 games against the Giants, he has won 10 straight against the Giants now. So thank you to Dak for breaking all of those statistical narratives.
And also thank you to Atolo, who came up here and gave me an autographed Rolando Blackman card from Hoops, 1990 Hoops. So.
I mean, and seriously, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Twolos, our YouTube fans are so generous. Y'all have donated and bought all this stuff with all the money going to My Possibilities. We got brought barbecue. We got brought a Rolando Blackman card because it's our favorite. Holy cow, that is a nice Mac Jones card right there. Woo! Holy cow. Sorry, I got caught up. It is a double premium patch autograph Mac Jones card right there. That is amazing, but everyone is so generous to us, to the station, to just it's remarkable, and I really appreciate everything you guys are doing.
And then, do you want me to open up the huge box here of an autographed helmet right now?
Yes, I do. And somebody said thank you to the Giants for being a fraud of a team. Just remember, in the last 2 weeks, the Cowboys have beaten 2 teams that I believe are 16-3 when they don't play the Cowboys, and 0-3 against the Cowboys. That's a hell of a run.
So, so the hint will be,
okay,
this is one of Gavin Dawson's favorite all-time players who's recently retired. And he went onto this guy's website to buy his gear for the Super Bowl. It is an autographed Beast Mode Seattle Seahawks helmet.
Marshawn Lynch helmet right there.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not going to touch too much of this. This is the helmet inside of there. I don't want to get it all out because it's really big, but autographed Marshawn Lynch Seattle Seahawks helmet right there that we just opened up that RJ Dukes will be giving away
tomorrow.
Away.
And it's authenticated, and it's from Fanatics. And by the way, I'm not saying you want to sell any of these things, but if you've been looking on the secondary market, some of these Fanatics-endorsed products like this have been going very, very well. Or you can just keep it and treasure it always. And if you win, make sure to spend whatever extra money you had here at RJ Dukes, or you can always donate to My Possibilities. These are all viable options that you have. I think we still have the Obsidian basketball.
Yeah.
Do you want to save that for the next segment, or do you want to open it right now? I've got a couple of
let's read some thank yous here. I think we've done enough opening this segment.
Okay, all right. So I want to say thank you to Zeke for not only playing well, but looking like he got a bit of that acceleration back. Here's the wild next-gen stat for you. Ezekiel Elliott gained a season-high 91 yards, despite half of his carries being against 8 or more people in the box. So on half the carries, the box was stacked, and he still did well.
You know what was amazing to me yesterday is when he was hitting the hole, that he was deciding to keep his balance there. And nothing to, it seems like I've talked about how he's been positive and he sees a hole, and so he lunges his body forward for, it could be up to an 8-yard gain because, he takes 1 or 2 big strides as his shoulders get way over his toes and then kind of leaps forward for an 8-yard gain. And that's when I would think, gosh, I wonder what Tony Pollard would do, because he's not going to try to just lunge his body forward there. He's going to see the hole, get into it quickly, and then see what he can do after that. And I thought Zeke yesterday, for the first time in a long time, would hit the hole with power, but he wouldn't hit the hole with shoulders way over toes where he was just going to lunge forward, whatever he got. He would hit that hole and then make a move into that hole and create something else. And that was, to me, that reminded me of his first 3 years in the NFL, not his last couple years in the NFL.
No, I would be inclined to agree with this from the 972. Shout out to the Cowboys for being tough and swinging back every time. They said, just rewatch the game. I try not to accept my own opinion until I watch it a second time. They hung with the Giants, hung tough, swung back at every punch. LVE was everywhere.
He was good.
It was interesting. I saw the narrative is they were like, well, LVE doesn't make tackles until they're 5 yards up the field. And I was like, well, part of that has to do with the level in which they're throwing him up. But I thought he made some key run-stopping tackles in that game.
I can't believe that Jalen Smith actually made a play. I mean, I just
an
honest.
really important play.
I'll give him credit. That guy did make one play and then showed his true colors at the, I can't remember, at some point in the second half. Where I'm just like, that's the Jalen I remember.
I want to say, usually these are all positive. I'm hoping for a thank you in advance to referee Scott Novak for hopefully never working a Cowboys game again. And also, please, NFL, I thank you in advance if you can find an NFL crew that hates being on camera for next Thanksgiving. Because so many penalties in this game, so many penalties in last year's Thanksgiving game, which was just god-awful.
This one was better.
Yeah, this one was better. I hope we get a more reasonable crew next week. And also, you still have to hope, of course, that the Cowboys stop committing so many dumb pre-snap penalties, which is something that McCarthy has talked about a lot. So
I mean, when you think about it, 13 penalties. You turn the ball over twice. You don't get them to turn the ball over. You fail on fourth down. Now, they did get a failure on fourth down, which helped you out too. But you kind of start looking at just some basic things, and you go, whoa, we were up 28 to 14, right? Was it 28 to 13?
13.
28 to 13 with minutes to go in that game. So I kind of look at it as a positive. Yes, if you played yesterday the Kansas City Chiefs or the Philadelphia Eagles or the Buffalo Bills, probably those penalties and those turnovers probably lead you to a loss.
Yes.
But you beat an above-average team record-wise. You beat an above-average team with really losing a lot of key things that usually lead to losses.
From the 817, thank you to the Cowboys for winning last night. It was the first time I've attended a game since Romo came in for Bledsoe years ago, and they won. And that's one of the things, you told me this like a couple months back, and this has stuck with me, is sometimes sports feels dumb to follow, because when do you ever leave a concert and you're like, this concert was stupid and I hate everything. Right. But how often do you leave a game when you're like, God, everything sucks? Like, I felt like that put a black cloud over Thanksgiving last year, because you're like, not only was the game terrible in terms of penalties, they lost and everything felt terrible. So, yeah, it changes so much when you win a game. It really, really does.
I was listening to the game on 105.3 The Fan at the end, as I felt like it was secure, and New York scores the touchdown, and really Brad Sham was like, this game's over, though. And I was like, Brad,
he goes, go home right now if you want to.
I watched too many Maverick games to know what could happen. If you want to watch the impossible happen, watch the 2022-23 Dallas Mavericks in these situations.
Shout out to Dak Prescott for saying, we got money, guys. So supposedly he told the tight end group, so Peyton Hendershot scored his touchdown. They went to the kettle. They did the whack-a-mole celebration. Dak told the tight ends they would get fined for this, and they were worried. He said, make sure the team was up a couple of scores, and there's, quote, a few guys with paychecks that can cover the fine. So whether that is, Dak, Zeke, DeMarcus Lawrence, like whoever your player of choice is, I think it's super cool that they were like talking to the young guys like that, and they were like, hey, make sure the game is not competitive. Do your thing, and we will pay the fine. So shout out to Dak for being great in the second half, and also for stepping up for some of that money stuff. And from the 972, thank you to Micah Parsons for his awesomeness. And from the 972, thank you to the Cowboys. When you play like a team, you win like a team. Love all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This next segment is going to be awesome. We're live at RJ Duke's in McKinney. Coming up next, Betting with Bassick. we will open up, a $400 box of basketball cards. And we have Masterpiece of the Week-a-thon continuation from Wednesday. It's the fastest segment in all of radio. It's even faster today. And the great news is it happens next right here on The Fan.
Well, Kevin, I got to tell you about Men's Tea Clinic. I went there 10 years ago, and I love Men's Tea Clinic. If you want to get a gift for yourself, go to Men's Tea Clinic. Get your numbers checked. For me, I had just lost my drive. I had lost my energy that I had in my 20s and early 30s, and Men's Tea Clinic helped me.
at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where Baylor just missed a fairly easy field goal, and we'll see if that will come back to cost them. The United States and England are still scoreless. We are out here at RJ Duke's in McKinney, where there are amazing things happening on multiple fronts. There's sales galore here at RJ Duke's. We have one more box to open. We got more than $2,000 worth of stuff from RJ Duke's because we're opening it up. They're going to give it all away tomorrow at 2 p.m. across their social media platforms, so you should make sure that you are following the RJ Duke Sports YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter pages and get in on those giveaways. But you got to come up here first and sign up as well or get involved. So we'll be doing those giveaways tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Also, we got Hurtado's brought up here, and also y'all have donated more than $1,400 to My Possibilities today, and when working in cooperation with what we did on Wednesday, we are $571 away from hitting $50,000 for the first time in the history of Peace-a-thon. So if you know anybody who wants to donate, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. We got betting with Bassett coming up. We've got Masterpiece of the Week-a-thon continuation coming up. But first, we're going to open this Obsidian basketball box. 1 pack, 6 cards, 2 parallels, and then an insert or autograph card in every single pack. This is a big dollar item right here. So if you're involved on the Twitch, the YouTube, getting involved in our conversations, here we go.
Pascal Siakam, first card. Nothing, I don't think, super special there. Just making sure, not
what
numbered.
An incredible looking base card, though.
Yeah. Joel Embiid, base card. Devin Vassell, who is having a really good year.
He's coming up
year.
in the world. Absolutely.
Somebody has to score for them.
I know when Greg Popovich said ahead of time, he was like, hey, don't go ahead and bet on us to win the championship. Weston McKinney with a heartbreak miss. Right
Here's
there.
a red Donovan Mitchell, still in his Jazz jersey. There.
Is that numbered, we think?
It probably is not numbered.
Okay. I mean, it's still nice looking.
DeAndre Hunter, gold card, which I'm going to assume is numbered. Numbered to 99, 16 of 99. And the last one is an Austin Reeves rookie card.
And that is a red parallel.
Yeah, red parallel, not numbered. I didn't do good on that box.
You know, you've had better boxes. Your Ralph Macchio 1 of 1. Your Chipper Jones autograph dual patch to 49 was really good. The Volpe number to 5. You've had a bunch of great pulls today. They'll all be free for the giveaways tomorrow. So come up, sign in the store, buy some stuff since so much stuff is on sale while you're here.
Save the worst for last.
That is not how the saying is. But you know what? No. We're going to turn this around with some betting with Bassick. Are you prepared to bet with Bassick?
Yes and no.
What?
Who goes first?
I think you go first, because remember last week Corey was like, I only have one game, and I really need to pick that game, so please let me go first. Let me just tell you one quick betting note. Did you see that somebody yesterday bet $244,000 on the Cowboys on the money line? And they had to be sweating for that. Now, clearly they got the win, and the bet net them about $60,000, so that ended up being a win. But how many people who bet on the Cowboys yesterday or bet the under yesterday ended up getting screwed by that touchdown with, 8 seconds left? It was inconsequential in terms of the flow of the game and the winner, but for bettors, it was very consequential.
All right, so the game I'm going to put on you is a game I'm honestly scared of.
Oh, great.
This game doesn't make sense to me, and when Vegas does this, they're always telling you, oh, put money on this team because it looks like such an easy game. The Bengals are at the Titans.
Yep.
The Titans are 7-3, 3-1 at home. The Bengals are 6-4, 3-3 on the road. What would you think the spread is of that game?
I would certainly think the Titans are favored.
That makes me wonder, is Derrick Henry hurt? He's playing right. He's fine.
As far as I know, and I wonder because they said Chase might come back.
Right.
That's a pretty big swing for that, though.
I am going to take the Tennessee Titans. They are 2.5-point underdogs. It's Tennessee at home, better record, started off slow, have played pretty well of late.
They have played very well.
The Bengals, who are a solid team, I like the Bengals. I think they're going to try to, sneak into the playoffs, get that last playoff spot. But I just don't see Cincinnati being a favorite in this game. Not that I love that, Tennessee's going to win, but this number doesn't make sense to me that Tennessee is a 2.5-point a 2.5-point home dog.
Yeah.
So that's the game I'm going to take there. I'm not crazy about all the other games, but I am going to do this. Corey's not here, so I'll text him and see if he wants to bet on something this weekend. I'm going to take the Seahawks at home, favored by 3.5 against the Raiders. The Raiders are just, I think, a bad team. I don't know how much they're playing for. I know they just won last week. But I will take the Seahawks with the home field advantage. The Raiders, by the way, are 1-5 on the road this year.
Okay.
So give me the Seahawks minus 3.5. Give me the Tennessee Titans at home plus 2.5 as my bets.
I will go ahead and wade into the terrible, terrible territory of Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Where the Colts are not good, the Steelers are worse. I will go ahead and take the Colts minus 2.5 in the dreadful Monday Night Football game against the Steelers. Yeah, this is not – I was about to say, though, this is not my favorite slate, but I think part of the reason for that is – because one of your marquee games was Giants-Cowboys, and that was last night. And then Vikings-Patriots was another important game. That was also last night. So I get why they would load up for Thanksgiving.
It's funny when they were promoting on Fox, the game of the week, the Rams at the Chiefs. And I'm like, that doesn't seem like a game of the week. Do you have it up? That is a 15.5-point spread.
Oh.
That is Chiefs by 15.5, and that's what they're promoting as the game of the week, is a game where they think it's going to be a 2-touchdown or more game.
And look at the ESPN matchup predictor, 95.1%. So they're saying the Rams have a 1 in 20 chance to win this game.
By the way, real quick, Ravens at Jags. Jaguars are 3.5-point dogs. We just talked about the Ravens.
Yeah.
You would think if the Ravens were really that good, and they could run the table because of schedule.
Yeah.
But if the Ravens were good, you would think they would be favored by a little bit more than 3.5 against the Jaguars.
I don't think that Carolina game helped them.
When they scored 13.
Yeah, I don't think that game helped them out whatsoever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we throw things back to Peyton for some continuation of the Masterpiece of the Week-a-thon.
She said, list this.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Peyton.
Hey. There was a time period where I did not think I would ever run another Masterpiece of the Week, ever.
Yeah, and you sold out to Sean and RJ,
and
didn't
now,
you?
Well, I don't think it was a sellout. I think
bought in?
It's a contract, right?
Yeah.
They got the big bucks
That's
to
right.
do the morning.
That's right.
7 figures. So.
Oh, my God.
Well, if you do the dot.
And, okay, I believe with the dot, Peyton makes 7 figures. I believe that.
We don't have to tell everyone that. But yes, this is Masterpiece of the Week, where we play some of the funny, strange, weird audio on this very show. And some audio that we have today was from the Peace-a-thon Wednesday with Eric. So we'll start it off, and a shout out to Eric Chiafalo, who interrupted Corey during saying this because Corey was really going on to something, and this is what Corey said.
You've had Dawson's mom's sugar cream pie.
What?
That's what he said. And thank you, Eric, for interrupting Corey, because that was going to be a strong audio piece that he interrupted on.
Man, Mike just pulled an alpha move on me. I wanted to look in his box of barbecue. He was like, that's my box of barbecue.
Here, you can look at it from a distance.
From Hurtado's. Thank you very much.
What do you want?
No, I was just, those might be the best ribs I've ever had.
I have one rib left. You want it?
May I have a rib, please?
You
I
can.
would be super excited about that.
Okay.
Can you show one to the fan cam?
Oh,
how big
yeah,
those ribs
yeah.
are? Let's show the crowd.
That is a great idea. As the United States has a second attempt that is super close. This one goes off the crossbar as the United States putting some pressure on in the match against England.
How much does that upset you? That piece of red onion
Yeah.
that is on the end.
That piece has to go. I don't know if this stat is accurate.
Wait, I just knocked it off. Is it
yes,
still good?
Thank you. No, it'll be better now. I've heard that the United States all time is 2-0 against England. I don't know if we need to fact check that or not. That might just be in wars that we're 2-0 against England. This is probably what I was going for. All right, Peyton, back to you.
What was the other one we beat them in?
The War of 1812.
That was our year.
They burned things down in our country, and then they still lost.
So we continue here. Masterpiece of the week. Thank you. So, Mike, I actually was able to grab this audio from today's show. Thank you very much.
No.
You said this?
Moly. I'm
very tight.
Excited. Got to keep it tight, Mike. Good job.
I was pulling something out, but I can't remember.
That,
whoa. We
that
need to
does
pull
not
that
sound
too.
better. That
It was like when we were opening
worse.
up packs or something.
I don't know. Kevin just said, yeah, pull that, Peyton. So, you know what? I
Yeah.
did what Kevin says because I'm a good producer, and I did that.
And you know what's good for you.
All right, so we go back to Eric Chiafalo, who that you all were talking about Thanksgiving meals and stuff and all that good stuff. And Eric, well, he said this on Wednesday.
It's a sipper. I thought it was a chugger, but it turns out that thing tasted damn good. I should have just milked that thing.
What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
Now, we
And
might
also-
need context on that, but
milkshake?
I think it's better without context.
And did we get the factoid that all time in World Cup matches, the United States has many wins over England as they do war victories over England? That is the fact of the day that I'm bringing to the table.
But now we're allies.
That's right. We are very good allies, so I should probably stop making those jokes. Support England, everybody, just not for the next 2 hours.
And their queen.
Oh,
no.
she died. They have a king now.
What?
Yeah.
The king killed the queen?
No, I do not believe the
King
queen,
Charles.
The queen was 100 years old, and I saw the dumbest article that, of course, I did not click on. It was like cause of death for the queen revealed, and I was like, can it not be that she was 100 like that? No, I don't think that is the case.
Did she ever get married?
Yeah, she was married for a really long time.
And that guy never was the king, huh?
Yeah, she's the queen. I mean, he can be the king, but not the in-charge king.
Okay.
Back to you,
Like
Peyton.
Charles. He's in big trouble.
Charles is in charge.
Yeah, I know, but that Charles in charge guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of maybe did some things on that show he shouldn't have. But
Oh, no, he did?
I think so.
Not cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
right,
so
what's
we
next?
continue here. I actually grabbed this from the folder that Reggie had on Wednesday, because y'all did what, a Peace-a-thon marathon, or what'd y'all call it?
Yes, Masterpiece of the Weekathon.
Weekathon, that's right. And I don't know if you used this audio yet, but it was labeled, Mike, I need my respect for my mommy.
You know what, Mommy, I do. I need my respect. I play in almost 12 games a year, Mommy.
Are you talking about what's his face for the Eagles?
Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders, who was like, how come more people don't respect me?
Mommy says I'm good.
Please stop doing that.
That's Miles Sanders.
Uh-huh. No, I got it. But
Guess what? We would respect you if you played all the games and played well in all of them.
He's played better.
We're not.
this
Yeah,
year.
we don't think you're bad. We just
Yeah.
think you get hurt a lot, and you're like, a nice average running back.
Yeah. Good
But
job,
you're
Chad.
playing a little. Do you think he's a little above average this year?
Yeah, I think that is very fair.
Good. Yeah, I bet nobody came in here asking for Miles Sanders cards today.
No.
And I hope
you know,
I hope you pull
need
a
to-
Miles
yeah.
Sanders.
I do not know that to be the fact, but to be the case would probably
Even in
not.
Philadelphia, they don't want his cards.
That's a good point.
Alrighty, so this next one is a little bit of Zach and Mike talking on Wednesday.
My mom's stuffing.
Your mom's stuffing.
Yeah.
She does make a good stuffing.
Walchuk was getting dirty there. I hate it. Mike
He
was telling a
always
good
makes
story.
things dirty,
Yeah.
doesn't
Why did
he?
y'all even have him on the show?
My mom made extra because she loved that segment so much about me bragging about how good she makes the Thanksgiving stuffing that she made extra so I could take home.
Did she understand
Thanks,
the
Mom.
undercurrent that Wolchuk was trying to bring to the table?
I don't know. I didn't ask her that.
That's probably for the best. That would be a weird conversation. I don't know how you.
By the way, if you also want to come to RJ Dukes, which has caught my eye 1,000 times during the show, they have an NBA Jam machine in here. So if you would like to play the 1990s version of NBA Jam, you can.
And the Keymaster game, which I know we talked about if Brandon can play, and Brandon is up here now as well. So, yeah, come check it out. Plus, so many things are on sale that I will end up with less money than I had at the start of the day.
Well, good. You made
even
money.
even including work.
Yeah, you showed up to work today.
Yeah.
Now, that Corey guy.
What I really want is $571 more for my possibilities.
I only have $471.
There's no chance you have $400, Peyton.
Wow.
Peyton, throw it
starting
in his
Monday.
face.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, throw it in my face and donate.
No,
What if I already did
Make fun
donate?
of Kevin on a video, on an audio thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, this next one, we'll get one more in here. The only reason why I want to play this audio is because it's labeled Reggie Mike butt crack.
That is not as gross as seeing a fourth of your butt crack when you had to get up for the people that go to the bathroom that were on the inside part.
How
And I
much
was
butt
like,
crack is too much?
Any, but
Okay, that's fair. I just wanted to know. I wanted to establish the baseline.
it
for the
wasn't
show.
like, oh, there's a teeny butt crack. It was enough butt crack where you're like, that's butt crack. You know?
It's too much butt crack.
That's Corey, who
Yeah.
refuses to wear underwear.
Uh-huh.
And
No.
so when he gets up
Oh,
on
yeah.
the plane,
Yeah.
his pants, he doesn't wear a belt either, so they're not going to stay above his waistline. So when he gets up, you see his butt crack, and he was sitting right in front of me. We were both aisle, and he can't tell. I don't think people that show their butt crack a lot know they're showing their butt crack a lot. So
Yeah.
I was letting him know as a friend, you show a lot of butt crack when you get up out of seats, and you need to either wear underwear or figure out how to keep your pants up high enough to not do that.
It's interesting because his retort is, what do you want me to do about it? And I was like, I feel like we gave you a couple of viable.
Wear underwear would be one.
Wear a belt.
2 would be wear a belt.
Yeah.
3, maybe wear pants that really stay above your waistline or at your waistline.
Sure. We do miss Corey, though. He will be back on Monday. Clearly.
Without underwear.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is true. Clearly, I'm voting for Corey. And, well, I guess for Mike and Reggie and their discussion about Corey's butt crack.
That's the best. I think that's the best one, too.
Yeah.
And it's also a PSA. If you don't wear underwear, you got to do something better than just let them hang.
Huh?
Well, I'm voting for Corey talking about Dawson's mom's cream pie because I like cream pies.
It is a good sugar cream pie. I've had it.
It is.
Uh-huh.
I had it years ago, and I recently had it when he brought it in studio.
Oh, my God.
His mom came in from,
Oh, my
I
God.
think they live in Oregon.
Why would you phrase it like that? Why
just
would
looked
you
at me and
phrase
just,
it
"Who
like
is happening here?"
that?
I
He's
just say
upset.
words, and it happens, and then you guys make fun of it.
And then Mike goes, you know what? Deal with it.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where there are deals to be had out at RJ Duke's in McKinney, 400 North Central Expressway. Come on out here. We'll be here for another segment, probably just a little bit longer shopping as well. And we want to see you out here. And I want to see if Brandon is going to play Keymaster. All right. We will crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, who today is comprised of Will and Bobby, and we'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
Carlos, what it do?
Every Thursday afternoon at 5 right here on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, I highly recommend the good people at Platinum Chevy. My family, in the last 3 years, we have bought not one, not two, but 3 cars from Platinum Chevy. And here's the biggest thing. People like to celebrate buying a new car. And the first 2 at Platinum Chevy, I definitely did. This last one, my car got wrecked by a careless driver on the highway. I was not looking forward to the process whatsoever. But guess what? Platinum Chevy, they know how to cut out all of the hassle. They already have great prices. They have great people. They have great selection. I went to Platinum Chevy Texas and found the Equinox that I wanted because, you know, I'm pushing my pro Equinox agenda. Then went in there. The process was so quick, hassle-free. Didn't even wake up the baby while we were there. That is how quick the process was at Platinum Chevy. Clear, upfront pricing. If you see a price online, that's what you're going to pay. today. Sign up, get on their mailing list, get in their social media platforms for all the amazing stuff they're doing. But they gave us a hobby box of Panini Origins football, Panini Black football, Panini 3 and 2 baseball, Bowman Sterling baseball, Panini Obsidian basketball, WWE Impeccable, Leaf Pop Century, Star Wars Chrome Black, VIP Gold and Silver packs from the National, Leaf Mystery Autograph baseball boxes. We got 2 of those, and the full-size autograph helmet, which is Marshawn Lynch. And all of that stuff tomorrow at 2 o'clock Central. They'll be doing a live stream for all of those items that we open up. You can find it off the RJ Duke Sports YouTube channel, Facebook group, Twitter page. So you need to be signing up for those so you can watch, but you need to be up here signing up today so you can win. And also, so many things are on sale today. It is absolutely incredible. People are opening stuff up. We got the NBA Jam game. We got the Keymaster game. It has been an extravaganza of fun around here. And speaking of an extravaganza of fun, right now we bring to you the reconstituted G-Bag Nation with Bobby Belt and Will Chambers. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How we doing, Haggy?
I'm doing good, but I'm gonna make my sell one more time, okay? So y'all are aware of the Peace-a-thon. We did all of the things. I mean, for my possibilities, we were scheduled to go 13 and a half hours. And then due to scheduling problems, we went another hour. So we went 14 and a half hours. We raised more than $48,000. Today, people have donated an additional $1,400. We are $571 away from hitting $50,000 for my possibilities. 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. And if you want to spread the word, anybody who wants to donate, get a tax write-off, whatever you're looking for, I think we can make this happen today.
We will absolutely
What's
be
the
a
number?
part of making sure that goes over the next 5 hours, my friend. Well done.
$571. Thank you very much, Will. $571 is the exact amount we are, because sometimes I know people like to donate magical specific amounts. I almost said specifical amount
you
of.
Just did.
I know amounts of money. What do you guys got coming up on the show today? I know Stephen Jones is coming up.
Well, we'll have him at 3 o'clock. I think that Bobby can just clear that whole thing out right now that, with all the jobs that he's got, he's certainly
Man, that's a good point. Is Bobby
just
the hardest?
stacks of bread there.
Is he the hardest working person in radio?
No, this is a ruse that I've put on.
Sure.
There are a number of titles, but ultimately none of them mean much of anything. And so I think that I've just successfully managed to confuse everybody or trick everybody into thinking I work much harder than I do.
Hey, you guys
just
do
stacking paychecks. That's it.
Yeah, that's what I think. But I do want to say one thing. For the people who like to talk a lot of S, I appreciate the fact that you guys are actually showing up, and we actually have live broadcasting today instead of some BS best of. So props to you guys for showing up and actually, contributing to live sports the day after a Cowboys game.
Yeah, I mean, that is important, right? Like, I mean, that kind of is the conversation that drives the Metroplex. And
sometimes working for a month is hard, and you need to take some time off.
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably going to be a whole Case and Wallace show, though. The Kentucky freshman from Richardson.
The entire expressway, Mikey, the entire expressway is going to be dedicated to Case and Wallace and his development.
You should have come seen him with me when he was in high school here.
I
really think he's going to be a top 5 pick.
Remember, we had planned it, and then I got COVID. I tell you what, he could be the best defensive player in the country right now. He's played 5 games, but that being said, I doubt we want to dive into that.
Nah, you probably want to talk a little bit more Cowboys and how Micah Parsons is the greatest defensive player the Cowboys have ever had.
I thought that was a fabulous question, by the way, because, what I don't like is when we can talk about somebody in regards to the context of this is what they are right now and this is what they look like. Like last year, any time that you brought up Lawrence Taylor's name with Micah Parsons, everybody like, whoa, wait a minute. And I'm like, when I would bring it up, I say, look, I'm not trying to say that this guy is in the Hall of Fame right now. What we're trying to look at is what did Lawrence Taylor look like in the first however many games that Micah was playing or
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
And when I watch him play, Mike, there's a stat. I want to say that he is, I tweeted it out last night, he's the second defender since 1982 to have at least 9 multi-sack games.
Yep.
I mean, in their first 2 seasons.
And he's tied with Alden Smith for the most ever. So it feels like he's going to break that record.
So
you know?
you think he's going to end up like Alden Smith is what you're saying?
I knew that was coming. I knew Bobby was never going to let that slide.
You got 5 hours of that coming your way, Will.
I know.
5 hours of that.
I know. It's okay. I'm so juiced on like prednisone and all kinds of stuff. I'll be able to handle it.
Oh, wow. Okay. Man, it sounds like if you got prednisone Will and you've got Bobby doing Bobby things, this is going to be a fun show. So roll with them for the next 5 hours. And don't forget, special extended hours out here today, RJ Dukes in McKinney, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I guess the 8 p.m. is probably more relevant to you right now. And then the giveaway tomorrow, 2 o'clock, off of all of their social media platforms. Thank you very much to them for having us out here, for donating all the cool stuff for the giveaways, and for donating stuff to Peace-a-thon. He is a big assister with that as well. Roll home with Bobby and Will. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday with Corey, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
not for spoilers. Is that something that we should adhere to today? I didn't know if...
I think we should adhere to it because I don't think anybody cares.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I just don't care.
I have it on here.
I can't bring myself to care.
I have it on here. I'm broadcasting here from my palatial estate here in Frisco, Texas. So I've got it on. I can give updates if need be, but if not, then we'll let it be. I was just really wondering more the reasoning as to why that was.
I don't know. It very well could be because of it's soccer, you know.
877. 881-1053.
I'm gonna really make like 12 people in the Metroplex angry with what I'm saying.
Yeah. I apparently have one already, but that's fine. That's the truckwreck.com text line again, 877-881-1053, because as we hit the expressway here today, the G-Bag Nation, we're going to be answering some of your burning Cowboys questions. So we want to start getting those in. Hit us up with those as well on Twitter, at Bobby Bell Texas, at TX, I should say, at _Will Chambers. So when we look at yesterday, and I mean, it was a win. It was kind of an ugly one. I mean, there's some really good takeaways from it. There's also some elements to it where you go, that didn't look pretty.
Nope.
How much can I put that on a game being played for the, second game in 4 days as you have it? But be that as it may, after that loss against Green Bay a few weeks ago, which we all just kind of were like, I don't know what I feel or what I believe about this team. Record-wise, they just knocked down two of the top teams in the NFC.
Yeah, and look, you need to you should never style point victories, especially division victories on a large stage as you're getting into the second half of the season. These are all valuable things. I just you are concerned still, I guess, if there's one wet blanket I can throw on this, you're still a little concerned with some of the just stupid mistakes that get made. And more particularly, more focused, I think it's still very concerning that these receivers and their quarterback can't seem to get on the same page in certain situations. That's troubling.
And I mean, all things being what they are, we're still wondering about Odell Beckham Jr. after that seemed to be, or at least what social media was making it out to be, the OBJ Bowl between the Giants and the Cowboys. We'll have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock today. And one of the questions I want to ask him, Bobby, is, last year, a fantastic regular season, in entirety. Obviously the second half of the season didn't look quite like the first half, but all in all, a really good year. And then it was not a very good playoff game. And so I think, and I want to hear from Cowboys fans out there, how much does what they do in the regular season, outside of the importance of getting where they need to be, seeding, all that kind of thing, and just getting into the playoffs, that ultimately it doesn't matter as much until we can actually see this team perform well in the playoffs. And there's no way for us to really know that until playoff games happen. But all we can take away is, well, what are the closest games in the regular season to looking like a playoff game? And Green Bay may be having a bad season, but that was the highest-rated football game of the year. I mean, that blew away the World Series. That blew away the NBA Finals games as far as ratings go. And it felt like a playoff game, and once again, the Cowboys failed. Now, you come back, and could you make the argument that it was a playoff-type atmosphere last Sunday in Minnesota? Could you do it again because it's Thanksgiving and the Giants? I don't know, but is that concern still there with anybody that thinks, man, when it really comes down to making big plays in big games when it really matters, can this team do that?
Yeah, I think that you've still got a majority of the fan base that totally, rightfully so, approaches this as they're not going to believe anything. After 26 years, they're just not going to believe until they see it. And so I think that, the standards around here were so high for so long, and people don't want to come off of those. And I think that, as much as they get encouraged by these games, they were also encouraged by 12-5 last year, and they were encouraged by 13-3 in 2016, and 12-4 in 2014. those were encouraging teams, and you thought that they had a real shot. And then in the end, none of those teams got further than the divisional round, or in the case of the Cowboys last year, didn't get past the wild card round. And so the Cowboys have hit a spot, I think, similar to where like the Mavericks were in the mid 2000s, where at first it was like, wow, they're winning games, they're a 50-win team every year, this is so exciting. And then after a while, it became you need to win. You need to win a title. You need to win, in June. These 50-win seasons aren't just going to be enough for us, in perpetuity. We need to see, you reach the mountaintop. And ultimately they did it in 2011, and it was incredibly satisfying, and everybody was thrilled with it. But the expectations are different around here, and I don't think you can just be happy with they're 8-3. I think everybody says you should expect 8-3 every year at this time because this is the Cowboys, and there's a high standard, and so they should expect that. And we're not going to be content until we see what happens in January and February.
And the roster is good enough to do that. I mean, we obviously know that. Let's take away the positives and say, okay, well, as ugly as the game was, you look at the 13 penalties, and you're right, they're really stupid penalties. A lot of movement pre-snap that you're like, what is going on out there? You mentioned, obviously, that, CeeDee Lamb, for as good as he's played the last couple of weeks, there are moments in which where you go, is he supposed to go inside of, whomever is covering him, where he would have looked more open, particularly on a third or fourth down yesterday that I noticed. But you still got a victory over a team that at the time was 7-3. Mm-hmm. And you may go, well, yeah, but the Giants may be more paper tigers. They're not that good. Well, Minnesota, they were 8-1 at the time. Yep. And the way that I look at it now is that, we may not think that they're a great team, or the Giants are, but they're also teams, when you look at the NFC, you could be playing in the playoffs. So the fact that you can beat playoff teams by not playing your best game, I think, is a positive. Things that you'll obviously have to clean up if you really want to get to where you want to go.
Yeah, I think that the Minnesota victory was a good one. I know they weren't as good as their record said, and I understand what the peripheral statistics said and what all the advanced metrics said about Minnesota.
And our lack of trust in Kirk Cousins, blah, blah.
They're still good. They're still a good team. Are they as good as their record looked? No, but they're good, and they're one of the better teams you've played this year, and you destroyed them at their, at home. And so I think that you've got to give credit for that one. The Giants one, they're a very flimsy 7-3. I understand having some reservations to be too pumped about that one, but they were 7-3. You had already beaten them on the road with your backup quarterback. Now you had your starter. You were at home, and their offensive line was just decimated yesterday. But again, you're not gonna just reject a victory, a big divisional victory. In especially on 3 days rest. And so for me, I think that these are two huge victories. Yeah, you've got the Green Bay game that you lost. That was a playoff atmosphere, and that's tough. You lost the game to Philadelphia without your quarterback, of course. But that one kind of had a playoff atmosphere. It was nationally televised. It was on the road. Both teams were kind of rolling going into that game. And so that is a frustrating fact that these couple games that have seemed like the highest stakes or the highest intensity type of games, even if they haven't been against the best opponents, those are the games that you've dropped this year. And so, there's not anything that's, what do we have coming up here on the schedule that would be the next real test for them? You've got Indianapolis coming up on Sunday Night Football on December 4th. That's not one. Texans at home, no. Jaguars on the road, no. Next one is probably December 24th, Christmas Eve, against the Eagles. And then a few days later, you've got the Titans on the road. Those are probably going to be intense, playoff type atmospheres. But they've got an opportunity here over the next month to prepare themselves and to get some of these kinks out of the way and to get out of the way some of these, slow starts, these puzzling issues where they just shoot themselves in the foot at times. And it's like, what are you doing? There are times where they look like the best team in the NFL, and then there are times where they look like a top 5 draft pick. And
it mirrors their quarterback too. Dak Prescott, I thought, 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. You know, on one hand, you look at the Cowboys, they were 7 of 11 on third down. On the other hand, there still seems to be these times and these moments where you're not quite sure what he's doing within games. I mean, did it concern you at all with how efficient and just what a knockout blow that it was immediately and throughout the first half for the Cowboys against the Vikings to come out and to play a Giants team that you mentioned, they were decimated on the offensive line. I thought the offensive line for the Giants played pretty good, to be honest, considering what they were facing. But it still felt like, to me, I'm like, man, this seemed like a weaker opponent. I know the record, but a weaker opponent coming off of what was just, you know, what you thought could be the beginning of a freight train running through, and it just didn't look like that.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it is a short week. You traveled for this short week. It's not like you were at home. So you had a travel day there. You've got the short rest. This is a physical football team, the Giants. So you're playing a physical team on short rest, and you're doing it with like the flu ravaging your locker room right now, particularly on the defensive line. So you had a lot of guys who were probably feeling under the weather yesterday on that defensive line. That probably balances out some of this. But I think a lot of what you saw yesterday was just what happens when you have just 3 days to prepare. And,
a culmination of 3 games in, 15 days. I don't know how the math always plays out. We always use it like it's 7-4. Whatever,
yeah, it was like 3
days.
and 12.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it's just an amazing amount, you know, when it comes to the NFL. So things like that, I'm definitely willing to give a pass on. When you look at that, it's just hard when you watch how incredible, just what a machine they look like. You're like, this is what a team we know that they can play like. And I think that's what was so frustrating with what we saw in the second half of last year, and then particularly as they got into the playoffs. Like, where did that team go?
Yeah, that's the NFL right now, though. Like the Cowboys mirror the NFL, which is there are a lot of teams that look really, really great on certain Sundays and then look really bad on other Sundays. And even drill it down even more than that, there are a lot of teams, Cowboys included, who will look really great for stretches in a game and then look just awful at other points. Like, it's within the same game, just this kind of bipolar nature of play that you see from some of these teams. There's just nobody really, really good right now in the NFL.
So we'll get to Stephen Jones coming up at the top of next hour at 3 o'clock right here in the G-Bag Nation. But let's ask some of those same questions we're asking each other to one that follows the Cowboys very closely. He does so for The Athletic. John Machota. We'll talk with him next. Just getting started here on this post-Thanksgiving day here in the G-Bag Nation.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 6:30 with a replay at 8:40. Right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com.
They actually got to within just a few $100s here before leaving the air. So there, as you can see, benefiting my possibilities. And so they're just about there. So we encourage you all to go to 1053thefan.com/peaceathon to donate there. Let's head out to the Diamond Factory hotline and hang out with our big Cowboys reporter, our good friend from The Athletic, John Machota. John, well, first and foremost, happy Thanksgiving, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
Thanksgiving was yesterday, Will. That's not the day anymore.
I didn't talk to John on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So,
wow, you didn't call John. I wished you happy Thanksgiving yesterday.
You don't want to know what I was doing yesterday. You didn't want to hear from me yesterday.
Okay.
Because if you did, you would have heard from me in a number of different areas. It would not have been pleasant. Just FYI on that. So you're welcome to all of you out there. I did not call.
All right.
John, we were just going over. I mean, it's any time that you get a NFC and a divisional win against a team that's 7-3. I mean, it's a huge win for them because it looked like after the Green Bay game, like, all right, one loss isn't going to kill you here, but when you look at where they are standings-wise in the NFC, that you're going up against Minnesota that had an 8-1 record, and then the Giants, that things could have looked very differently as we talk here on Thanksgiving, but they really rebounded nicely.
Oh, they did. No, that Vikings game, I mean, that's where, if you watched the game yesterday, I could see how you'd be disappointed, the fact that they didn't put out that same effort that you saw against the Vikings, because just to be honest with you, I thought that Vikings performance was the best road performance I've seen and since I've covered the team. And so I knew they weren't going to follow up with another performance like that. I thought they'd get off to a little bit quicker start. But all in all, like you said, I mean, to rebound in that second half of that Giants game, and you put both of these games together, what you're basically doing is the opposite of what you did last season. This is right around that time of year last season where things were rolling, and then all of a sudden, Amari Cooper is out with COVID, and they lose to Kansas City, and then on Thanksgiving again they lose to the Raiders, and that's when things started really getting a little bit off track there, and made you start questioning what would this team be once they get to the playoffs. But what they did against Minnesota, it was enough to show me that you play like that, you're beating anybody anywhere. So not as good yesterday, but they got a division win and move on. And I think probably the biggest thing and moving forward is it seems like they got out of the game pretty healthy.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of be as level as I can in trying to determine of what I saw yesterday, because you could take it one of two ways, right? Where you follow up a great performance, not really a great one, but it was still a win. You had 13 penalties, still got a win against a team that was 7-3. The miscommunication at times between Dak and the receivers, is it one where you still kind of shake your head a little bit, or is it one where you can you look at it positively to get a win like that on Thanksgiving on 4 days rest with all the things that happen?
I personally think that the communication and being on the same page with Dak and the receivers would be further along if, he doesn't miss 5 games with a broken thumb. So there's some catch up there. And then also the fact that we're starting to see Michael Gallup get back to the player he was before the knee injury. And that wasn't necessarily the case a month ago. And so yesterday I thought was clearly his best game. But one thing that I found interesting between this game and then the previous one against Minnesota is not just penalties, but specifically the pre-snap stuff, because it just shows you that they weren't quite as dialed in as they were in Minnesota. Because I'll tell you this right now, Minnesota is as loud a stadium as you're going to play in. I mean, and especially for that game, the way that both teams were playing going into that game, that place was rocking from the jump, and there weren't the pre-snap penalties there. And Mike McCarthy even talked after that game about how their, that razor sharp focus is probably one of the things that helped them play so well and be so dominant in that game. And then you come into this one after only 4 days off and not a real week of practice. And you could tell early on that same focus wasn't there that you would expect when you're playing at home and you don't have the noise factor.
John, when you look at, potential weaknesses for this team, I mean, every team's got flaws right now in the NFL. Like there's really not a perfect team or even a juggernaut. Like I think we all felt like Buffalo was that team, but like Buffalo struggled the last several weeks. When you look at Dallas, I think a lot of people are going to point to, obviously, the receiving core, the passing game, the connection there hasn't been as strong, obviously. But when you look on the defensive side with the run defense, which was improved yesterday, I think a lot of people are starting to take notice of just how much Anthony Brown's getting targeted. Kelvin Joseph out sick yesterday. Do you think there's any chance we start seeing them rotate Joseph in a little bit more with when both guys are healthy, just out of, look, Anthony Brown's not playing up to the level he needs to. He got burned once yesterday and was really close to giving up a second big play.
I don't see that change. And the only reason I say it is because I just haven't seen the jump for Kelvin Joseph in his play that would make me think that that's a better option. I mean, yeah, Anthony Brown, obviously there's been plays made on him. And if you had, hey, let's be honest, if the Cowboys would have had it their way, J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain would have been on this team, right. And it wouldn't have been Micah Parsons. I mean, they know that corner isn't where they would like it to be. I don't think Anthony Brown's a bad player. I think he's solid, and I think his veteran experience and things like that, they just give me too much of an edge over Calvin Joseph. I just haven't seen enough from him to think that he would take that position to the next level. And so I don't really look at that one. And hey, if that's one of your biggest weaknesses, and everything else is pretty solid, you're in pretty good shape. Because like you said, the run defense looked a lot better, and it really has the last couple of games. And then on the other side of the ball, just, the way Zeke and Dalton Schultz in particular have looked, that was impressive to me because, with how it is with those knee injuries, you just never really know how guys are going to come back from that. I did not think Dalton Schultz would be looking like the way he is right now when he suffered that knee injury earlier in the year and he's playing with the knee brace on. He doesn't even have the brace on anymore. And then Zeke yesterday, I thought the same thing. Like, this is only his second game back. There's probably going to be still a little bit of rust, and that's one of the better games he's had in a while. So, yeah, maybe, Anthony Brown, some people might point to that, say that's a weakness, but if you break down every single team right now, whether you're talking Buffalo Bills, Chiefs, Eagles, they're all going to have at least something like that and probably several other things. So if this team can avoid any major injuries, and then, I don't know, maybe add Odell Beckham, I think you put them up against anybody in the league, and they have as good a chance as anyone to get to the Super Bowl.
All right,
exactly. Yeah, go right ahead.
Let me try to send another veteran to the bench then with a young player. Damone Clark, you talk about the last couple weeks, how the run defense has been improved. I think Damone Clark's been a big part of that. Do you think we're reaching a point now, just with the way that he's played and the struggles Anthony Barr had earlier, that even once Anthony Barr gets healthy, we might be looking at this as still Damone Clark's job?
It's possible. Again, going back to the Anthony Brown thing, as they get deeper into this season, you start getting towards the playoffs. I just feel like the coaching staff's going to trust the veteran players, unless the younger players just significantly outperforming. And going back to Anthony Brown, there's certainly no significant outperforming him by Kelvin Joseph. So unless there is that where it's taking it to another level, I don't see them changing. But the thing with Barr with that hamstring is, when is he going to be back to 100%? And I really think with him re-aggravating it last week that and then coupled with the way Clark's playing, they might be a little cautious with Anthony Barr before they bring him back. But that situation right there seems like a good problem to have for a team that at times, over the last several years, linebacker hasn't necessarily been a strength.
John Machota on loan from The Athletic here on the Diamond Factory Hotline at 105.3 The Fan. Anything to read into the fact that the Giants and the Bills are going to have a chance to meet with Odell first before the Cowboys?
Nah, I don't really think so. I think that as long as the money's right from the Cowboys side, I think he picks the Cowboys. It just his personality, the way he plays, what he could do for this franchise. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little biased because of how much I hate the cold weather, but whenever there's a cold weather outside team and you're talking about playing outside in December and January, and then there's any other option, give me the other option. But
you're from Detroit, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's why I haven't lived there in 12 years. So
I'm actually the same way.
Exactly. Yeah, you know how it is. So
yeah.
I'll believe that when I see it. Everything seems to be lining up too much for the Cowboys that as long as their offer is in the neighborhood, I can't see Odell turning that down. I really can't.
Yeah, that's the question for me because, I look at it more of that I think it's important because of how Odell Beckham plays the position going after the football. And I wonder, they know what they have in Michael Gallup, and seeing what he was able to do yesterday because he hasn't looked like himself since coming off of the injury. I wonder how much the Cowboys will feel that they really need Odell Beckham Jr. as much as we all do.
I mean, I'm sure they're not desperate to add him. Like, if we don't add him, we can't meet our goals for this season. But they know that he takes them to another level. And I just think the way he could fit in with Gallup and CeeDee Lamb just makes too much sense just off of what we literally just saw last year with how he joined that Rams team. And he hit the ground running there, and him and Stafford they had a good rapport pretty early on. But then once he got to the playoffs, he really elevated himself. He was clearly their number two, and in some games he was their best receiver because he kept getting more and more acclimated with what they were doing, and everyone was getting on the same page. And I could just see that happening in Dallas with that receiving core. No one's asking you to come in right now and be the guy, which certainly he would be. I mean, watching that game yesterday, he obviously would be. He would have to be the guy for the Giants. Now he wouldn't have as much pressure on, obviously, with Buffalo, but I guess the thing I keep going back to, the Giants to me are not like a legitimate Super Bowl contender. The Bills and the Cowboys are, and for Odell Beckham, if you're sitting him down, you say the money is pretty close. The idea of getting a chance to win a Super Bowl with the Bills or with the Cowboys, what that does for your brand, being the first team, being a guy that could put the Cowboys over top to win their first Super Bowl since 1995, I dare you to turn that down.
Easier road, too, in the NFC.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing, honestly, going back to it, the only thing that I could see as possibly being a negative with that, with the Cowboys, is it seems apparent from his social media posting that he is not a fan of playing on turf. He obviously injured his knee on turf, and so they play their home games on turf. So I guess there's that. And then, as Bobby and I have talked about, there's not any real cool numbers left on the roster for him to wear jersey-wise. outside of that, like I said, as long as the money's there, everybody in the locker room that, all the key pieces in the locker room, the coaching staff, front office, have all sung his praises. So everybody wants him to join the team. I just don't see, like I said, as long as the financials are there, it just makes too much sense to me.
John, are we just at a point now where we need to accept like the Cowboys are going to commit penalties, and like it almost just feels like the discussion of, well, how do you fix this or how do you fix that? That's not going to be anything that they're able to fix because they had an entire offseason to do it. It's still plaguing them now. Is this just a team where we need to expect, look, they're going to commit penalties and they're going to have to overcome them every game?
Yeah, you'd like to think that there's an answer to that of, no, they can work on this and work on that, and that'll change. And I would agree with you. I don't think that it's going to be something that's completely cleaned up. I think that you're gonna hope for some favorable matchups in terms of officials. You're going to want to get some officials that don't want to be a part of the show as much as others. And you're going to need that a little bit, but then you're going to have to overcome it in games. And that's going to be difficult because, heck, yesterday, 13 penalties. That's the first time the Cowboys have won a game with double-digit penalties this year, and it might be last year as well. It was usually, 10 or more penalties, Cowboys lose that game. Obviously the most notable one is against the 49ers last year in the playoffs. And, if you tell me the Cowboys lose in the first round, second round, whatever, and they don't make it to the Super Bowl, I'll tell you that game that they probably lost, they probably committed over 10 penalties.
No doubt about it. John, enjoy the warm November weather here in DFW, my friend. Thank you.
I will do that, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you, John.
That is John Machota from The Athletic, covers the Cowboys here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. And, look, I'm one of those areas where I'm optimistically hopeful, I guess you would put it, but it seems to be in these situations that's where things kind of don't go the way that we or the fans really want them to go in these types of situations. And then I saw that the Bills and Giants are getting OBJ first, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah.
It's okay. You had a couple people interview Mike McCarthy before you interviewed him, and you were able to get him anyway.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
Anything's possible.
All right. Again, we'll have Stephen Jones coming up here at 3 o'clock. A lot of things to get to, Stephen, about following the Cowboys. Big win yesterday, 28-20 over the New York Giants. Now, the penalties, as John just mentioned, they are certainly a problem for the Cowboys. So are NFL officials. We do it next here on The Fan.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Our family's been fighting for injured North Texans about 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury results in the entire state of Texas. 19 of the top 50.
as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. The Tolo Holiday Party at Boomer Jack's Saturday, December 3rd with The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Penalties. Not just a Cowboys problem here. It's the G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you hanging with us. Happy Thanksgiving weekend. I don't want to offend Bobby by the fact that I'm saying happy Thanksgiving the day afterwards here. Will Chambers, Bobby Belt, Joey Erickson back in the cup. Thanks for hanging out with us here on this Cowboys Victory Friday. We'll have Stephen Jones hopping in here at 3 o'clock, so don't go anywhere. Look, 13 penalties yesterday, still got a win. John Machota was just with us from The Athletic, and Bobby talking about how, you know, anytime that you had over 10 penalties for the Cowboys in the past, you'd be looking at an L here. They still got a win over the Giants, you know, a team, again, that I mentioned that was 7-3. So, you know, you could take some positives away, but I still look at this season, and the 83 penalties leads the NFL with the Broncos.
Well, you got 83 penalties, but, I mean, you've also been flagged several times on stuff that wasn't even accepted. So if you just look at total flags, you're not tied with the Broncos. You're #1 at 95. And so you're talking about a team that's been flagged just in an unreal amount, and it's just been this carryover from last year, where you had these discipline issues and you had these, not discipline as in terms of, you know, with the culture, but like, you know, play discipline and playing under control. This has been an ongoing problem for the Cowboys, and I hate the finger pointing that we saw at the end of the San Francisco game, which was from the head coach to the quarterback to some of the other guys. And that was an issue a few different times last year where guys were pointing the finger at referees. I know that happened with Michael Gallup after one game, Leighton Vander Esch. You know, you had Tony Pollard this year say, we're the Cowboys. We know we're not getting those calls. I hate when they do that because I feel like you're alleviating responsibility and not really going to address the problem in the end. But these officials are a problem. The way that game was called yesterday was absurd. And that was on both sides. The Giants were flagged for ridiculous stuff. The Cowboys were flagged for ridiculous stuff. In fact, it's funny, when KNC had Jerry Jones on earlier today, Mike Bassick, Kevin Hageland, they asked Jerry about, well, how surprised were you, when you saw Zach Martin of all people, who never gets flagged for anything. Zach Martin got a holding call yesterday, and they asked Jerry, how surprised were you to hear Zach Martin's number called?
I did, and it was a mistake. I looked at it straight on. He had him beat. The call is initiated usually by the official when an offensive lineman gets beat. And once you get beat, then usually an infraction follows, a hold to make up for getting beat. He didn't get beat. And so that was an iffy one.
And we know, of course, Jerry recently, the viral photo of him going for Halloween as the blind official, which is great.
Bobby, here's how I want to, we have a tendency to really, either say, well, it's almost like trying to take the higher road. Well, they're not the reason why this, that. Look, I don't think the officials are a reason why you lose a game, so to speak. But they are certainly to blame for things that happen in a game. I'm sorry, when there's a pass interference that's not called right there, that clearly is one, or you're going contrary to what you have done throughout the entirety of the game, I don't know why there is such fault with some people about blaming officials in certain circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, look, you had the holding call yesterday. You can take it a number of different ways. You had a holding call against Zach Martin that I thought was bogus. I don't think he was holding. And Jerry obviously didn't think he was holding either. You had, on the other side of the field, you had the Giants get hit with an illegal man down field call that I think was incredibly questionable. I saw Ross Tucker was destroying that call on social media this morning. And that took a touchdown off the board for the Giants. You had, which I know there were people who tried to say, nope, bad ball, whatever, irrelevant. The second interception with Dak, that was interference. I don't care if the ball was put in a great spot. He got there early. And so you had times where interference wasn't being called yesterday for both teams. Giants had interfered on one I didn't think I called. I think the Cowboys had some interference that wasn't called on another ball down the sideline. And so it's not just the amount of flags they're throwing. It's just the wild inconsistency with how tight they want to call these games and the things that they miss, whether it be missing it by calling it something that it wasn't or not calling something that it is. And so to me, I think I want the Cowboys to take the majority of the responsibility for their penalties. Absolutely.
Did you have a problem with Mike McCarthy post Green Bay and the press conference?
The things that he said about the penalties?
Well, I mean, what did he really say outside of the fact that, just really, really frustrating?
I don't think that was targeted at his player, or I don't think that was targeted at the officials. I think that was targeted at his players, personally. That's how I interpreted the way he said it. When he said very, 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 I think that was targeted at players, honestly. Now, that may not be the case, but you think about some of those penalties they had, like Jalen Tolbert's. Dude, you can't have that. Like they were really rookie level mistakes that they were committing in Green Bay, and so I think that was more frustration with his team's discipline.
I mean, on that play, because you could see Tolbert looking over at the official like, am I back? I mean, he was so far ahead of the line that he does actually move back, but I think he was still in the neutral zone when he did that.
He looked late. He turned late to get the and then he moved back, but it was not enough. And he asked late, and Mike McCarthy said that the next day. I think they've gotten better this year about taking responsibility for these things, and they need to, because ultimately this is more often than not, it's going to be a you problem. It's your organization, it's your players, it's your discipline. That's largely going to be the reason for penalties. But the NFL's got to do something about their officiating crews, because they're just not good right now. I feel like we're far removed from the days of the Ed Hockley's and the Jerry Siemens and these guys that were universally loved. Like, fans love those guys, and felt like the games were called pretty even-handed. And then a lot of these officials, it's a thankless job. They're there to call infractions, which will upset people. They're there to help with the flow of the game and everything else. But man, there's got to be some re-education period or something. I don't know if this is related to who's leading the officials right now, which I can't remember the guy who's the head of officiating right now. But I felt like this was an issue back with Dean Blandino. I feel like it's been an issue for a while now, really, like since Mike Pereira left. I feel like the officiating has gone downhill. So are the Cowboys responsible for a lot of this? Absolutely. But you've got to make sure that you're given a fair shot on some of this stuff. And these officials haven't been good, not just here in Dallas, just across the league. It feels like they're blowing things routinely.
Do you think that do we make too much of it that if you're a heavily penalized team that you can't win? I mean, as I look, I mentioned, Denver is right there, top of the league with the Cowboys right now for the most penalized. But I also look at the top 10 most penalized teams in the league right now. 4 of them have winning records.
Oh, sure.
When you look last year, the top penalized teams, in the NFL, you had the Cowboys at 1, 12-5. The Raiders were 10-7, a playoff team. The Chargers 9-8. Yeah. Arizona, Buffalo was number 6. Kansas City was,
there's there's something to be said about playing aggressive football, and that you'll naturally gain some of those penalties. But also at the end of the day, like, you're talking about a team in Dallas that, again, when you include the penalties that were declined, you had 168 penalties against them last year. That was 22 more than Buffalo. That was 30 more than Kansas City. You're still talking about being far and away ahead of those other teams. And right now, this year, where they're at those 95 total flags, that puts you I mean, up at the top, you got Denver, Arizona, the Giants, Carolina, Miami. Okay, Miami's a good team. You're 12 flags ahead of them. You know, you get down a little bit further, Buffalo, you're about 20 flags ahead of them. So this is still a problem for them and still something they need to address. Now, look, is there an easy fix for this? No. They're probably going to be, like we said with John Machota, they're probably going to be a team that commits penalties all year. They're going to have to overcome penalties all year because that's just their issue.
Well, let's go to something, and we're going to bring this up with Stephen Jones because particularly what Jerry had to say earlier in the day in which, you know, with Stephen being on the competition committee, not believing that the call that was made on CeeDee Lamb's touchdown, not touchdown, and that wasn't a correct interpretation of the rule because, I'm confused here. You could do 2 toe taps in the end zone and it's a touchdown. Am I incorrect on that?
Yes, you can if your feet are facing forward. Or if your feet are facing the back of the end zone. If you're turned around and your heels touch, then it's not.
Oh, so is that the clarification?
Yeah, it's that the heel can't, like if you just do your toes and that's it, that's fine. But when you're, like if he would have just done his toes, then he's falling back and his heels touch the back of the end zone line.
Okay.
So that's
because
what it was. It was that the entire foot had to be in and they said the heel was not.
I think like most of us, we were really confused because
it was
like, all right, yeah, the heel is definitely out, but I know that we watch toe dragging all the time on the sidelines. Is that a different rule from the end zone to the out of bounds line?
I think it's just different from the out of bounds line when the back of your foot is on the out of bounds. Because with the toe drag, they say that your toes are there and then you drag, you touch, and then you go out of bounds. Whereas when you're falling backwards, that heel is part of getting yourself in bounds.
That's stupid.
I mean, yeah, that's a catch to me. I understand what the rule says, but to me, when you look at that, I think you've got a bad rule if you say that's not a catch.
Okay. I think the biggest issue that the NFL has had as far as rules have been over the last, better part of 2 decades is what is and what isn't a catch.
It's an issue.
Let's find out what Stephen thinks about that, as well as what he takes away from the Cowboys getting a big win on Thanksgiving. The executive vice president of your Dallas Cowboys, Stephen Jones. He's next here on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry Jones. Tom Son, Sean, and RJ.
wise, two of the top teams in the NFC.
Well, I just think it goes a long ways toward really identifying what our coaching staff, obviously led by Coach McCarthy and his top lieutenants. You take Dan Quinn and Kellen and Bones and then the leadership on this team, Dak and Micah and Zach Martin and the leadership group, just to name a few of them. But, they're resilient and they believe in themselves. That was a real hard one to take. You go into Green Bay thinking you can get that game, but you never underestimate Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game, and he came back on us and got us. But I think it really lit a fire and got everybody's attention that, every week you got to focus, you got to drill down. Against the Giants, we had not our best first half, but came back and I thought really played a great game in the second half, showed what this team can do. And I just like the makeup of this team. I like the leadership. I like their resiliency. I like what they're all about.
Do you feel like, we look back to last year and a great regular season and the disappointment in the playoffs, and all we can look at now is, the regular season and how they compare to playoff games. And Green Bay really felt like that was a playoff game, and yet you turn around. Do you think Minnesota and what happened yesterday with Thanksgiving, that you could also point to that and say that's a very big playoff field too? And considering how 13 penalties and still got a win over, a 7-8-3 team, what does that say about your group?
Well, we got to clean up the penalties. That's, at the end of the day, it's unexcusable. I know Coach McCarthy feels that way. We got to clean that up. I mean, we were able to overcome them in the second half yesterday, where we had, some penalties down in the red zone where it could have really killed drives, and could have been where you were having to kick field goals versus scoring touchdowns. But Dak and the offense did a great job of overcoming them. But you get in playoff football, you don't overcome those penalties very often against really good football teams that are primed for the playoffs. So. Now, obviously, that's got to be first and foremost. I know and totally understand people are going to say, well, it was the same problem last year. You hadn't cleaned it up. But I'm convicted this group will clean it up. We'll get this right on the penalty part of that. Obviously, we got to protect the football better than we did yesterday. And we've got to, we got to make plays on the ball. I know Dan stresses it. If we can do those three things, and we're only going to get better. I know it's you say, well, you got to do those. Well, we've got to do them, and we've got to execute on it. We've got to get rid of the penalties. We've got to protect the football. We got to make plays on the ball, and I think even better things will happen for this football team.
Stephen Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen, how did you guys come out of the game health-wise, and how big is this 10 days going to be to help kick the illness that's just kind of been rattling around the building there?
Well, that was the big thing going into the game. We were cleaning up our injuries. Obviously, Anthony Barr missed, from a hamstring. He's going to get another 10 days now, which will be big. We certainly got Tyron Smith. That's looming out there. That's going to be here sooner than later, and got guys like James Washington and Farniok who are going to come back and join us. It certainly will be a welcome addition, but it is going to be nice. But the bigger thing there, as we know, between the flu, between other illnesses, we had a challenge there, and there were guys out there who played in the game who were getting better, but played through it and did a great job. Guys like Dono Wilson and Fowler, all those guys, really pushed to get out there and play, and played well. So I think that's a staple of this football team. Everybody wants to be a team player and be out there working to get better, but hopefully we can move through it. It's obviously the flu season and some other moving parts in the medical part of this, but hopefully this 10 days will give us a chance to let all that clear out, and we'll be ready to roll.
Stephen, Bobby and I were just talking about in our last segment the CeeDee Lamb touchdown, not touchdown, and we had Jerry on earlier, and he mentioned, obviously, with you being on the competition committee, about the interpretation of the rule. And that you weren't really pleased with how the interpretation is prior to what we saw yesterday. What did you think of that touchdown, not touchdown, with him in the back of the end zone?
Well, they officiated and came out with the way the rule is, which is doesn't necessarily. I mean, you have great debate on these rules, and certainly, the toe heel part of the catch is one that's been debated before, and I've been on the other side of that. But everybody, at the end of the day, there were more who believed, if it's toe heel and the heel's in the white, then you're out. So that's the rule as it sits today. So it was officiated correctly. Certainly, there's been debate as whether you should just say, hey, as long as he gets that toe down inbounds, whether the heel's out or not, it shouldn't matter. That's not the interpretation today. So hats off to the officials. They officiated it by the book. It was correct, but doesn't mean that they can't continue to be looked at. Obviously, amazing catch and play by CeeDee Lamb to not only stab that ball one-handed, but then turn around and get his feet, where he got him was impressive. But at the end of the day, the play was officiated correctly. If we want to change it, not unlike we changed the Dez catch, no catch, we went back and looked at that, and we changed that interpretation, and that catch would have been going forward. That it's a catch, the one Dez made in Green Bay. But it'd take a change, if you will, interpretation to change the way that's interpreted now, and the officials interpreted it the correct way.
Yeah, I think we'd just like to see, those efforts actually being rewarded, because it looked awfully close. We know you're on it. Stephen, we know that this is a big family day for you guys, and that you're carving out some time to come on and talk with us and to give answers to our audience. We really appreciate it. So from all of us, happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
Well, happy Thanksgiving and happy holidays to all the fans out there. And I think we got us a team here to get fired up about. And as we mentioned when we were visiting, we got some things to clean up as a team. But I do think we're heading in the right direction here.
No doubt about it. Enjoy the win. Enjoy the family. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
That's Stephen Jones, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President of the Dallas Cowboys, who's obviously got a very busy day today. So we appreciate just the few minutes that he was able to carve out for us here today. Yeah, I mean, look, that really echoes what you were just saying on that as far as the interpretation of the call. I just, while I was watching it going okay, I'm a little confused by the whole thing, but it makes sense now that.
Yeah, it's like Steven said there. The interpretation is correct. It's ruled correctly, but it's just it's a bad rule. But look, this is again the biggest thing that has challenged this league, it feels like, for the last, several years, has been everything related to catching the football. So the pass interferences and having to, go through do we make those challenges? Yes, no, and all those sorts of issues that came with that. Just what is a catch? How do you define that? That has challenged them a great deal. There have been other issues that when they come up, you fix it, right? Like the tuck rule.
Yeah.
Like that happened once, and they went, yeah, this was dumb and an obscure rule, and we should change that. This one is just it's so difficult to find consensus and to find an exact letter of the law definition a lot of times to make it work. Catch is one of those things where it's like, I know it when I see it, right? Like when I see a catch, I know it's a catch. That's the best. But when you have to say 2 feet down with possession of the ball, okay, well, what about the guys who they catch and immediately get hit and the ball flies out? Is that a catch too? And so these same sort of nuances have just been a really tough, messy thing for the league and for the competition committee and everybody to try and figure out. But this will be another thing, I'm sure, that they can bring as hey, here's another item, here's another piece of video evidence for us to discuss this and work this out. But you got to be able to say that's a catch, because I mean, you got to be able to reward that. People want to see that.
The word that he used, conviction, in terms of this team comparatively, and looking at them as a team that, ultimately, can win in the playoffs, right? Because I think that's what we're all really wondering right now, right? Okay, yeah, all right, you're able to beat the Giants. Are they as good as that 7-3 record? That's obviously up for debate. Any time that the Cowboys come away with a win, a big win, it's like, okay, we see it all the time on the TruckWreck.com fan text, right? Like, big deal. But can you do it when it really matters? And I thought for him to use the word conviction about how he feels about this team, because you still have to look at it from the changes that they made after last year, after having a very successful season and yet deciding to make moves with a lot of guys that clearly had a lot of talent.
Yeah, look, I think that they built this team the way they wanted this offseason, in terms of they corrected a lot of the things that they really wanted to make sure they had fixed in terms of culture. And look, some of the time, these guys that you're getting who are just aggressive football players, a guy like Tyler Smith, who's an aggressive football player, you're going to have to live with some penalties with him. Sam Williams, an aggressive, mean football player, you're going to have to live with some penalties with that guy because of whether it's, hitting out of bounds or a late hit or whatever else. But you then have to weigh it. You got to say, okay, do I want to really police him on this to the point that I change his nature and the way he plays the game potentially, and then lose the edge that I loved about him and that I thought he brought to the table, and that toughness that he helped contribute to this team that really needed toughness last year. And I think that's one of the challenges with some of these guys. Now, look, there's other things that are just inexcusable. You have 2 receivers false start. Well, that's inexcusable. Jalen Tolbert can't line up. That's inexcusable. There are aspects of this that you absolutely can correct and you can try to address, but man, you've been trying for a year and a half now, and so it's really difficult. But I think you can tell just by listening to Stephen Jones
frustration.
There. You can hear from Stephen Jones there. Stephen Jones doesn't think this is a league problem or an official problem. He thinks this is a team problem that they need to fix it.
Very much so.
And he's not. He was, as much as you and I have sat here and we talked to John and we kind of said, look, you're probably going to have these issues all year, and you're just probably going to have to always overcome them. That's not a satisfactory answer to Stephen Jones, you can tell.
No.
He wants it fixed.
Well, that's what immediately, that second question in which, does this feel like, as much as that was like in Green Bay, a game that had a playoff atmosphere.
Right.
I know the Packers are not, looking like the playoff type team that they have in the past, but that was an atmosphere, and a loss there. You could make an argument that it was with Minnesota. You could that it was with the Giants yesterday, and you won despite the penalties, and he went right to it. I mean, you could tell that was definitely an area of frustration.
That is weighing on him. It's weighing on this whole organization right now. But, it's funny, the playoff type atmosphere thing. I do want to say one thing. The only reason Minnesota was not a playoff type atmosphere is because you beat their ass so bad.
So bad and so fast.
Yeah, I mean, you got up early
you took
the
crowd right out of
it. That's the only reason that was. If that's a close game, that's a good football team on the road with an intense crowd. That would have felt like a playoff atmosphere. The only reason the Cowboys weren't challenged by a playoff atmosphere is because they killed it early and they completely squashed any type of atmosphere that building wanted.
I was over by play 3. That
pretty
game
close.
Felt like, oh, goodness. Speaking of which, when we look at Minnesota, the records across the league, does that matter as to how we look at the best teams in the NFL? Buffalo, Minnesota, they both played yesterday as well. Where do we see the best teams in our top 5? We'll have it for you next here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the TruckWreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053.
I feel like maybe it's just the circles I run in these days. But I feel like Black Friday shopping's not really a thing for my circle of people. I feel like Black Friday's just
my
a
family. No one's ever done it.
So,
I mean, no one's ever. I mean, shopping, yes. Are you talking about the early morning? Like,
I just mean shopping in general on this Friday. Most people I know are like, why the hell would I want to go near that insanity?
oh yeah, I don't know. We would like doing that. We have done because a lot of times we would be together. Well, a lot in Chicago, and when you go downtown, it's gorgeous. It's usually all the Christmas stuff up and something to do. So, but yeah, outside of that, like I thought you were talking about like to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go. Absolutely not a prayer. We did want to get you some news before we get to this NFL, and I totally forgot I don't have breaking news stuff. I know it's brought to you by BetQL. Better bets are from
Smarter Bets. Start with BetQL. Download the BetQL
app
or visit BetQL.com today.
Okay, because I use BetQL. I just didn't have it right in front of me. And at the time, that was when England and United States match had ended in a 0-0 tie. Sports term.
Okay. What a great sport.
So that means the United States can move on to the they call it group of 16, round of 16.
I promise you're asking the wrong guy.
Anyway, they can do that with a win over Iran on Monday.
I'll be glued to the TV.
USA, baby.
Who's hosting the
That's pretty good. That's pretty
Are
good.
you hosting the party?
No.
No?
I mean, I can.
All right, host it. I'll be there.
I've got I've got the Christmas stuff up here now. So there's so much, Yuletide and joy going on now here in the apartment.
Will Chambers, I've always said he's Yuletide AF.
You know it, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have before the weekend is out, I'll have sugar plums dancing in this piece.
Is that an innuendo?
No.
Oh, okay.
But sure.
Okay.
Both will apply. What did you take away from Buffalo and Detroit?
Buffalo is starting to concern me a little bit.
All right. I feel the same way because we're going to give our top 5 teams in the NFL here, and I have Buffalo in there, but it's like where I slotted them, I'm starting to go. I can go both ways.
I have Buffalo much. I still got Buffalo near the top, but I no longer feel great about them. They're just there. They've been a total mystery over the last month. I mean, I know Josh Allen's dealt with the elbow. They've had injuries. Like I could explain away the Miami game, right? Like the Miami game they lost earlier this year, which was their only loss through the first 7 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
They started 6-1. The Miami loss, it's like, okay, you were without.
Miami's turned out to look pretty good.
You were without like 6 starters that day in Miami. You were on the road. You lost by 2. Like there were a lot of factors there that I could write off that game. And then you look at the other games. It's like you beat the Rams by 21. You beat the Titans by 34. You go on the road. You beat the Ravens. You stomp the Steelers. You beat the Chiefs on the road. Like there were so many things working in their favor. And then, man, the Jets happen, and then the Vikings happen, and then, you beat the Browns, but that one wasn't easy the whole time. And yesterday, the Lions very easily could have won that game.
And that's the thing where, like, with the Bills, okay, and I wonder also if we kind of do this with teams that, when you look at any of the Super Bowl winning teams or teams that went to the Super Bowl, they go through stretches of the season where you're like, I don't know. Most of them do, right?
Sure. The Buccaneers didn't find themselves a couple years ago until like the last 6 weeks of the season.
Sure. I mean, I think probably the only one where it was like all year you're like, okay, they're just so badass was probably Kansas City when they won it a few years ago.
Yep.
Outside of that, we could do that every year. And then the Vikings game was, okay, you gave one away, right? 4 turnovers. You really had the game won outside of a snap, right? I mean, that was pretty freakish. I mean, you let them come back for sure, and you put yourself in that position, but that was freakish. And so, but I'm watching Detroit, and I go, yeah, it's, they're a little leaky on defense, man. And now it's coming when they actually are showing a little bit more of a running game outside of, Josh Allen. But Josh Allen is making some throws here, too. That, I think, is where I'm going to put it. But it was just surprising to me. I mean, Detroit's going to give you a fight. It's on Thanksgiving. It's at home. I kind of get it. But I was curious if you felt the same way that I did when it comes to them. Because when I look at Minnesota with New England, I have the hardest time believing Minnesota.
By the way, really quickly, just before we totally move on for Buffalo, we did get the news earlier today that it looks like Von Miller is not out for the season, was initially thought. Von Miller, they thought he had torn his ACL. He didn't. Apparently, I think the report said it was something to do with his meniscus. That was what they were looking at. But he's out 7 to 10 days. He will need surgery. But the report now is just they're determining if he's just going to finish the season and get it in the off season, or go ahead and get the work done now. But for everybody around here who's Von Miller fans, him being he was DeSoto, right? DeSoto product. He will he'll be out just for the next 7 to 10 days instead of the whole season. So looks like the Bills may have dodged a bullet. Yeah,
that's huge for them, right? I mean, that's a big difference maker.
Lateral meniscus tear, expected to miss 7 to 10 days is the word.
Oh man, because when you see somebody being carted off, you usually go done.
That's
You're
it.
Donezo. Okay. Yeah, because I just, it's a difference between the two teams outside of, obviously, who won yesterday, separating the Cowboys game in there, where I go, Minnesota, I just have a hard time trusting. And
sure.
I guess that goes to Kirk Cousins and his inability to win, really big games and playoff games. But, I mean, they do have a ton of talent on both sides of the football.
They are 9-2. All right, they're 9-2, which means they've won 7 more games than they've lost, and they are +5 on their point differential.
All right. So let's do our top 5, because a lot of that, Bobby, is how I determine a lot of things. When you look at the Giants, the Giants are 7-4. They're -7.
Yep.
They average going into yesterday. Where do I have that note?
Meanwhile, then you've got a bizarre one like Jacksonville, who's 3-7, and they're +11.
But again, I think that Jacksonville is vastly underachieving. But
sure.
Maybe that's just my own personal.
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah, the Giants going into yesterday, I think their points per game offensively was 20.4, and their points per game given up defensively was 10.3. Or 20 on both sides, sorry. 20.4 and 20.3. I go, wow, that's bizarre. Okay. You hear it all the time on Sean and RJ. And this is one each and week with Bobby Belt now, by the way. And where I'm always texting them, usually during this, or I'm like, where's so-and-so? So let's give our power rankings in the NFL, shall we?
Yep.
And let's begin with number 5.
Okay. You going to go? Or you want me to go? I can go first. I had narrowed this down to 6 teams. Like I felt like 6 teams is really where this thing cuts off and there's a drop off. And right at number 5, I've got your Dallas Cowboys.
Ditto. Here's how I do it. If I'm thinking neutral field, they play, tomorrow. Like who wins? That's how, if I'm trying to determine between teams, that's how I do it. And I have the Dallas Cowboys.
I really struggled with 6 and 5. And ultimately I gave Dallas the nod. Dallas almost could have been 6th. The team I have at 6 is the Ravens. So it was down to Ravens or Ravens or Cowboys for me. And ultimately right now I think the Cowboys are just more impressive in longer stretches than the Ravens are. Now, they'll do dumber stuff than the Ravens a lot of times, but the other issue with the Ravens is they can't really defend the pass. They have a lot of trouble in pass defense, and that's such a killer in this present NFL.
Well, to be honest, Baltimore would be my 8 team.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, I mean,
look, you can be wrong. It doesn't make you a bad person. You're still a good guy, Will.
Look, I've got the Cowboys because of the defense mainly, but also because I think now, like, the balance that they have with Zeke and Pollard does so much. And for everybody that was, and that's the majority of us and the majority of fans, were like begging for this last year. And this is the reason why. Because this offense is very different, very physical in using both of those backs because they're leaning more on the run game. And you put that, it's so complimentary. That's why I like it.
That's fair.
Right.
Number 4. Who you got at number 4, Will?
Cincinnati. I'm done with the drama of the 6-4. They are plus 50 point differential. And coming into last week, since week 6, they're the number 1 scoring offense. They're top. If you go from week 3, they are top 10 in every single category that you could possibly look up. And they've been doing this without Jamar Chase. Now, they had, Kansas City, we all look at them as probably the best. You and I probably have them at number 1. I don't know. But they lost to Indianapolis. So we can all throw one of those away. But if you're watching the Bengals on what they do on both sides of the ball with Hendrickson and Jesse Bates, they're okay at corner. And the offensive line is still shaky, but it's looking a little bit better. It doesn't even matter. They're still crushing it.
Yeah, they're a good team. I got questions about them, but I'll get through the rest of my list before I say to it. I've got another team similar to yours there, though, at number 4. I got the 49ers. I think San Francisco hasn't allowed a touchdown in the second half in 3 straight weeks. I think they're figuring things out. They've added Christian McCaffrey. I know the quarterback is still a question, but everybody in the NFL right now has big questions everywhere. And so San Francisco to me is one of the more solid ones.
Okay, they were my number 6. I have questions about Jimmy Garoppolo because at times he does everything you need him to do without screwing it up, and at other times he can flat out lose you games. Everywhere else on that team, they're loaded. Absolutely loaded.
They're very, very good. And that defense is very impressive. My number 3 now, Will Chambers. I think it's easy to tell based off of who we've eliminated so far. Number 3, Philadelphia Eagles.
Bingo.
And I think very easily we could be talking very shortly that Dallas is a better football team.
Mm-hmm.
I really came close to honestly having these 4 here: Philly, San Francisco, Dallas, Baltimore. I kind of all have around each other.
Yeah,
I think they're all very similar, but ultimately I've got Philly at 3 for now.
Yeah. I mean, they're plus 80 in point differential. They've been doing it. I think that, again, there's not any weaknesses on the team. There just isn't.
I mean, they can't stop the run. They're worse at it than Dallas lately. I mean, they cannot stop the run, and that's a big problem.
That would be a problem. They've been bad on that lately.
They're horrible.
I know the last couple of weeks it's looked a little bit more shaky than it did, the first 7 weeks of the season. So, but I've got Philly there at 3.
Yeah, they've not been good stopping the run. In fact, we're talking about recent weeks allowing 124, 134, 144, 168, 152, 99. Like that's where they're struggling a great deal right now. And then I think we probably have the same 2 teams.
Yeah.
Number 1 and number 2.
Yep, Buffalo, Kansas City.
Yep, Buffalo number 2, Kansas City number 1. Buffalo have been number 1 for me all year. And I know Buffalo's beaten Kansas City, but again, there's been questions about the way Buffalo has operated the last several weeks. Although I saw an interesting stat the other day. Jordan Poyer, their excellent safety that they have, when he plays, they're 7-0. Buffalo's 1-3 when he's down. So that's a big critical piece there. But right now I've got Kansas City slightly ahead of Buffalo.
I do too. I think that it's not the most dominant. Kansas City is just, it feels like they've been the most consistent, right? From game to game outside of the Indy one, which I know is, may have just contradicted myself a little bit. But like when I watch them every week, they're not as spectacular as we have seen them be offensively in the past.
But nobody's as spectacular. Like every team right now, we don't have a clear dominant team this year.
No, we don't. That's absolutely true. I mean, everybody's got, a few chinks here and there. I think that Philly has been the most complete team, but Kansas City and Buffalo have more firepower. So there you go. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com fan text. Hit us up there on Give Us Your 5. From the 469, didn't the Cowboys beat the number 4 Bengals? Yeah. Look, the Bengals to me are the 4th best team in the NFL right now. I don't go by record, and I don't go by week 2.
Yeah, different team then. Different team then.
Yeah, I think there was a lot with Burrow, man, with that appendectomy. So lots more there. Okay. Speaking of which, what you need to know for this weekend coming up in the NFL, because one of those teams that was in my top 5, they got a big piece missing Sunday. The NFL matchups next year on The Fan.
Gavin Dawson here for D&M Leasing. Fun stuff going on for this holiday. And my friends at D&M do want you to know that that there's a good chance you'll end up with negative equity when you go to trade your car in. Okay, it's very uncomfortable. You won't need to worry about that with D&M.
USAA.com/AEP. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for. This Medicare promotion is provided by USAA Life Insurance Company through USAA Life General Agency, Inc. LGA, known in California and New York as USAA Health and Life Insurance Agency, which acts as an agent for select insurance companies to provide products to USAA members.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider. They can take care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Joey, with that man, Joey Erickson. Peyton Russell's back there, too, and Bobby Belt. I'm Will Chambers. It's the G-Bag Nation
Peyton's
here on
not
this
here,
Black
by the way.
Friday.
Peyton's been gone. Will.
Oh, he has?
Yeah, that's kind of like wishing somebody Thanksgiving, even though it's the day after.
So when I've been yelling for Peyton back there, it's been Joey?
Yes.
Joey's too nice to correct me, isn't he?
That's basically what it is. Why haven't you corrected him yet, Joey?
It's not a big deal. It's the day after Thanksgiving.
Come on, Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
I mean, Peyton came in here and ate some ramen during our first segment, and then he left.
Yeah, that was really weird.
Oh, man. It's been an hour and a half since he's been gone, and every time I pop in here, I thought for some reason that he was on back there, like, still communicating with me, even though Joey's running it. All right, well, whatever. Peyton, you haven't done anything for us today. All right, we've got what you need to know for the NFL coming up here this weekend. College football Saturday we'll have coming up at 4 o'clock today. The scenarios by the numbers of what TCU needs to do to get in. There is some college football going on right now, by the way. Two really, really exciting quarterbacks are playing at the moment. They're not playing each other. But you got Drake May going. You've also got DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, as UCLA has gotten going. We'll get you updated with some college football. Texas a winner today.
Hook 'em.
What's up with your boy Ewers, man?
Look, I mean, he's been bugged by the shoulder at times this year, and he's still coming into his own, man. Give him a break. Let him figure things out, man. He'll be.
I mean, look, he was 12 of 16 today. I mean, this was the Bijan Robinson show.
Yes, it was. But I mean, this was a game Baylor led with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. They went up 9-0. They had a lead late. But ultimately, yeah, it's not just the Bijan Robinson. It was Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson. Because I mean, Roschon Johnson was 13 carries, 77 yards, and 2 touchdowns as well. So. Just a dominant performance on the ground, man. 208 yards rushing for them, and that's included with the minus 48 yards rushing for Quinn Ewers, which is sacks, which is still stupid that college football counts sack yardage as rushing yards and messes with that total. But
so dumb.
Really, really efficient day, man. You talk about 179 for Bijan Robinson, 77 for Roschon Johnson, and neither one of them had a run longer than 23 yards. So it's not like they were just getting these giant, it wasn't like an 80-yard run that skewed things. They were just consistently gashing Baylor all day.
Huh. Well, we will get you updated as to what's happening today, as well as looking ahead to college football playoff, because it's a huge college football weekend. Last night you had Mississippi State beating Ole Miss. We'll give you a Lane Kiffin update. We'll try.
Is he
to
at
find
Auburn
one.
yet?
Not yet.
No.
Not that I have seen yet. Speaking of numbers, I wanted to point your all's attention to 1053thefan.com/peaceathon, because the update I just got from Heggie, folks, we are $201 away from 50,000.
Let's go.
50,000.
Y'all are so great, because that means that
That's
y'all
amazing.
y'all have sat here.
Hold up the shirt again.
Oh yeah, let me get the shirt. This is the if you're on the fan cam.
Twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. You can watch.
Yeah, we got the My Possibilities
see my new
shirt.
Christmas stuff here.
So there you go, My Possibilities, and that's great. That means y'all have given another almost $400 since we've been on the air, and you're not even getting reminded of it every segment or anything. Y'all are just actively going in there and chipping in some money. So this is why we love the Tolos. So
$201 is all that's left. I can promise you this, that next break, I'm going to put a dent into that too. So please go out there. An incredible work once again by the KNC Masterpiece yesterday. in Peaceathon. And again, that website is 1053thefan.com/Peaceathon. Okay. So I mentioned earlier, we just went through our top 5 in talking about the NFL, where I had the Cincinnati Bengals at number 4. Well, the matchup that they have tomorrow, they're going to be without a key player. And this might be
Boomer Esiason.
No, James Brooks won't be there either.
What about David Fulcher?
Fulcher is questionable.
Oh, okay. All right.
We could do this. We do this a little bit more. Mac Engle's going to call in. I promise you. Okay. What do you think is the biggest matchup? I mean, Tennessee is never sexy no matter what. But as far as like two really good teams, the Bengals-Titans matchup might be the best of the weekend, but they're going to have to do it without Joe Mixon.
Oh, best matchup this week. That's a good question. I'm really interested to see what the Packers are. Look, I know the Packers went out and kind of laid an egg last week after beating Dallas. But, man, again, you always have to be a little concerned about going up against Aaron Rodgers, even with him, addressing this week that he had a broken thumb. Man, if you can get a good performance out of Aaron Rodgers, that would do wonders for the Cowboys. To put a dent into the Eagles' record, and then also to avoid the potential tiebreaker of record against common opponent. Because if the Packers lose to the Eagles and the Cowboys had lost to the Packers, then that's another area where the Eagles would continue to increase a tiebreaker advantage as well. But yeah, I mean the obvious
puts you in an odd situation for Cowboys fans to root for Aaron.
It does, yeah. But otherwise, I mean, it's kind of a blah slate of games.
I don't know.
Bengals, Titans, Eagles, Packers. That's probably the meat of it.
I think Baltimore, Jacksonville could be interesting because I guess maybe I'm the only one still holding on to the belief that Jacksonville could show something that's moderately good this season. What's amazing is we say that with the fact that the Rams are playing the Chiefs. But that looks like, I mean, it could be just a hazmat spill.
It was supposed to be, a great game. Now the Rams are they're into a fire sale. It's not even a fire sale. They're just outright cutting young players that have been with that. They cut Justin Hollins this week, Darrell Henderson, their running back.
Is this the most surprising thing in your? Because I'm just trying to think of my NFL beliefs. Recent memory.
They lost a lot of guys. They
lost a lot of offensive line guys.
Well, no, they lost Whitworth. They lost Odell Beckham. They lost Von Miller.
But they brought in Allen Robinson. And then they brought in Bobby Wagner.
They brought in Allen and the stunning thing was they brought in Allen Robinson, then had no clue how to use him. Which is that's got to be one of the biggest indictments on Sean McVay's time as an offensive genius is that you can't figure out how to use Allen Robinson.
I'm blown away to the point where I go, is it me? When you have those times and you're like, it's so crazy, like, I guess I'm the crazy one. Because, I'd watch him for so long in Chicago, and he was so underutilized because Mitchell Trubisky could miss him by 8 yards.
Right.
And then last year, Justin Fields, for whatever reason, was just so locked in on Darnell Mooney, and I'm like, all right, he's going to go to a quarterback. By the way, biggest miss I've had, one of my predictions this year was that he was going to lead the NFL in receiving.
Yeah, that's a tough one there.
I thought, okay, Cooper Kupp will get so much attention that it's going to have a lot of things open for Allen Robinson, who finally has a quarterback going to. And I would watch the Rams in the beginning of the season. I'm like, is Stafford going to look at him? Are you going to design some plays, or what's the deal here?
Yeah, they have not been able to hit on that at all. It is bizarre how just he's not a factor for them. And they are absolutely missing what Odell Beckham gave them down the stretch in the playoffs and everything else. But this is supposed to be a big game. This is supposed to be a marquee matchup, and it's it's one of these games that nobody really has any interest in. But again, this whole slate this week, let me quickly run through the games we have this week, and you stop me when you hear just a great game, Will. Mm-hmm. Broncos, Panthers, Buccaneers, Browns, Ravens, Jaguars, Texans, Dolphins, Bears, Jets, Bengals Titans.
Yep.
Falcons Commanders. Chargers Cardinals. Raiders Seahawks. Rams Chiefs. Saints 49ers. Packers Eagles. Steelers Colts. The only game this week that has both teams above 500, or even at 500, I think. At 500 or above is Bengals Titans. That's it.
Yeah, I think that.
But before obviously Cowboys Giants was one, and Patriots Vikings. But this weekend on Sunday.
Chargers Cardinals. By the way, this is all in agreement, but I will say of slight interest to me, like Chargers Cardinals. Mike Williams, by the way, he is out with a ankle injury. I mentioned Joe Mixon out with a concussion. In case you're wondering, maybe fantasy-wise or just gambling-wise, because we know Zach Wilson is down. Mike Will, he's been
Mike
benched.
Will made the.
Mike White, excuse me.
Okay.
He's back in. Well, Justin Fields is questionable with a shoulder, too. Yeah, it's one of those where I'm like, do I even want to do red zone, or do I just want to, find Bengals Titans and go with that one?
Yeah, because, do you really want to hang around and watch just bad football on red zone all day? It's a good question. But, look, given this league right now, and we talked about it, how there's no elite team, there's going to be a lot of bad football every week. Is that how to... Now, this will be the last weekend the Browns will play a game without Deshaun Watson at quarterback.
That's right.
He'll be back next week against the Texans.
Next week. So, Jacoby Brissett, this is his swan song. Is TCU, with one loss, finished? The college football playoff predictor says not necessarily. We'll explain as we get into hour 3. The G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at 5:20 on The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Mark Malusis with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Big Green Egg. Shop online for free home delivery at biggreenegg.com. Wilson Humboldt needs to earn his job back that he was handed when being drafted 2nd overall. He apologized to his teammates for his lack of accountability and his immaturity Sunday in Foxborough. Now the question is, can he play? He has not been good enough right now, and the question remains, will he ever be? I'm Mark Malusis.
Hey, Jim Rome here. If you want to experience the unmatched flavor of natural live fire grilling, then look no further than the Big Green Egg. Forget the pellets, the propane, the knockoffs. Roll with the best. An authentic Big Green Egg grill backed by a free lifetime warranty. Yes, lifetime. It's that good. Grill, roast, smoke, or bake. It is easy to light. It's simple to use. Shop online for free home delivery at biggreenegg.com. That's delivery to your door by a dealer in your community. Go to biggreenegg.com.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Hi, this is Matt Ducote with Moritz Kia, inviting you to shop one of our 3 convenient locations. When you shop Moritz Kia, you're shopping a family-owned business that's been here since 1974. We've built our business on taking care of our customers, their family, and their friends. At Moritz, we're here for you, and that means no market adjustment to MSRP, ever. Let us help you custom order your new Kia. Select the model, color, and the trim you want, or you can also choose from the unsold inventory we currently have in stock. Drive a new 2023 Kia Telluride with a starting MSRP of just $35,990 plus TTNL, or a new 2023 Kia Forte with a starting MSRP of only $19,490 plus TTNL. From the Kia Telluride to the all-new Kia Sportage, Kia's got you covered, and so does Moritz. Moritz, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance.
find what you're looking for, or custom order a vehicle exactly how you want it. This is Texas. This is classic. Find new roads. Go see my good friend Dorian Jimenez. He'll take great care of you and see for yourself how they're leading the way again.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
Based on 2020, 2021 GM small business and dealer fleet deliveries.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the nation. Oh, man, am I so glad I laid out for that little part where you just really trembled.
Touchdown. I didn't I was trying to, I didn't tremble. I don't tremble.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a tremble. You
Your
broke
mom's
up
a
there.
tremble.
You couldn't hold the note.
What do you want me to do? I'm not a 3-time Hall of Famer.
He's Bobby Belt. I'm Will Chambers. This, unfortunately for you, is the G-Bag Nation today with Joey Erickson back in the cup. And no, Peyton Russell is not back there. We're going to do some college football here. Also, we're going to grade the Cowboys by the numbers at 420. Which side of the ball are we doing first there, Bob?
We're going to do offense at 420, defense at 620. So, and we also want you guys to get involved on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're just basically going to go around and now that you're at Thanksgiving, which is when generally Bill Parcells used to say that's when you know what kind of team you have is when you hit Thanksgiving. And so we're going to see what these players grade out as, how we grade these players through Thanksgiving now.
No doubt. Like that, we'll ask the internet at the end of the hour.
Answer the internet. You always call it ask the internet.
Because that's how I think you wrote down.
No, it's answer the internet.
You did, and answer it. Damn it.
Again.
God, I hate it when you're right. It's the worst.
Boy, imagine how it is for everybody else. They got to deal with it all the time. Me being right, you know?
We're going to let you know why the playoff predictor, at least the one from ESPN, says a one-loss TCU team is not done. Do you believe that? 877-881-1053. I would hope that would be the case, but I think we all know the biases that are in, especially when it comes to – I'm an SEC guy, but the College Football Playoff Committee, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm like – some of the stuff is it's totally inexplicable. I'll tell you that here in a moment. But Lane Kiffin is going to stay at Ole Miss, I guess.
Is he?
Well, he said after the loss to Mississippi State that he expects to return next season.
Okay.
Even if Auburn offers him the chance to fill its head coaching vacancy. So
better be
that
true
opens
now.
the door for prime time.
Better be true. You're going to look like Bobby Petrino if you don't.
Do you think he cares? He's looked like Bobby. Well, not quite Bobby Petrino. Nobody
no,
can
I
look
promise
that
you,
bad.
if there's one thing I can promise you, it's that Lane doesn't care about
100%.
Anyone else and what they think.
No doubt about it. If the loss by TCU is to Iowa State, and TCU goes on to win the Big 12 championship, at that point TCU would have an average strength of record rank of 2.7, which that's the resume of a playoff team, right?
Sure.
So the predictor says that would have a 71% chance at the playoff spot.
I don't believe that, but okay.
It drops to 64% if Clemson and USC also win out. So let's take a look, shall we?
Okay, now look, I will say this. I don't care, 1-loss TCU, 2-loss TCU, 1-loss Clemson, undefeated Clemson. I don't care. I would never have Clemson above TCU.
No.
Clemson is Clemson is such a fraud.
And Clemson they're ranked 8th right now. I know it's because of the one loss, but ahead of Oregon, Tennessee, and it's a no for me.
That's a no for me, dog.
No for me, dog. Here's where I get really frustrated by certain scenarios, right? Where right now, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU. Okay. Well, LSU, USC, Alabama.
USC should be ahead of LSU, by the way.
It totally should.
I mean, it doesn't totally matter because LSU is going to get into the SEC championship game. They're going to get rocked by Georgia. It's going to be irrelevant. I understand all that. But, man, like SC, we're talking about a USC team that has a 1-point loss on the road against, like,
Utah.
the number 14 ranked team in the CFP.
Who just lost to this is what pisses me off. Okay?
And is coming off a victory on the road against UCLA, what was the, like, 15th or whatever they were before that?
Right.
I can't add it up. I guess you're just, again, giving, you know how, like, the CFP loves victories over Texas? Like, even when Texas is just, like, mid, they love it. Whenever you beat Texas, that's a boost, no matter how average Texas is. I guess, like, it doesn't matter how just, like, fallible Bama has been this year and just how, you know, unspectacular that team has been. You beat Bama and they're gonna give you all the credit in the world. And I guess that's what LSU's living off of. They beat Bama.
Well, okay.
I mean, I understand they beat other teams. There are LSU people around this city who are going to scream at me if they hear me say that. But I would have LSU 6. I don't think LSU's a bad team. LSU's a good team. They are one spot off of where they should be.
Okay, I got to stop you for a minute because you put so much out there that I want to, like, that I agree with, that I have to, like, go, like, line item.
Mm-hmm.
First off, let's go back to this Utah-Oregon thing. Utah is the 10th ranked team in the country. Go on the road to take on number 12 Oregon. They lose by 3. They drop 4 spots. Okay, if you're going to do that, that's fine. USC, as you mentioned, has that one loss to Utah. Okay? They beat UCLA by 3 points, and they've looked good. They have one loss.
Caleb Williams is Heisman contender.
They move up one spot. And LSU, coming off of a 3-point win over Arkansas, 13-10, and then they beat UAB. They don't jump LSU. Like, LSU moves up one. Alabama plays Austin Peay and wins 34-40. They also move up one spot. How do all 3 of those teams just move up one spot when USC, with their record, I'm not even trying to pander. By the way, Jared Sandler will join us at 6 o'clock. Can you explain that to me?
No, that math ain't mathin'.
No.
And I mean, like, you know, CJ Stroud has looked human lately. And obviously Hendon Hooker is no longer in the conversation. So I mean, like, Caleb Williams is like a legit Heisman contender out there. You're talking about, like, having a legitimate Heisman contender on the best team in the Pac-12, which has the most teams currently in the CFP. USC's got more teams in the CFP right now in the top 25 than the SEC does. They have 6. SEC has 5.
Okay. So I just wanted to take a look as you were saying that. Because I kept hearing about the Heisman stuff. Caleb Williams, obviously, you're right about C.J. Stroud. I think Max Duggan will be in the conversation too. But I was like, why is nobody talking about Bijan Robinson? And I guess really when you had that big matchup with TCU, he only had 29 yards. But, I mean, he's had, over the last 5 games, here's how it's gone. On the road against Oklahoma State and Kansas State, he goes for 140 and 209 respectively. Then the dud against TCU goes for 243 against Kansas and then 179 today.
Yeah, he's incredible. And if we're just talking about ranking players in the draft next year based off of their talent or whatever else, like, Bijan Robinson would be a top 10 player. Now, like, people don't rank running backs that way anymore. Teams don't consider running backs in that fashion anymore, and so he's not going to go top 10, I wouldn't think. But man, he's so good. He is so special, and he's going to make a team really, really happy next year. And that's the frustrating thing, is that because teams, you know, classify the running back position like they do, value the running back position like they do, some playoff team very well could get Bijan Robinson. Like a team that made the playoffs could end up drafting him next year. And that's going to be insane. But, you know, on that Heisman conversation, Duggan, Shirley, yeah, he deserves some play, some conversation. Blake Corum from Michigan deserves a lot. Who Corum's supposed to go this weekend against Ohio State.
Okay.
Bo Nix, obviously. These are some guys who are at least like can be mentioned or whatever else. But I mean, this is really Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud. In fact, I think Caleb Williams is the betting favorite at this point.
Yeah, he is. CJ Stroud's numbers have been incredible all year, but they had that, you know, that lull like right after game one against, well, he didn't even have big number. Well, right. He had Notre Dame first, and then that's when
he had that.
They
he had those awful numbers.
Nobody.
He had those awful numbers against Northwestern, but that was basically in a tornado that they were playing in. But yeah, this has most of the year been CJ Stroud's award to lose. And he still played very well, but I mean, lately you've got he played okay against Maryland. He was not good against Northwestern.
Bobby, let me ask you this.
And Caleb Williams continues to play really well.
Let me ask you this, because I want to tie a bow on this TCU thing. They lose to Iowa State. They go and they beat. They win the Big 12 championship.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of it will be based on how the game plays out tomorrow between Ohio State and Michigan. I don't think it should be.
If you're a TCU fan, by the way, root for Michigan tomorrow.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Root for Michigan, knock Ohio State down to 4. You draw Michigan in the CFP. You've got TCU could beat Michigan. I don't think TCU could beat Ohio State.
Okay, well that's fair, but you may not even get in it.
You're getting it. They're not losing. They're not losing to Iowa State. They're not going to lose the Big 12 title. They're just not.
Okay.
So they're in. And so to me, they're like, you want to talk. To me, I think Ohio State loses and TCU continues to do what they do. I think TCU's got a great case to be number 2 in the CFP by the end of it all. And Michigan would be a much more favorable draw for them than Ohio State.
Okay. I'm going to lose my mind if, like, Ohio State or Michigan. Ohio State's got a better strength of schedule, but Michigan played, absolute nothing for a good part of the season where, it took
Ohio State's a better football team
to find out.
Ohio State's a better football team. That's why, like, I think, if Ohio State loses, they get number 4 in the CFP. If Michigan loses, Michigan falls out of the CFP. Like, at that point, you're looking at, in all likelihood, I think, probably one Georgia, assuming TCU wins out, you'd look at, and Georgia wins out, wins the SEC title, you would be looking at Georgia, Ohio State, TCU, USC in the CFP. Whereas if Michigan wins and then everybody continues to win out, it would, I think, be Georgia, probably Michigan, but should be TCU at 2, 3 TCU, and then 4 Ohio State.
Here's the thing, too, about I just went nuts about USC and only moving up 1 with the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they could lose to Notre Dame on Saturday.
I'm
going to ask Jared about it. Oh, I don't know, man. Notre Dame has looked like a different team the last month. Blake Corum, I want to get back to that because Blake Corum being in the game for Michigan was the deal breaker. Like, if he doesn't go, they can't win.
Yeah.
Him going is the absolute thing that gives them
Ohio
a chance
State
to win
spent an entire year trying to make sure they stop the run this time, though.
They have. I'm man, I got a little worked up there, dude. A little bit. I'll be all right, though. Let's grade these Cowboys, huh? We already got some coming in on the truckwreck.com fan text where Parsons an A- from the 956. Interesting. We're going to do the offense first, though. That's next on the fan.
You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys and NFL insider info immediately by listening to Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, part of the G-Bag Nation, afternoons 2 to 7, right here on the Fan and our Odyssey app.
Don't miss Marksman Mansfield's big Black Friday blowout.
2015 once it's referenced back. I know, fan text.
877-881-1053. Please do so. We're going to grade the Cowboys offense here. Bobby, let's go. What should we? How are we starting this?
Yeah, let's run through these grades real quick. And Joey, you're gonna take part in this with us. So we're just gonna we're not gonna spend a ton of time on each one. We'll just try and run through as many of these as we can. But let's go with the offense first. And so part of these grades are relative to expectation for these guys. So, you know, if you were expecting somebody to be terrible and they've come out and they've played really, really well, that may not in a vacuum be an A+, but maybe it's an A+ relative to what you expected. So let's run through these. We'll start with the quarterback position. We'll grade both of them here. First one, Dak Prescott. What do you got for Dak Prescott so far this year, Will?
I'm going to have him at a B-.
All right, B-. Joey, what do you got?
I'm going to give him a B.
A solid B. I think we're all pretty close here because I've got him as a B as well. Look, are there times he can be better? Yes. But man, he's still really good. And you were talking about completion percentage over expectation says that he's been one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. And look, a lot of these times when we've seen these interceptions, we already know that like 3 of these have been relating to receivers breaking the wrong way. So I understand why it's an argument that some people would have a tough time with. And Tampa Bay was awful. He was awful against Tampa Bay to open the season. But look, you're talking about a guy that since he came back, he's leading basically the number 1 offense in the NFL.
Yeah, well, he is. I mean, that's factual. You know, since he's returned, it's been the number 1 offense. I guess it's maybe because, you know, Bobby, you and I go back a long way when it comes to this, especially this topic, right, with Dak.
Yeah.
And what we saw at the beginning, the first half of last year, was the culmination of what you and I believed this guy was. And since that point, it's become questionable. And so for me, I still have the expectations. It doesn't need to be throwing the ball in like the prolific numbers that we saw at that point, because we understand what is going to make this offense great is balance and all that other kind of stuff. And so with that, that's why I couldn't stick with a B. I had to go B-, and I was close to a C+.
Because you're a hater. I understand that. Next quarterback here. Like, for instance, again, this is where expectation comes into play.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott has been better than Cooper Rush was. I gave Dak Prescott a B. I'm giving Cooper Rush a B+.
Okay, I'm going to give Cooper Rush actually an A-.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Joey, what do you got?
And again, please, the qualifier, because just don't waste your time texting in that we think Cooper is better, that we want Cooper in there. Please don't do
We
it.
don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joey.
And that's why I'm going to give Cooper Rush an A, because I was one of those people, you know, the sky is falling when
He went 4-1.
Dak Prescott gets hurt in week 1, and then he comes in and he does his job, right? He did it perfectly, and he picked up a lot of big wins. Can't complain with Cooper Rush.
I think we all were pleasantly surprised with how Cooper Rush played.
No doubt.
And no issues there with that. Let's go over to the running backs now. Ezekiel Elliott, I've got him down as a B. He's been okay. I don't think he's been fantastic. He's been good. But just a solid B for me.
I'm going to go with the B+ for Zeke. I think he's played his role really well, and that's and I haven't thought much of Zeke in recent years. He's still very effective at what he does, but he's not what he used to be.
What do you got, Will Chambers?
I don't know how you guys have him less than an A. I mean,
Really?
we're talking about expectations, right?
Yeah, he's been about what I thought.
Okay. I mean, to me, the expectation was he's lost a step. You know, he's going to be injured. He's, you know, all these things. And
I mean, he has been injured, so that was the expectation, and he's still not quite the same sort of zip that he once had. So I still think that meets expectation. Both those.
I have him at it as an A- because I thought that this was going to be a point of the season where it was just all going to be Tony Pollard and Zeke was going to be doing a lot of cleanup stuff.
All right, fair enough. Tony Pollard now.
Maybe a little bit more recency bias, by the way. You know, particularly how he played yesterday.
He was really good yesterday. The rest has clearly done him some good. Next name here, Tony Pollard. I've got him at an A.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think we all expected him to be good if he got the touches, but even still, I think he's been better than we could have hoped. Joey?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a consistent an A for him. So
boom, easiest one we've done so far.
Without a question, the easiest one.
Next one here, and this one I kind of struggled with a little bit.
Yep,
CeeDee Lamb. Mm-hmm. I'm going B+. I thought about A-, but I'm going B+.
I am going to put him at a B, and I almost went C+.
Oh my gosh. What is your grading system here?
Because I expected him to be...
You want us to run the triple option like the military program? So like Zeke gets an A and almost a C for CeeDee.
What's been the biggest issue for CeeDee this year? Number one biggest issue.
He has a case of the dropsies sometimes.
No, I don't think that's number one.
Well, it's drops and it's communication. It's
How?
Because it's a read. They read separate things. But overall, you want to talk about CeeDee Lamb like and I mean Dak has missed time every year that he's played with him. I think you can see their connection is growing. He's finally hit his first 200-yard game since Dak came back. He is in large part one of the reasons you won the Giants game. I know he had the big drop earlier in that game, but then he had an entire drive where he won it for you. And so
here's where my bias is definitely showing through, because I'm giving some of the guys that I really like, that I like the most, the toughest grades.
Well, okay, that's fine.
I mean, I guess I didn't expect CeeDee Lamb to be able to not be able to read or do certain things that you're supposed to do in a route. Okay, yeah, the read, that part of it I get. But, like, let's say the interception in the end zone. That's not a read. That's a flat-out miss. And Dalton is, I know, supposed to go deeper into the end zone, but you're still supposed to cut across. I mean, this stuff is happening way too much. And to me, you know, his production has still been up, without a doubt. And I still think he can be a number one, but he's got to go. He doesn't go after the football, too, and that's another big disappointment that I have with him. He's got to go get the football. It's your football. He doesn't do that.
A couple of the grades coming in here. 972, Bobby Belk, get off Dak's jock. Thank you for that.
That's not a grade.
We've got 940, this is ridiculous. You can't expect someone to suck and then give them an A for not sucking quite as bad.
That's not
I assume that's
either.
Cooper Rush, but I mean, it's not. Your whole grade is relative towards what you were expected to do. That's just the fact there. 972 says Dak gets a B because he's great at the scripted passes, but when it comes to scrambling, finding the receiver third option, he struggles. Okay, let's run through the rest of these really quickly. Joey, what did you give CeeDee?
I'm gonna give him a B+. I was back and forth, A-2.
See, look at us. We're same. Michael Gallup, I've got him as a flat C. He's come on a little bit lately, but man, he was a disappointment the first couple weeks he came back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C- for Michael. I expected a little more.
What you got, Will?
I'm sorry, who?
Michael Gallup.
I read that somebody texted in, but Will, how can you think Cooper's better than Dak? And it made me laugh. Michael Gallup would be a B. That's hard. It's hard with him because I was hoping when he came back that you knew he wouldn't be able to like cut and do all those things because of the injury, but that he might still have a straight line speed, and we haven't seen it, but man, did he really play well yesterday. I'm actually going to go A- with him.
Whoa. Okay. All right. Wow.
Fair enough.
Dalton Schultz.
I mean, coming off an injury?
Yeah, but I mean, no, this is no, I think the first few weeks he was healthy. He should have been playing better the first few weeks.
Okay.
No,
all right, hold on. Let me qualify. If that's correct, if what you just said is absolutely correct, then I agree with your grade, okay? To me, I felt like in watching him that he hasn't been the same, that it's been because of the injury.
No, I think that in large part it's been mental. And,
okay.
And I think he's overcome those hurdles and those confidence issues. Dalton Schultz here. Dalton has been really good since Dak Prescott got back, but he disappeared when Cooper Rush was in there. So to me, I kind of just fall down in the middle. I say B- on Dalton Schultz.
I'm going to give him a B because he's kind of what I expected him to be, and the only reason why that wouldn't already deserve an A is because of what you just said. He disappeared when Cooper was in.
Joey?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a C+ for Dalton Schultz. I was expecting a lot more. I just felt like, he's Dak's favorite target, and I think we've seen that, Dalton Schultz hasn't been really the go-to guy all the time, and I think part of that is the multiple tight ends you have in the room now with Ferguson and Hendershot have done a really great job, and I think I've expected Dalton Schultz to just do a lot more from what we've seen over the past couple years with him and Dak.
He has greatly improved as a run blocker, though, so I'm happy with that. Now let's run through the offensive line really quickly here. Tyler Smith, I've got him as a B. I know some people would probably have him an A just because they had super low expectations. I thought he was going to be able to hold things down all right. There haven't been nearly as many growing pains. Yesterday was tough. It was really tough with Kayvon Thibodeau. But Tyler Smith, to me, is a solid B here, Will.
He's an A. He's an absolute A. Because think about for me, what expectations, right? All right, you draft him as a tackle. He's going to take over for Tyron at some point. Boom. Tyron gets – but then it was like, all right, so are you going to move him to guard? I mean, he was like playing guard, not playing guard, McGovern there, and then all of a sudden Tyron does get hurt, and he just thrusted him at left tackle.
Yeah.
And I think he has been – admirable. I don't even think does it justice.
He's been good. Joey?
Yeah, I give him an A- for reasons that Will kind of stated, where he's just thrust into a position that, he wasn't practicing during training camp like at all at left tackle, and that's one of the hardest positions to play, and he's done a great job, and penalties haven't been a huge hindrance to him either.
Not like people had thought.
Yeah, I think people, because he was the most
not like it was in college.
Yeah. So I think people thought he was going to be holding, every other play, but he's done a fantastic job, and he's held good.
Terrence Steele has become one of the best run blockers in the NFL. I had faith that he was going to be able to continue to improve his play after we saw his work ethic last year, but still, he's been very impressive. I give him an A.
Yep. Ditto.
Yep.
Easy. A's across the board there. Connor McGovern has been a good solid B.
Yeah,
I think.
I agree too there.
Has played well. Nothing mind-blowing, but man, you saw when he was out and they had to have Farniak play for a couple weeks, it was tougher. So I mean, they definitely have benefited from Connor McGovern.
I think if we are being really honest with ourselves, though, he probably deserves an A just because our expectations, I know mine, were pretty damn low.
That's fair. Zach Martin here. Zach Martin, if you want to talk about expectation, he has not played up to his normal high level. There have been a couple games where he's been a little shoddy, but he's still played really well overall. I give a B+ to Zach Martin.
C+.
Wow. Tough grade, man. Wow. Joey?
Yeah, I give him an A-. I just feel like, Zach Martin is one of the guys you don't have to really worry about. And yeah, he's maybe not been like spectacular to that all-pro level that we've seen. But, he's getting up there, but I think he's holding the fort down.
The thing that you just said to me, Joey, is that you don't really have to worry about him. At times, I think they have, not necessarily worry, but it just hasn't looked the same as it has been.
It hasn't been up to his normal Hall of Fame level, but he's still been very good. Last one here, because we're not going to have time to run into some of the reserve guys, but Tyler Biadasz, I give him a B+. The communication has gotten a lot better. The IQ stuff has been improved. He's just a steady performer.
I'm going to go A- because, again, I expected him to be an issue and almost a liability.
All right, fair enough. And Joey, what do you got for Tyler Biadasz?
For Tyler Biadasz.
Solid B. There we go. Now that does it for the offensive grades. We'll do defense at 620. And I will say here, because we didn't get a chance to go through the reserves, I'll say that the only F I had on offense was Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
Jalen Tolbert is just you had an empty receiving core that needed guys to step up. He was a third-round pick, and he's just been completely unable to do that.
May I throw in an A- for Noah Brown?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's I think that you don't win the Cincinnati game without him, and he was really strong early on. Tapered off a little bit after that, but overall, I don't have a problem. I had Noah Brown at a B, but he's I don't hate that.
Joey. Never mind, Joey. We're out of time.
I turned the mic off.
The clock is a thing, Will.
I know, it's a real thing. By the way, we will answer the internet. The most terrifying segment that I'm a part of is next on The Fan.
At Moritz Kia, we have a message for our customers and our competition. Moritz does not make market adjustments to MSRP, ever. What does that mean for you? It means you can buy a car from Moritz with confidence without the worry of overpaying. After all, we're family owned and our reputation depends on it. Reserve your choice of the new inventory we have arriving daily. Or let us help you custom order your new Kia exactly the way you want it. Rest easy knowing we'll make the entire car buying process as easy as possible for you. And we'll back it with service that's second to none. From the all-new Kia Soul to the Kia K5 and the all-new and redesigned 2023 Kia Telluride, Kia brings you cutting-edge technology and style that's affordable. Count on Kia and count on Moritz to bring you the
Them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
Boomer Esiason joins the fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the different.
Thank you, Joey. We're going to answer the internet here in just a moment. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Bobby Belt here with you. Before we do that, a couple of things. One, this just came across Bruce Feldman of Fox Sports. Bobby, 42 million people watched Giants-Cowboys yesterday. It's the most watched regular season game on any network on record.
Ever?
Yeah.
Wow. That's impressive.
42 million people.
And that's what Jerry said. Jerry said yesterday that this game would be, in all likelihood, I think he said that this will, in all likelihood, be the second most watched game of the year behind the Super Bowl.
Man alive. And that's coming after, that Packers-Cowboys game, which drew like a 14. That is nuts.
14 people?
We talked college football earlier. No.
Oh, okay.
Earlier, I got so flustered, I forgot to mention that right here on 105.3 The Fan tomorrow, the biggest games in college football, they're all right here. From 9 to 10:30, you got CA and KG leading up to Michigan and Ohio State. That'll be at 10:30. Then it's the Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. LSU and Texas A&M is the nightcap at 6:30. That's all the biggest college football games of the College Football Saturday.
More like
is
LS
right here.
Who, am I right?
On 105.3 The Fan, yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Joey.
Yeah, you'll get a text.
Yeah.
You're getting a text there. No doubt about that. And also, great news. $50,000 has been achieved at 1053thefan.com/peaceathon. How about that?
Y'all crushed it, Tolos.
Man. That's incredible work right there, really. My Possibilities is the recipient of all your giving, so appreciate you, Tolo, so much for that. I still have to go on there and do it, like I promised I was going to do that a few seconds ago. But hey, lots of stuff going on here. It's really weird when you do the show from home. It's really weird.
What's weird
about it?
It's not like
you're not in your element. I mean, you're in your element, but not in your working element.
You have beautiful Christmas lights.
Thank you. I mean, I am, like I said, Yuletide and joy all here at the Chambers Estate. I love Christmas. I love it. And I love the Christmas. I got some, you guys want to take a quick look over there? So, yeah, I got this.
Great radio.
Garland. Yep. Poinsettias. Just got those over there. There, got the behind the sound bar. Got another garland there.
Look at this 1%er in his upscale apartment. That's nice.
I'll tell you what. There's been a lot that has been, or that I have been called maybe, or been attributed to, but being a 1%er would definitely not be one of them.
Well, you're a 1%er in my heart.
Aren't you sweet? We got the Expressway coming up next hour too. Just because the General and the boys aren't here doesn't mean that we're not taking you for virtually an entire hour. Those burning Cowboys questions that you have, get them in.
Yes.
877-881-1053.
And I'll have some for you to answer on the text line, too.
Sweet. We'll also shoot the breeze at the beeve per the usual. All right. Let's answer the internet.
Let's do it. Joey, Will, this is, of course, the Barstool Sports game, which, again, I always like to point out, this is not really their game. They literally just aggregated a bunch of the most debated questions off the internet and then put them in a box and made money off them. It's not like something they invented. But we got several questions here that we can kick around. I tried to pick some with more of a sports theme so that we can, remain sports positive here. Will Chambers, who is the strongest NFL player you could beat up in a hand-to-hand fight? My answer is a guy who's retired, and it's
Kevontae Turpin.
Kevontae Turpin he's well built, man.
I know. I only say that because he's the smallest one. He'd probably whoop me.
Yeah,
So, that's so fast.
I wouldn't pick anybody in the Metroplex who could possibly hear it and then confront you here at the stadium or at the Star or elsewhere. That's just my own advice.
Cole Beasley.
Okay, all right, Cole, if you're listening, out there in Little Elm,
Micah Parsons.
Okay, I'm gonna play this audio for him in the locker room next week. I'm gonna give him
a
picture.
How bad do you think it would I could die within a matter of 10 seconds?
Yes, Andrew Thomas almost died yesterday just trying to block him. So my answer is Jim Breach, who's not even in the NFL anymore.
I know Jim Breach.
Do you?
Yes.
Tell him I'd kick his ass.
I don't know him anymore. He used to
keep up the theme of referencing back to Bengals that played in Super Bowl 23.
Oh man, Mac Angle, where are you? So Jim Breach played in my parents played in a softball league when I was young, and in Anderson Township in Cincinnati, and he was in that league. Oh man, I did not imagine
4'11" of him. He's a small guy, and he's about 60 now, I think. So, Joe,
yeah, he's small, but man, he had tree trunks for legs.
It's fine. I'll just make sure he can't kick me.
Oh, good luck with that.
Who do you got, Joey?
The name that popped in my head was Robbie Anderson.
Oh my gosh, isn't he 6'2"?
But I feel like I can match with some length at least. I feel like I got some long arms.
Okay.
I might be able to battle. Like Will said, I don't know if I'm going to beat anybody, but I got to pick the.
But if it's going to be somebody, it's going to be Robbie Anderson.
I guess so. I mean, he's got a funky little haircut, but maybe that guy could use that to my advantage.
I bet Kyler Murray. I bet I could go a few rounds with Kyler Murray.
Dude, Kyler's strong.
He is, but I don't know how much. How much wine he's got in him.
Man, I don't know. I like I said.
Joey, did you say he has one muscle?
No, he's like one muscle.
Yeah, he's just like a walking muscle there.
Inside information I didn't know we were getting.
Well, his thumbs are strong too. He plays a lot of Call of Duty, so.
Here's the next question for y'all. And this is a college basketball question for you, Will. Would you bet on all 1 seeds beating the 16 seeds in March Madness? So in any given year, if winning got you $1 million, but if you lose, you get shot in the face.
I would not. I'm just going to get
By
out of
what
this.
kind of gun?
Doesn't matter. Dealer's choice. But it's a real gun. Will, this is taking way too long to answer.
This.
All right. I would.
The answer
I would
is
not.
no,
I would
by the
not
way.
bet it. I would not bet.
If the option is anything getting shot in the face, I'm not playing the odds on that.
Yeah, but $1 million.
Yeah, but we've seen number 1 seeds go down recently.
Once.
It's happened though. You got these Loyola Chicagos and stuff that are.
That's what I was just thinking. College basketball is much deeper than it. Now than it was, 20 years ago. But damn it, your odds are still really good in your favor. It's just that'd be a nerve-wracking 2 hours.
I wouldn't be able to do it. Joe, you?
No. That's all I got to say.
That's an easy one. All right, last one here. Will, would you date a really hot chick, but she cheers for your rival team? So she's a big Louisville fan or something.
Louisville be the only one.
Here's my answer, and this is my controversial answer that I've shared on the air before that I know gets me in trouble with some people. If anybody was even into sports like I am, I would not want to date them.
Yeah,
that's too much. That's too much intensity around games, and like I feel like that's just too much emotional volatility to have in the house, whether we're cheering for the same team or not. So I would say no. I actually like that my wife doesn't like sports.
If she was passionate about Louisville, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
That's
like
fair.
Maybe like throughout the year, but then like especially during the basketball game, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Joey?
I think I could do it, but I think the question is too, what if they are extremely knowledgeable and they're just going to hammer you with takes and while you're watching the game, and then all you can do is sit there and you just have to take it. That's what would be
I'll say this. Imagine being married to or dating a really hot chick, but she's Jared Sandler.
And
can just she can just like hammer you with like sports info and come at you hard.
No.
The answer's no.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, that was the answer to the internet.
I have problems. I was in HEB this morning and I saw a guy in a Florida shirt, and you know what happened in my head?
What?
F Florida. That's what I said. And then I felt bad about thinking it, like, it's just some night. Like, it wasn't even against him. That's the first thought that went through my mind. I'm sick. All right.
Yeah, you are.
You are literally. That's why you're on Comrex.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. It is time for the 5 o'clock hour in the Expressway coming up. But we ask this question first. What, if anything, are the Cowboys, this 2022 version of the Cowboys, is different? That's next year on The Fan.
35 minutes of commercial-free fan. Holy mackerel. It's the Expressway with Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In the NFL Thanksgiving action, the Bills needed a last-second field goal to beat the Lions. Cowboys beat the Giants 28-20, but didn't cover the 10-point spread. We put way too much emphasis on how NFL teams win. This isn't college football where a subjective group decides who will play for a championship. National Football League has a much more defined way to determine who are the best team. It's called the standing. Feel free to check them out. I'm Jody Mack.
Give the gift of the Cheesecake Factory. Through December 31st, get a free $15 bonus card for every $50 gift card purchased at thecheesecakefactory.com or at any of the Cheesecake Factory restaurants. Visit thecheesecakefactory.com for more details.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes? Good news. There's a new way out. It's called the Fresh Start Initiative. Call U.S. Tax Shield, A+ rated with the BBB. 800-391-5063 for your free consultation and let U.S. Tax Shield protect you from the IRS.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Happy holidays from Baby Doll Saloon, Dallas. Head on down, grab a seat, and enjoy the ride. There's always something fabulous happening at Baby Doll Saloon, and we love treating our friends to a good time. Grab a drink, have fun, check out the daily buffet, Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus Stadium Buffet now Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from open to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is your football headquarters with all pay-per-view fights at no extra charge. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Get ready to have a blast of winter. Yeah, the next brutal blast of wicked, wild, and windy weather is on its way, and the only thing going down is the temperature. Costs are up, inflation is up, and projections say your winter heating bills will reach a 10-year high. But you can cut your energy bills by up to 30% and increase your home's value and get amazing savings. Call Window Nation today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no interest payments until 2025. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Tank water heaters don't stop working. They leak or can even bust. If yours is over 8 years old, it could be at risk. Replace it with a new one from Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Baker Brothers is known for great service, but we have great deals too. Get a 12-year American water heater for a 6-year price. That's 6 free years of warranty. You can also upgrade to a tankless water heater and never run out of hot water again. Some restrictions apply. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
This week at Staples, save 60% on.
Thanks for your business this year.
Save 60% on.
Happy holidays, Nana.
Save 60% on.
You are cordially invited.
Right now at Staples, you can save 60% on custom printed holiday cards and invitations. So you can say, thanks for a great year, happy holidays, or come on over, all for less. For everything you need printed this holiday, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online. Ends 12/3. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Our family's been fighting for injured North Texans about 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury results in the entire state of Texas, 19 of the top 50 last year. We work for you. We've never forgotten that. We return phone calls promptly. Clients even text directly to their own case files. Dedicated legal teams 24/7. We handle cases the way we'd want our own case handled. We hope you never need to call us. If you do, our family's trusted, capable, prepared, ready to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront, out-of-pocket expense to you. If no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call today for a free consultation.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It is hour 4 of the Nation. Thank you for hanging out with us today. Hopefully you're having a great Black Friday, and why not? It is a football Friday, and it's coming off a Cowboys win on Thanksgiving over the New York Giants and moved to 8-3, and we've got the Expressway coming your way. 45 minutes of uninterrupted sports talk. That's all coming up in about 20 minutes with Bobby Belt. I'm Will Chambers and Joey Erickson. Before we get to that, this hour begins with some breaking news. And breaking news on 105.3 The Fan. That's presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Chris Lowe, ESPN senior writer, Nebraska has zeroed in on former Carolina Panthers coach Matt Rule as their next head coach, and two sides are hoping to finalize a deal in the coming days, sources tell ESPN, which makes a whole lot of sense after his run at Baylor and Temple.
Yeah, he's
good fit to me.
He'll play much better back on the college level than the NFL. His style it doesn't resonate with NFL players.
We also brought this to you a little while ago, that the Cowboys-Giants game was the most watched NFL regular season game ever on any network.
It's that Giants factor, man.
42 million people. How much do you think that's up percentage-wise over Cowboys-Raiders last year?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember what that number would have been. I'll guess it's up.
Percentage-wise.
It's up 35%.
49.
Dang.
God, that's mind-blowing to me. I mean, having a big rating, I get it. Having the most watched regular season game ever, especially when you consider how many or how few options you had back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, right? Like,
yeah, and I mean, like, we're in an era now where even more streaming takes place, and people follow the game in different ways, and so it's an impressive number. Shows the power of the Cowboys once again. And look, for all the, I know a lot of people will put out the line, and it's fair that, why they don't win anything, or they haven't won in 26 years. They don't deserve this. This should be about winning, not about ratings.
It's
blah, blah,
about being what's interesting.
I understand. They the ultimate goal for a team is winning. Still, in this area, which matters, even if you don't want to say it should matter to the Cowboys, fine, whatever else. But in this area of that matters to the NFL, the Cowboys are the most important team. The NFL, the league, their interests say our most important team is the Dallas Cowboys.
Look, it's about what's interesting. Hate them, love them. There's a lot of that out there. It is what it is.
Hate them or love them, the underdog's on top. That was actually hate it or love it, but you said hate them or love them, so.
Yeah, no doubt. A couple things didn't think we were getting to today, but appreciate that 50-cent
Jim
reference.
Breach and the game. I'm here for all of it.
The Jim Breach thing will stay with me forever.
Good, I'm glad.
Oh, that's funny. I still, my nose is running from how hard that made me laugh. We got your burning Cowboys questions that are coming up in the Expressway. So get those in, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com. Fan text. What do you want to ask us? Or really, what do you want to ask Bobby?
Or what we're going to ask you guys. Stuff that we're going to debate and questions that need to be answered from the fan base and from Will and everybody else.
What, if anything, is different about this 2022 Cowboys, Roberto?
It's an interesting question that I think we need to flesh out a little bit, because you had said earlier when we were talking about how this team has played and where they're at and everything else, that there's a little bit of a feeling from the fan base that why should I care until I see it in the playoffs? I'm not going to trust that anything's different until I see that it's different. And that's a completely fair position to take, by the way. I don't fault a single fan who refuses to accept what the Cowboys are until they see them in January.
I'll be honest, that's where I am. I said it after the game last year, that I will never trust it again until I see it from that performance against the 49ers.
Yeah, and so it is a reasonable position to take, and it's one I don't fault anybody for having. I've got, of course, as my function is covering the team and everything else. I have to be more, in tune to where they're at in the moment. But I certainly don't fault anyone who only wants to see, all right, that's great, but this is all trivial. I want to see the end result. That's fair.
I won't say, I don't go to the point where I think that anything is trivial, or I go, it doesn't matter, because stuff does matter, right? You want to see a lot of things throughout. I just know that when it comes to if and when a playoff game is being played, I'm not going to, for a single moment, say that I really, really think I know what's going to happen today, because I won't.
Sure. Yeah, but I do understand, because I said earlier, the Mavericks fans got to that point where it's like, I know they're going to win 50 games. Great. Get me to the end of the season. Get me to June and let me see what they're going to do, because this has become, I don't care about this result. I know they can do this. That's not what I want to see. So the question is then, how do we know this is different? Because they were 12-5 last year. They were one of the best teams in the NFL last year. And so the question is now, you're one of the best teams again this year. You're 8-3. Again this year. After last year, you started 7-3. You lost at Thanksgiving and went to 7-4. But you're a little better record-wise than you were last year, but essentially you're a similar team. From 1 year before to 1 year now, you're a similar team. And so the question is, where do we feel like they're the same? Where do we feel like they're different from last year? Because if this is the same team as last year, plagued with the same issues, then they're in trouble. Now, if they've corrected some of the things that plagued them last year, and they can be subtle things, then maybe you feel like they have a better shot. So I think the first area where they are clearly the same team as last year, Will, and we've talked about it a lot today, it's the penalties.
Yeah.
They're still that team. That's the same team they were that had 14 penalties or whatever it was against the 49ers last year in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's no question there, and I would still say that like what we saw in the second half of the year, and this is still with them winning 5 of their last 6 games going into the playoffs, that it didn't always look very good, and we were starting to question Dak Prescott. I think that Dak has looked better since he came back, but there are things that we're still just kind of like,
He looks better than he did at the end of last season. He still does not look like the guy we saw at the beginning of last season.
Okay, yes, exactly.
So, and I do think that I think there are things that'll get cleaned up. I think by the end of this year, we're going to be talking about how good Dak Prescott is. Like I think we should feel good about where he's going to be. So there's that. Good point from the 940 here. That this is different to them because the NFC is much weaker than it was last year.
That's a great point.
So you can have in essence the same team or even the same problems, and it may not be as much of a problem this year.
Yeah, and this is something that we talked about in the first segment that, okay, last year, all these penalties and stuff like that, and you're like, oh, you're not going to win a playoff game. And then yesterday they had 13 penalties, and they were still able to get a win. And the Giants, we may not believe in them as what was a 7-3 team. Like, they're not as good as that record, so to speak. But there's several teams in the NFC that are like that where that may have been the case last year. This year, if you do have 13 penalties, yeah, you may still get a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think one area we just said where they were similar in the penalties. You want to talk about somewhere where they are not the same? They're a tougher football team than lost to the 49ers last year. Last year, if a team got physical with them, I remember, I think it was,
yes.
I can't remember, was it Thanksgiving or was it a little bit later where you and Sandler were there? And I had come on with you guys while you were on the morning show, and I remember we had that discussion where I said, the blueprint is you get physical with them. That's what you do. If you get physical with them, they lose. And this year, they've won physical football games. The Giants are a physical football team.
That happened.
A physical football team on 3 days rest, and you handle business yesterday. That's a difference about the team. They're tougher than they were last year.
We learned that in week 2. In week number 2, the Cincinnati Bengals started bullying and started trying. They got real physical, and the Cowboys answered. And I think you're absolutely right.
They answered. It was still, they've improved even since then, because that Cincinnati game, as soon as they got physical, that's when Cincinnati closed the gap.
They did, but it was still answered where it wasn't answered last year.
Right, but this year you're flat out controlling physical football games.
Yes,
which is a huge change. Now we're getting some feedback here on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053. I like this one here from the 682. They're not radically different. They're just better. Defense and Pollard are playing better. The quarterback, though, with the picks and the shakiness, that's why we won't trust anything until we see 2 straight playoff wins in which Dak is the reason we won, not saved by others. I think
yes. All right, so let me add to that.
You can absolutely say they're not different. They're just
not as explosive. I would agree, but they're not as explosive, right?
I'd be interested to see if the numbers, because I think Pollard gives them an element that may contribute statistically to them being more explosive.
Well,
and CeeDee Lamb is, I think, playing better than he was this time last year. And so I think those are all important things. Now, the defense is better in terms of it's stingier. It's not going to take the ball away nearly as often. There's another difference. The defense is tighter. It's more cohesive. It's It's stingier. It is not going to make the big splashy plays like they did last year. 214 says 12.
I'm just going back because at this point in the season, the Cowboys had scored over 43 times.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done it twice this year.
They've also been missing their quarterback. Ever since they got their quarterback back, they've scored 24, 49, 28, 40, and 28. So they're pretty strong still with their quarterback.
But they were over 30 a bunch last year, and this year, 24.
Scoring's down across the whole league, though, too.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean that the Cowboys are not as explosive as they were last year. But again, I think that it's a better football team offensively.
956, what's the same is that Bobby will still be on his knee pads proclaiming Dak as the greatest ever. 956, that's not true. I don't use knee pads.
That's right.
But and I've never said he's the greatest ever. I've been plenty critical of the way Dak's played at
Look, you
times.
said earlier,
but I also think we have to be realistic about this and not just fly with emotion and go, there were 2 interceptions against the Packers, thus he was terrible. Well, there's more nuance than that. That's just football.
Well, look, you said that Cooper Rush was better earlier, so.
Yeah, exactly. Or I graded him higher based off expectations. But anyway, it's just an interesting thing to ask. I think it's interesting to flesh out and wonder, is this team different? Because there's a lot of similarities, but I think in certain areas, they're different where it matters, specifically their toughness.
Yeah, and then this one from the 817, it's weird to me how much better the NFC East is and how much worse the NFC is.
Yeah, that is wild.
That is just incredible. All right, it is time to hit the expressway. 45 uninterrupted
35.
minutes.
Don't give me 10 extra minutes. 35 will.
35. That's right. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I'm still getting over bronchitis. I have no idea what's going on here. We will have that when we return here. I want to fight through the fan.
Listen. Stream the Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com.
Gavin Dawson here for my friends at the Frankels. I hope you have an amazing, safe holiday. But unfortunately, people are in a hurry. People are being irresponsible here during the holiday season. And if you get hurt and it's not your fault, we want you to call.
covered, and so does Moritz. Moritz, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance. Or visit us online at moritzkia.com.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Autoflex Leasing.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call Autoflex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
This segment is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when they hurt you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Thank you, Joey. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are timed to hit the ground running in the Expressway. How many minutes we got to do?
35 minutes of uninterrupted content.
I'm ready, baby. I'm ready. And hopefully it won't be interrupted by any kind of sickness of any kind. I'm feeling frisky, though. Feeling good. Hasn't happened as of yet, so knock on wood.
Oh, good.
I'm Will. He's Bobby, by the way.
I am. And that's Joey on the board.
Hey, we're going to shoot the breeze with the Beeve. We keep getting a question in about giving the Cowboys defense a nickname. Can't do it. Can't do it.
It's just got to be kind of natural.
Yeah, we were talking about this during the break. No nickname of any kind should ever be thought of. It should just, happen because of something is said or just whatever. Something just works.
It's interesting. I know a lot of people... I haven't heard so much nickname for the defense. Like that's something that people want. But I have heard a lot of people wanting to try and get the running back duo a nickname, which it's been the same Thunder and Lightning and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So I
don't think it should be Ace and Gary.
No, I think it should be starter and backup. That Pollard is the starter. It's funny. I was listening to the post-game show and they were trying all post-game show to come up with a name. Broadus and
were they really?
They were. And I jokingly sent one in.
I tell you what, if I had anybody to do it, it'd be either one or both of the nosebleed seats, guys.
I jokingly sent in a nickname, but then Brian and Wolchuk actually liked it. I said,
they loved it.
I said Feed and Speed. Mr. Feed Me, Ezekiel Elliott.
Feed and Speed?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's not bad.
Honestly, though, I don't want nicknames at all. Last time the team...
I thought the Hot Boys was so stupid.
I was going to say, last time the team nicknamed themselves, we had the whole Hot Boys thing, and then everybody was like...
Hot Boys?
It was a lot better when it was Sean. It was a lot better when Sean nicknamed them the Hot Noise. Because that's...
Yes! See, that's what I'm talking about.
Now,
the organic nature of it.
I love the fellas over in the camera guys on the beat. So Brett Kelly at CBS 11, Noah Bullard, Chris Hanks, Jose Gant, all those guys. They have nicknamed themselves the Shot Boys because they're the camera crew, and so I loved that. I did like that. I did like that play.
That.
So I like that play. So one of our burning questions, though, as we get into some of these Cowboys burning questions, you can send in your own, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, or you can just answer some of these that we're going to go over really quickly. One of them is not what's a good nickname for the defense or a good nickname for the running backs. We're going to try and dive into bigger topics than just that. And Joey, you're welcome to chime in on these as well. First question here. Although he's incredibly talented, will Odell Beckham Jr. make the communication issues between quarterback and wide receiver worse? Think about it. You're dropping it. You've already had communication issues, and these are guys who have spent a lot of time together. Now you're going to drop in an all-new starter who's going to have to come in here and learn the terminology, get that connection down. Are we going to end out seeing even more of these? Well, he went this way, and Dak threw it that way, and now we've got an interception, or this communication wasn't on point. Could the communication actually get worse if you add Odell Beckham Jr.? Will Chambers. No, it could not get worse?
No, because here's how it'll work. When he comes, they're only going to give him simple element. They're not going to make him know every single thing that needs to be known to run the offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Christian McCaffrey coming over from San Francisco or to San Francisco. They're going to have him let him know some elementary parts of it without, because that's asking too much of a human being.
But what are then is he? To me, if you're not going to ask him to be one of part of the full complement of weapons, to me at that point, then don't pay for him. Don't bring him here unless you're bringing him here to be a legitimate weapon that you can use at all times.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. I mean, do you have to run all those, different things that are like reads on? Well, first off, he knows how to do that.
Yes, yeah, and that's fine. That's why I said more like communication and terminology and getting that stuff down.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday,
I don't think that inhibits him in any way. I just think that when it comes to reading whether or not he's supposed to come across a safety's face, he's going to know how to do that. First off, that's what he wants to do anyway. I mean, that's how he plays.
This is interesting. Do you have a Dak clip 9, Joey? I think this is the one. Listen to this yesterday. This was interesting. Dak talking about the issues with the false starts and how they can improve that. But I believe this will have it in there. If it doesn't, then I'll just have to explain it. But Dak clip 9.
Definitely a need to improve. We've got to be better in just the discipline, the focus. Obviously, when you're on the ball, there's a lot of communication, a lot of things happening. It wasn't the same guy over and over, obviously. So that's a good thing. But in the same sense, it shows how heightened our focus has to be each and every play. With so much communication going on, a lot of dummy calls, a lot of real calls, and just being locked into the cadence. We can't have that. And when we have that, all of those drives, all of those penalties hurt us on those drives in some way or not. So we just got to be better. We've got to continue to go back to work, clean that up, clean up the communication. It starts with me. And we will get better at it.
And interesting there, he talks about the dummy calls and real calls. And that was something that I was saying in the press box yesterday when I watched how many times he was changing the play. I was like, this almost feels like a show.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't, I can't think he's actually changing it this much. It felt a little bit like he was trying to get them to change. And so that sort of communication there, though, right there, that's what leads to issues where there's communication problems. I think is because you're throwing in a lot of dummy calls. It gets very complex, and I don't know that gets better once you have Odell Beckham in there. It's not just about the option routes necessarily.
Well, fair enough. I don't know if it gets any worse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one, how can it get any worse? I would say, two, I thought it was interesting in there when he said that it's not just one guy, and that's a good thing. Because you could look at it and be like, well, that's not really a good thing because you got all kinds of guys that are not locked in or not on the same page. But I think what he meant by that is that would be a clear issue with one guy, and all those guys are important, and you'd probably have to remove that guy.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty clearly what he's saying. That it's clearly there's just issues with there's a communication thing here, or it's this that's impacting everybody. It's not just a single guy, right? Like it's not something that we're having to worry because this one guy's having all these issues. Next question here. Will, is the Cowboys 2023 starting running back currently on the roster?
Yeah. I mean, how do you get rid of Tony Pollard?
Well, you don't get rid of him. It's just if he's out there and he gets a big money deal that you can't afford to pay or you don't want to pay based off of how you've treated, how it feels like internally their view of running backs has changed.
No, I because that's not how you can give him a big money deal. All you have to do is ensure that you're not locked into it like they did to the Zeke thing, because Todd Gurley got a boatload of money or had it, but the Rams had an out.
Somebody will lock him in though. Somebody will pay him more than Dallas is willing to pay, or will give him a more favorable structure that will lock him in and guarantee him more money.
I don't know. I don't know if teams in the NFL are willing to absolutely lock themselves,
Let me adjust. Which is more likely? Both Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard are on the roster next year, or neither one is?
Both.
That's more likely to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it could very well be that.
What would Zeke be willing to restructure?
The only way, that's the only way Zeke's coming back.
Right.
He can't play for $15 million. I wouldn't want him playing for $6, probably. Like, this has got to be a
This is one where you kick the can down the road, right?
This has got to be a seriously reduced role.
Like you give him a 25-year contract or something ridiculous.
A Bonilla, you give him a Bobby. I wouldn't do that. But 940 says free agent running back class is super deep. Do not pay him big. So that's interesting. 469, Peyton Hendershot will be our starting running back. There you go.
He looked good yesterday.
He did. He had that 2-yard scamper. What a celebration. What a celebration.
Yes.
We haven't even got a chance to talk about this today. One of the best I've ever seen, honestly.
That was good. Also, I thought Kelsey Charles, one of our friends, had a really good tweet on the Hendershot.
I didn't see it. What she said.
Question. She's like, I am not a man clearly without man parts, but I don't know how you do that and not be totally terrified with a helmet going underneath there. And I got a big laugh at that out loud. Yeah, I mean the whack-a-mole was awesome.
It was awesome. It was one of the best celebrations I think we've ever seen. Next question here, inspired by Mike Bassick, who mentioned this today and asked Jerry Jones it today. Will, is Micah Parsons on track, and maybe now, because that seemed to be what Mike was saying his grandfather thinks, is Micah Parsons on track to be the best defensive player in the history of the Cowboys?
Yes. Yes. As we do this, I'm going to look up right now some of these numbers and compare it to
some of the other guys we would obviously think about would be DeMarcus Ware, Bob Lilly.
Well, Bob Lilly, yeah.
Yeah, Randy White. Like these are obviously some of the bigger names that we would consider here. But Micah Parsons has been extremely impressive. And look, I think if you want to say one area where now it depends on what you're asking him to do, because there have been times where the running game has not been great for him. He hasn't been great in run support every time. There are times where he will have an issue getting lost in the trash, on the edge and can get blocked out of the play and things like that. But man, the main job that you ask him to do at this point, which is sack the quarterback, then it's hard to argue he's not on track to become one of the greatest of all time.
Lawrence Taylor started his career AP Defensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year with 9.5 sacks. Parsons last year had 13. Now, in LT's second year, he only played 9 games with an injury. But in those 9 games, had 7.5. In 11 games of this year, Micah Parsons has 12 sacks. It went up for LT 9, 11.5, 13, and then culminated in his MVP year 1986 when he had 20.5 sacks. But that is what many believe to be the greatest defensive football player of all time. I subscribe to that group, or I'm in that group. So, yeah, I mean, with all due respect, to those guys, because that's not what it's about, I thought it was a fabulous question. Because I look at him, and that's why I said last year, I kept looking at him like, this is like the beginning of LT's career, where you're like, oh my God, this guy is he's unblockable. Like, what are you going to do? The only time he gets slowed down, Bobby, is when he gets neutralized by what you're trying to do on, like, Green Bay, when they were trying to play him just at Miller linebacker, like, kind of looking for the ball carrier.
Yes. Yeah, and then that's, again, where can you be... I mean, if he's strictly an edge rusher, that's one thing, but, that would be a question. Can you be the greatest defensive player of all time when you're a linebacker who has had trouble against the run and can be taken out of games that way? It's worth asking. Next one.
Yeah, to me, it's no question.
Will Chambers, how long or short should Tyron Smith's leash be at left tackle when he returns? Because they've had a strong group. Connor McGovern's been good. Tyler Smith has gotten you by. Tyler Smith had a rough day yesterday, obviously, but short week, is still, first time he's had one of those Thanksgiving Day games on that quick turnaround. After we saw how much he struggled, Tyron Smith against San Francisco last year, he had his troubles early in training camp. How long of a leash should he get before the Cowboys, if he struggles,
Well,
should look back and go, we need to put this back to where it was?
Yeah. Do you want me to quantify it in some way, or just?
Let's just say he comes back and he's not good. How many games of not being
One.
good before you?
One.
One game.
One.
So you don't one game he's back and he's not good. You won't mark that off to rust?
Well, I think it all depends on if it just looks like rust, right? Where, for the most part, he gets beat a couple of times, here and there. It looks like rust, and that's the difference, right? We should all be able to tell whether it looks like rust or if it looks like, man, that dude ain't ready to play. That's
you would hope. But did we know what it looked like last year in San Francisco? Did that look like a fall off, or did that look like COVID? We don't know.
But we don't know what had been the next game because there wasn't a next game, right? And you didn't really have options. So I would think that, look, if it looks like rust, then yeah, he gets another game. But if he comes in and he's getting beat all over the place, you just can't have that happen.
Okay.
Can't. That's how you lose games.
Would you? What if Tyron Smith comes back, struggles at left tackle? Tyler Smith plays better at left guard than he did at left tackle. Do you then just move Tyler Smith back, or do you keep Tyler Smith at left guard and then swap in Jason Peters at left tackle?
I feel silly answering that because that's a really, I think it's a great question for one of the coaches because I don't know enough to answer that correctly. Look, when Jason Peters was in there playing left guard when Tyler was at left tackle, that looked pretty good.
Yeah.
We didn't see a lot of it, but I wouldn't, without having seen it. We haven't seen, has Jason Peters played left tackle this year?
Not on the field. He's played some. He's played some in practice. Obviously,
look, in theory, I suppose,
maybe he got something in at the end of Minnesota. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't either. I want to say that I understand in theory. We all kind of want to move pieces around like it's a Madden game by he's got a high rating and he's still good, so he should be able to do this. But in reality, that's just not how it works and how things will ultimately play out if that's what were to happen.
And last question here before we transition over to shooting the breeze. Is tight end the most consistent, stable position on the football team? I think it is. There's really no weaknesses.
No, so I wouldn't disagree with saying that it is, but I would say that running back has been pretty stable. Safety has been awfully stable.
Safety's had some. Man, you've had some injuries to Jaron Curse,
but
Donovan Wilson has been really good. Look, we'll grade the defense at 620, but Malik Hooker's had some trouble the last few weeks.
He has, but I don't think it's really been a glaring issue. You're right. At times, and I guess I really was thinking of Donovan and Curse. How about Curse? We haven't mentioned this, by the way. Playing with a separated shoulder.
Yep.
What a badass.
Well, we know that at this point. That guy's played hurt all year. He's been hurt this entire season. He's one of these guys who's just been banged up and played through it. He hasn't been quite up to the level that he was in 2021, but he's been good this year.
It'd be really hard to say. Look, I'm going to agree with you on the tight end. It'd be hard to say too. Offensive tackle hasn't been.
Yeah, I don't know that that's been totally stable all the time, just because Tyler Smith does have his growing pains. But I think from the starter down to the guy who was on the practice squad at the beginning of the season, Sean McEwen, they're really good.
Yeah, and look, and you mentioned this earlier, and I think it's a good point that hasn't been talked about, if at all, not nearly enough, about how much better Dalton Schultz has been, in the
very good
blocking.
Very good blocker. Anyway, those were your Cowboys burning questions.
Let's do that. Jared Sandler is going to join us coming up at 6 o'clock. I wonder what he thinks about my call, even though I was furious on how the College Football Playoff Committee, on what they're did not do to USC that they could actually lose coming up this weekend. But before we get to Jared, let's shoot the breeze with the beef.
I gave the beaver a hot bath.
Yep.
Just rapping with the fellas, shooting the breeze.
My name's Beaver. Beaver? Is that your given name? Yes, ma'am.
Truckwreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The topic today that we're going to kick around, Joey, Will,
Yes,
Truckwreck.com fan text. Are holidays overrated? All of them. I don't make, because sometimes you hear somebody say,
no,
Christmas is overrated. No, we're gonna get into this.
Look at this. Look at me in here.
I know.
Could you think for a moment that I'm going to say that they're overrated?
We need to. This is where I'm going at with this. I, as a much younger lad, when I was like 18, 19 years old, and I first entered the workforce, I used to just like volunteer for every holiday to work it. Like I was happy to work holidays, and at the time, trying to like believe I was some wise, like, super mature 18-year-old or whatever else. I was used to say whenever anybody would ask me why I was, working the holiday or why I worked it, and then I would just say, oh, holidays, they're just a platform for stress, and blah, blah. And it was just like, it was a total douchebag
You really
thing.
went there? Oh my
Yeah, it was
God.
a total
eye roll.
It was a completely douchey position. So I evolved from that, and as my life has progressed and I've had children, and I realized a lot of the holiday is going to be about just making sure the kids have a good one, and that then I can take joy out of that. Then I found joy in holidays. But I still was thinking about this yesterday. Holidays really do provide, it's just a platform for stress. Like, I'm like, just, not the hipster douche thing I used to think. But
it does.
They absolutely are not as good as I think we're obviously marketed to. And as much as I think people like to tell themselves they are. Because they absolutely do provide an opportunity for somebody to get offended because, I can't make it to your thing, I'm over here, or provide the opportunity for, uncomfortable family reunions where, issues can be hashed out. And they do, not so much the day itself, but like the lead up to Thanksgiving, the lead up to Christmas, things like that. Those are very stressful times. Those are very stressful times that when you're in the midst of them, you're usually feeling like this is not going to be worth it. Then you obviously get to Christmas Day or Thanksgiving Day.
I understand that. And this is also coming from the perspective of somebody that's never been married with no kids. So there's that. The only stress I have ever felt going into Christmas was if I had enough money to get presents.
Right, but that's a stress in and of itself. That's
correct.
One of
it is,
and that's tough, man.
It is, but that's it. And I understand, and there are people that during the holidays there are always, if you're single and all the commercials with the love and getting the gift and stuff like that. I've never, even though I'm single and always have been, I don't get like that. I absolutely love the holidays, and in particular Thanksgiving and Christmas, just because, and I guess it all stems from like growing up. We would always be getting together with like our extended family, whom I love dearly and love being around. And that's why, like last year, I found out I tested positive for COVID the day before Christmas Eve. That is one of the most devastating days of my entire life. And then 2 nights ago, I'm in the urgent care the day before Thanksgiving, where I have a big Thanksgiving, doing the morning show, going right over to my cousin Katie's, my whole family and extended family, and then her husband Cody's family's over there, who I don't get to see a lot, and they're amazing. That sucked. I I couldn't be more opposite of that feeling. I understand. I get it. I'm just not that way.
I guess I just look at it and look, I still think they're worthy and I like them. I just think that we don't do enough or enough of the conversation is we're not realistic enough about the conversations we have around the holidays. There's a lot of everything's great, and I think there's just got to be a more realistic expectation about the holidays are tough for everybody. I
don't disagree that feeling or with anybody that has I don't think that you're wrong for having that feeling. You're just asking, from my perspective, I'm the absolute wrong person for that.
No.
I am Christopher Kringle. I am not kidding around about how much Yuletide and joy I've got going on in this place right now, and we haven't even really gotten this thing totally going yet. Before it's all said and done, sugar plums are going to be all over this piece.
And Joey, I want you to weigh in on this too. I'm going to go through the truckwreck.com fan text real quick for some of their thoughts. 571, Christmas is the only worthy holiday. 469, who hurt you, Bobby? Commercialism, man. Commercialism hurt me.
I still want to go back. I'd love to see 18-year-old Bobby giving that ridiculous, hipster line.
Yes, there was, and he thought he was being so smart. He was like, wait till they hear this line.
Oh, that's so great.
214, Bobby hates vacations. 940.
Bobby hates days off.
940, always a surplus of sex around the holidays. Definitely not overrated. Well, there you go. 361, as this being the first holiday without my family or wife. Yes, it's overrated. It's annoying. Sorry, 361. I hate to hear that. 817, holidays are very overrated. It's so commercial. 817,
They are.
But I mean,
that's
what it is. 817, sorry, your state of mind sucks. Holidays are all what you make them. If you want to find the negative, you will. We chose not to. Okay, so that's my point, 817, is that I feel like you're then burying stress that's actively there. And I don't know that that's healthy. Just be upfront about the stress level and the realities of holidays are tough to navigate, and the day itself is great. But I just think all the